We'll be back live tomorrow morning. Have a great day. It's Rover's Morning Glory.
Bye.
Bye.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Finally, an easy way to listen without having to make any actual decisions. Make Real Radio 92.1 your first preset on the iHeartRadio app.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Decent drive along your expressways this morning. 95 of the Turnpike currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. Got an accident on PGA that'll be westbound at Ellison Wilson Road. That'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The new Dell AI PC with Intel Core Ultra helps you fast forward through busy work, like editing images, summarizing meeting notes, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving more time for you time. Get yours at Dell.com/AI-PC.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Florida Talk Real Estate is your one-stop real estate shop. Whether you're looking to buy a home, sell a home, you're stuck with a home and you don't know what to do, look no further than FloridaTalkRealEstate.com. Listen every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. until 11, right here on Real Radio 92.1.
It's the Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. 2 bets facing off. Winning side splits $250K in bonus bets every single day. Time to pick a side. Team underdogs or team favorites. Team over or team under. There's one way to settle this. Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. Pick a side for $1. Win your share of $250K or more today. Prize pool to be paid out in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physical present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Life is busy. Luckily, Racetrack's here to keep you on track every day.
Running around and the time makes you nervous. Are you still a mom or just a taxi service?
With ice cold drinks, hot pizza, freshly ground coffee, and even Swirl World frozen yogurt for the kids.
The schedule is packed with things that they have to do, but with so much to choose from, you'll find something for you.
Racetrack is here to keep you going.
Racetrack's gonna get you.
Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Your water may not be safe. Forever chemicals that stay in the body for years have been found in drinking water. Call Morgan & Morgan at 1-800-555-6666 or visit forthepeople.com/PFAS. Offices Orlando and throughout Florida.
People are loving what's happening now at IDC. Free financing till the year 2030. That's right. Now for a limited time, you can get the lowest finance rates in America. 0% for 5 whole years on just about every piece of jewelry in our showroom. So you can get that $8,000 engagement ring and pay just $134 a month. Or that $4,000 pair of diamond stud earrings, just $67 a month. International Diamond Center makes it happen with this incredible limited time offer. Just pick any item and spread your payments over 5 years without paying a dime in interest. Rings, earrings, bands, bracelets, designer jewelry, colored gemstones, even certified diamonds are included. Whether your budget is $2,000 or $200,000, this is the smartest way to buy. Hurry in to take advantage of this once-a-year event. 0% financing rates till 2030, store-wide, only at International Diamond Center, US 1 and PSL Boulevard. Excludes Rolex. Details and more at shopidc.com on approved credit.
Big news for drivers. Presets have landed on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with iHeartRadio. Access your favorite stations, podcasts, and playlists instantly right from your dashboard. Try the free iHeartRadio app on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto and take those presets for a spin.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting showers and storms through the remainder of your Tuesday, so keep the umbrella at the ready. Afternoon high temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and it will feel quite sticky due to that rain. We are going to see a very slow cool down overnight thanks to mostly cloudy skies.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Yeah, it is a Tuesday. Pounded on the desk. What is up? Panther Nation. That's what it seems like. It's getting bigger and bigger. Everybody becomes a fan when a team wins. Big win last night for the Panthers as they won 6-1 over Edmonton. And we'll find out in a couple seconds if Dominic went or not. Is the jinx alive? I don't think he went. But, man, the fans are coming out of woodwork. I see jerseys all over the place, flags on cars, license plates. A winner does that as the Panthers won strong last night, 6-1. I hope you heard it on Real Radio. Is Taylor Swift and Kelsey already married? Rumors. Ooh, and I didn't get invited? What's with that? We got a big giveaway for you at 11:45. Your chance to go to a country concert. Giddy up, bitch! And so much more on a Taco Tuesday. I am the Greek. Good morning, Dominic. How are you, sir?
Hello, G-Man. How's it going?
Good. You sound a little under the weather.
No, fine.
No, just fine. All right.
How about you? You okay?
No, I'm fine.
All right, you sound a little under the weather too.
I was, didn't have a good night's sleep.
Okay.
But I'm here today. Good morning, Miss Francis. How are you?
Hi, good morning. Okay.
You're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay today.
Dom, did you go to the game?
No.
All right. So that's were you watching the game thinking, oh my God, if I went, would have been a great game to go.
Oh, I know.
Oh, they would have lost if you went. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Just kidding.
People were asking me last night when I was at Strikes earlier tonight. They said, "Did Dom go? Did Dom go?" I said, "That doesn't exist."
Can you open that for me? Thanks.
That doesn't exist. I said. So what are you talking about? But now you're definitely going to Game 4.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if they lose Game 4, pressure's on.
Oh, shut up.
But wait, you got offered for Game 6 though, didn't you?
I'm going to Game 6 too. Yeah.
But Game 4, you're going with your associate.
Yep.
Okay. And Game 6, you're going with your friend.
Yep.
All right. There might not even be a Game 6.
That's
you
true.
You never know.
You never know. It could be done, and then that's it. They could take him out right away.
Mm-hmm.
The Star of Edmonton supposedly went crazy last night in the locker room after the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was like flipping out and everything. He did this last year too, and it turned him around. So who knows? But Panthers played great. A lot of penalties last night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
With the Oilers.
And
Or just in general.
So many fights. Dr. Albert must have been busy.
Did you? I got to see if we can find the audio. They interviewed this little girl that went to the Panthers. She's a huge Panthers fan, and she's 9.
Yeah.
And they were like, "What's your favorite part about the Panthers games are coming here?" She's like, "The fights."
Really? Wow.
And they went into more. She went into more detail about
Wow.
it, and it was she was so cute. She's like, "I love the fights."
Oh my God. There was a lot of fights last night.
Oh, yeah.
For a Stanley Cup, game, usually not that much. Even this season, they've cut it down a lot, but there was so many penalties. I mean, the first period, wasn't it like 7 penalties? It was crazy. Did you watch the game?
Oh, yeah. No, there was just a lot of penalties. It seemed like mostly it was on Edmonton, the penalties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the Panthers scored like 40 seconds in the game.
Yep.
I mean, like, it was
That
crazy.
was being up right away was nice.
Yeah, it really was. But yeah, big blowout last night, 6-1. So they're in a good position right now with Game 4 Thursday night.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so Thursday night, that's when we'll see what happens with Dom and the young lady as they go to the game. Maybe they'll upgrade you. They'll bring you a little bit closer. DJ Khaled. Whatever. He was the guy banging the drum last night.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of Miami Heat were there.
Yeah, Jason, my co-host on the Gator, said there was a bunch of celebrities. He was there last night, and if you listen to the end of the show, he was jacked up this morning. Like,
yeah.
Who would it be? He was there. He witnessed it. He said it was really, really fun. It was a really fun time last night.
Yeah, and
a great win.
He's really invested in the team, too.
Oh, he's a huge fan.
Yeah, and financially.
Yeah, he's going to be at the game that Dom's going to be at, too.
Wow. I mean, that's unbelievable. Now, but you would see with somebody else like you got to buy 2 seats. When you buy 1 seat, it's still expensive. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if Jason's buying 2 seats when he goes. I think
sometimes he does. Sometimes he goes with buddies who I know, like he's taken his dad before,
which is nice.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I was like, dude, the amount of money you've spent. I was like, I could go to Europe 3 times, and he's like, it's worth it for somebody who's such a fan. The money spent is worth it for him, especially watching a game like last night, being there.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, everybody's different. If you're a big fan, you want to spend $1,000, God bless you. First of all, you have to have the money. People could put it on their credit card, but that's a lot for 3 hours. You know, you can get in Boca for 3 hours for $1,000. But there's other things that people spend money on that people can say it's foolish.
Yeah. We all probably spend money on stuff that people judge us for.
Of course. Yeah. They're looking at it like, what are you doing that for? That's stupid. Don't forget, it is Father's Day this Sunday. We'll remind you all during the week, have something planned with you and your dad. Don't send him a text. Pick up the phone. And if you have a dad in your life who is a good dad, sometimes I say this, and the other night my buddy's like, me and my dad haven't talked for years. He's not a good dad. I'm like, all right, I'm sorry. So if you have a dad that you think is good, or has been good to you, try to respect them and go out of their way.
Or even the father figure.
Yeah, that's right. Even a father figure. You're right, Dom. Reach out and say, hey, you know what? I appreciate what you do. Because there's not a lot of people out there who really care about you with no agenda. They just care about you and like, because they need something. So be nice. Do something nice for your dad and make sure you show him recognition. And even if you know somebody who's a dad, you might be like, hey, I have a couple of my friends that I really think are good fathers, and I got a couple of them I think they're terrible fathers. And I tell them, you're a terrible dad.
Nice of you.
What are you going to do?
So heads up, we do have the text line open 47142. Started off with Real Radio and a couple business things I'll let you know about. We have a preset. I know G-Man said that we're going to be giving away country concert tickets, but yeah, that's it's a country/reggae concert. Then that's going to be 11:45. That's Jake Owen and Dirty Heads. But we do this really cool thing where you show us your preset. And all you have to do is make Real Radio 92.1 your number one preset on the iHeartRadio app. And then you're going to take a screenshot of it. When you do, you submit it, realradio921.com/preset. And when you go there anyways, realradio921.com/preset, it's going to give you all the directions there. So if you're like, man, Franny, I didn't catch it. You talked too fast. It'll give you all the instructions right there. And so when you submit it, you are in the running to go see Hardy. And so we have tickets, different tickets every single week. So it does switch up. So make sure that you are always tuned in. And I'll give you that heads up once again for that.
877-927-6969. That is the number to call. What do you think is too much to spend on a sporting event? Is there a line that you draw in the sand? You say, hey, I'm not going to spend more than X to go to a game. And I also think it depends where you're sitting sometimes, too. Some people might look at it like, well, if I'm going to sit upstairs, I don't want to spend a ton of money.
And then you got to include maybe travel. Some people are traveling.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. If you got to get on a plane and a hotel, that's a lot.
Yeah, you might want to do 300 level instead of the lower level if you're traveling.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like Franny said, you can go to Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, I had my one buddy whose wife said to him, you know what, I want to go to Italy this summer, and he was going to spend $2,500. She goes, I think I can get it done for $2,500, and he's going to Italy.
I saw a lot of people are traveling back and forth between Oklahoma City and Indiana by car.
Oh, how much is that? How far is that? 8 hours?
No, it's like 10 and a half hours, 11 hours. So it's doable.
Terrible, but it's still a lot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
But not terrible.
But you drove to New Orleans once, didn't you?
I've driven past 10 hours. Yeah. A lot of people have. And people do to go watch their favorite teams, especially during college football season.
Yeah. I mean, that's not bad because you're just doing gas. I mean, you're going anywhere in the plane today. It's $300-$400.
Yep.
And you got to deal with aggravation probably and delays and all that stuff. So, Indiana and Oklahoma City, probably two cities I wouldn't want to go back and forth to. I'll stay in Boca, smoke a cigar, and watch it on the TV. I knew you were going to say that, so that's why I gave you that.
So, somebody who did have a pretty pricey ticket was Taylor Swift during the Eras Tour, and I don't know. They're saying, man, is her and Travis Kelce already, are they married?
Maybe.
Did they secretly get married? So, there's an event planner named Ellie Natoli, and she shared that NFL player Cole Metz. Am I saying his name right? Cole
the other
Metz?
player who just got married?
So shared that an NFL player, Cole Metz's wedding, they said envelopes addressed to Taylor and Travis Kelce were placed at table 13. And it was written in very elegant calligraphy, setting off whispers of maybe a secret wedding. And this is how silly we are. We just see something like this. We're like, oh my God, they're married. They said they did end up skipping that wedding. They said they were snapped the night before at his cousin's ceremony in Tennessee. So I guess they had family wedding instead. So they're like, did they tie the knot? Nobody knows for sure, but fans point out that the naming couples on place cards is pretty normal, even for singles. And so maybe that's why, because the reason, table 13, it says Taylor and Travis Kelce. Wow. That's why people are picking it apart. It doesn't say Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. But I feel like that could be quite common, especially if Travis was the guest that was invited, and but she is Taylor Swift. So I was saying sometimes if you don't know the person's last name, but she is Taylor Swift.
Maybe they didn't want Swift on the card.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But.
Well, if they're married, they're probably smart because they're going to deal with a lot of less crazy.
I doubt it, man. I just don't think that they could get away with it.
Yeah.
With as many people and paparazzi follow them around unless they did it online. The privacy of their own home.
No, you're probably right because remember a couple of years ago, Tua tried to do it.
Yeah.
And somebody came out that he
But
went-
he did. We did. No, he did do it.
But it came out.
It did come out
Yeah.
eventually, but he secretly got married.
Yeah, yeah.
And then months later, like he was married for a few months.
Yeah.
So obviously he can be successful, but
And he was mad, too.
I don't think Tua is not near the level of Kelsey and Taylor Swift relationship.
I agree, 100%. But you never know. There's ways they can do around it. Maybe they can apply for a license. I mean, who knows? Maybe
Or it's just everybody just loves the hype and they see something so silly like this and they're like, oh, they're married. Look at that.
that'll add
Taylor
more-
and Travis Kelsey.
Oh, that would add more pressure to the Chiefs this year. Like, you can't win for your wife? Come on. Who do you got, Dom?
We have Toot on the phone.
Toot, good morning. And how are you on a Tuesday?
Good morning, G-Man. Good morning, Franny. Good morning there, Dom.
Hey, Toot.
Hey, Toot.
The commentating last night should have been more like this. And then we got the puck to Marchand. Marchand to Reinhardt. Reinhardt to Rodriguez. Rodriguez in the net. But no, it sounded better. It's in there. It's in the goal. It was so great. I loved that game last night.
Well, you should. You're a Panther fan. They blew them out 6-1.
You know it. Oh my goodness! I had it on my TV when I go outside to smoke a cigarette. I had it on my radio. I was just going back and forth.
Good.
And I mean, like last night should have been WWE Raw at the end of the game.
Yeah, there was a lot of fights.
There was 10 people on the ice, and there were 5 different fights. Come on.
Yeah, there was a lot of fighting going on last night. Yeah, usually that isn't the way it is in a Stanley Cup, but there was a lot of tension last night. And I think when there's a blowout, you know what, it adds to it because the other team's a little disgusted. But yeah, there was a lot of fights last night.
Oh my goodness! The one guy who was he's just sitting there going, sticking his tongue out. Loud
Oh yeah, I saw that.
face and, oh man, I was like, yeah, what a game!
What a bay! It sounds like you're happy. Good job. You enjoyed it. So do you think that
W?
Do you think that Dom's going to be a jinx on Thursday night or what?
Nope.
Yeah, see? You're not a jinx.
Nope.
There we go.
No, Dom said that we needed a W, and you know what? They got a whooping, which starts with a W.
Well, Jude, I'm glad you're excited. You sound happy, and as a fan, you should be. It's the third year in a row during the Stanley Cup, and we're halfway there to bring the Stanley, make the Stanley Cup stay in South Florida.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And yes, ma'am. All right. Well, kids, I love you guys. I just had to come.
All right. Enjoy.
Well, thanks, Stu.
You'll be in a good mood all day. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you want to get involved in the show. And to one of many of probably 1,000 fans that are very excited today for the Panthers as they won 6-1. Awesome job by them. And did you bet them last night, Dom?
No, I didn't bet.
No, Kevin, Dom did not go to the Panthers game last night. He said Dom went to the Panthers game and they won. Pound the Panthers next time he goes. No, he did not. He did not make it to this game, Kevin. He will be there on Thursday.
A lot of pressure.
Oh,
my God.
Shut up already.
Oh, my God. A lot of pressure. My God. But you can always blame it on who you're with, too. Because then if they lose on Thursday, but then they win when you go, so the jinx is taken off you. So you don't have to worry about it. No, relax. Throw in a gummy. You'll be fine. You got this. Taylor Swift and Kelsey, are they married? People think Franny just talked about it. Are they? I don't know if it's going to affect anybody or not, but I'm going to agree with Franny. I think that if they ever did, it would leak somehow, some way.
Yeah.
They would. I mean, they can't go to restaurants.
Exactly.
And get something to eat.
I mean, they've been all over Palm Beach, but he rents a place, and that's why I'm surprised. But I guess we do have nice restaurants up here, too. But Boca does, too, because he stays in Boca.
Yeah.
Right? And he does it every off season because he trains down here.
Usually,
Travis Kelsey.
Yeah, that's what they usually say.
Uh-huh.
I mean, they knew exactly how much they spent at the restaurants, everything like that. So,
well, of course, because servers are okay with that. They don't care. And they love to also show, especially if they get a good tip, who it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about a good tip. I didn't say anything about a bad tip. But I'm sure there's pressure. I'm sure they know, like all celebrities, when they're out, like if they go out, they should give you.
Yeah.
Because
some people don't give a damn, and they'll still tip like crap, but.
Now, do you think they should, if you had Kelsey and Taylor Swift, you think they should tip more than 20%?
There's no shoulds in life, but yeah, you would hope.
You would hope.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's running out a $20 million mansion, so.
A month.
Is it a month?
Yeah, he's renting it a month, yeah.
No, but he's renting it for $20 million a month?
No, 20,000.
Oh, no, but I'm saying it's a $20 million mansion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, he's spending $20 million a month? Jesus.
He better give me more than 20%.
I was like, wow.
He better give me more than 20%.
That's a waste of money. Might as well buy down here if you're here every off season.
$20,000 a month's a ton.
Well, no, it is a ton, but
yeah.
I said $20 million and you said a month, and I was like, geez, ew.
Yeah, when Jimmy Butler was down here, he was renting a house paying so much money per month. And I guess when you got it, doesn't matter, but you would think financial guys would be like, buy something, you have the money. And I mean, that's what they always do say traditionally about it, that you should always buy instead of paying rent. But I guess if you got that much money, I guess it doesn't.
And gee, you must have saw that 20 number and just kind of went off that, because what I'm seeing, it's a $20 million mansion and they're paying just over, so close to, but just over like 90 and change a month.
Oh,
so they're
really?
paying, close to 100K a month, not 20.
Oh, wow.
So you probably just saw that 20 million figure and just thought it was 20,000. The home is worth $20 million. And what they're saying is that, and this is according to the Palm Beach Post, that it's almost 100K a month.
Wow.
Yeah.
He better
Yeah.
give more than 20%.
Yeah.
Let's go, Kelsey. That's a lot. Dom would say something. Now, if you got them as a waiter, you can't really ask him anything. You just got to be, this is a special.
Straight to the point.
Yeah, you can't say anything like, hey, can I take a selfie with you? You sit down with him real quick, and you say to Kelsey, can you take a picture of me and Taylor real quick? You get blown out in 2 seconds. You'd be gone. Like if you did
They don't
that.
need to. There's already tons of pictures of people, or people taking pictures of them anyways. Just take it from the internet, guys.
And that's it.
You don't need pictures on your phone.
Well, maybe if you want to be in the picture, I'm saying that you could be like, hey, can you take a picture for me? That would be pretty funny. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Big win last night for the Panthers. Don't forget, we are at home of the Panthers. Thursday night again. You can hear them on Real Radio, 921-1017. I've said this before. I've said this all playoff season. If you're a Panther fan like Toot, get excited. Enjoy it. A lot of Panther parties, restaurants, bars are packed, because you never know when this is going to happen again. As a fan, when it happens, you're like, oh, this is going to happen every year. It doesn't. So the Panthers are really creating history right now for us, which is great, and keeps it going and gets us closer and closer to football, which is the big thing. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We got a lot going on, as always, for you guys. But we'll be back in a few minutes. We have This Day in History and a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their jobs.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel the
working
same
on-
way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Decent drive along your expressways this morning. 95 of the Turnpike currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. Got an accident on PGA that'll be westbound at Wilson Road. That'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids' looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
It's summer in West Palm Beach. The sun's blazing, your shirt's glued to your back, and even your flip-flops are sweating. Have to find some shade. Stay cool in our climate-controlled bays at Drive Shack. Rain or shine, it's always a good time. Score big with our Summer Play Pass. Unlimited golf Monday through Friday until 5 p.m. Tell them the Greek sent you to receive $50 off unlimited golf. Terms and conditions apply. Drive Shack is your ultimate destination for events. Whether it's corporate events or kids' birthday parties, there's fun for everyone.
As men get older, our bodies change. We all know that, and often we just accept the changes as the way it is. But some of those changes, such as bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, brain fog, no energy, and reduced gains in the gym, could be due to low testosterone. And that is something you can change. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And even if you're in your 30s, if you're experiencing some or all of the symptoms I just noted, you very well may need low testosterone treatment. With our treatment protocols, if you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
The NBC Nightly News.
From one era to the next.
I'm Tom Brokaw.
We'll hope to see you back here.
I'm Lester Holt.
Trust is the anchor.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
A new chapter begins. NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas. Evenings on NBC.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Got a daily driver, a classic muscle car, or a full-blown resto mod? Hey, it's Franny, and sell it to GiveMeTheVin.com. They want them all. And don't forget their big $25,000 cash giveaway. Every month they're giving away $25,000, and there's 2 ways to do it. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's at GiveMeTheVin.com or GMTVCC.com for your collectibles.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like 2-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting showers and storms through the remainder of your Tuesday, so keep the umbrella at the ready. Afternoon high temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and it will feel quite sticky due to that rain. We are going to see a very slow cool down overnight thanks to mostly cloudy skies.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Big news, bacon lovers. Wendy's Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. For just $3, you get crispy, crunchy apple smoked bacon, 2 juicy beef patties, and plenty of cheese on a burger. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Maren Morris opens up like never before about why she left country music, and this is an interview you don't want to skip. Plus, did you know Megan Thee Stallion is a huge Sex and the City fan? Well, she sat down with Kristen Davis, and she's got some pretty hot takes on the show. And if you live for true crime Tonight is now on iHeartRadio 5 nights a week, diving deep into the biggest cases and celebrity scandals you don't want to miss.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeartRadio station.
What about my dildo?
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yeah, Dom, what about it? It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. You borrowed it last week. I haven't gotten it back. What is going on, everybody? Dom's in
One
the
thing you
house.
should not let people borrow.
Whoa. Franny's in the house.
Hi.
And it's time for this day in history of the trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
Aaron Rodgers is officially with the Steelers. He signed for about $13 million for the year. Rumors are he would have took a lot less. A lot of Steeler players said they really didn't want him. Fans are upset, but I don't know why. It makes the team better. We'll see what happens. He has also decided to wear number 8, like he wore when he was on the Jets. That was his number in college. He can't wear 12 because Terry Bradshaw wore 12 for the Steelers. He's a Hall of Famer. His number is retired. 4 Super Bowl titles under his belt, and they supposedly already, Bradshaw and him went back and forth some bad tweets that he really wasn't a big fan of Aaron Rodgers taking so much time. But he's going to wear number 8. He's not wearing number 12. And I still think it's better for the Steelers than what they have. So, Rafael Nadal's 2017 French Open winning racket sold at auction for $157,000. His winning racket, again, you got to be a super fan, but I'm always amazed at what these things sell for in sports, whether it's a baseball, basketball, a racket. But there's always somebody out there who wants to purchase it and probably sells it for more than they actually do purchase it for. And last night, we just talked about the Panthers won, and a brutal game as far as fights goes. There was a lot of fights last night, especially in the third period. The referees were working their ass off, but there were so many. And like Toot said earlier, our caller, at one point, there was like 5 fights going on the ice, and they were taking some shots.
Oh, yeah, they were.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the highlights now, too, it's just, man, when I was watching, I was like, man, there was a couple kidney shots, too, people were throwing in, and to the face. And it's a lot of bleeding. Like I said, Dr. Gregory Albert, my good friend, is the one of the people who takes care of the Panthers. I'm sure after the game he was pretty busy. But, yeah, there were some shots in that fight. Better than some of the fights that you see in boxing. I mean, there was a lot of action.
Oh, yeah.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Now over to Franny for this day in history.
All right, here we go. Back in the day on June 10th, 90 years ago, in 1935, something was founded that has helped a lot of people out there, and that is Alcoholics Anonymous. AA was founded in Ohio by William G. Wilson, also known as Bill W., and Dr. Robert Smith. And we're going to go 82 years ago in 1943. The ballpoint pen was patented by Laszlo Biro of Budapest, Hungary. 81 years ago, 1944. Am I saying this right, G-Man? Joe Nuxhall? He was the youngest pitcher in Major League history. No?
Not familiar with it. Nope.
Made his debut at 15 years.
Wow.
He was almost 16. 15 years old, 10 months, and 11 days old.
Wow.
He walked 5 batters in less than an inning.
Man, that's
youngest pitcher. Major League history.
Ooh.
61 years ago, 1964, the Beatles released A Hard Day's Night with their hits Can't Buy Me Love, If I Fell, and I Love Her, and of course, Hard Day's Night. 50 years ago, 1975, the Eagles released their fourth album, One of These Nights, which has songs that you would know, Take It to the Limit, Lion Eyes, and One of These Nights. 47 years ago, 1978, Affirmed won the Belmont Stakes and captured horse racing's Triple Crown. Only 13 horses have ever done it, and no horse had won the Triple Crown until American Pharoah finally did in 2015. 43 years ago, 1982, Stephen King published The Gunslinger, which is the first book in his Dark Tower series. Then we have 39 years ago, 1986, Nancy Lieberman Klein became the first woman to play in a men's pro basketball league. Oh, wow. She was a member of the Springfield Fame and the Washington Generals in a men's league called the U.S. Basketball League. The Washington Generals is the name of the team that gets its ass beat up, down, and all over the United States by the Harlem Globetrotters, if you're not aware.
Yeah, for years.
31 years ago, 1994, Speed was released, starring, of course, Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves. 23 years ago, 2002, John Gotti died in prison from cancer at the age of 61. Another death, 21 years ago, 2004, Ray Charles died of liver failure. Man, I can't believe it's 21 years. 20 years ago, this too makes you feel old. 20 years ago, 2005, Mr. and Mrs. Smith was released with Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie.
And they were so in love.
This is when they fell in love, and he was still married to Jennifer Aniston.
That was a mistake.
18 years ago, 2007, the final episode of The Sopranos aired. That was 18 years ago. Wow. Final episode. 11 years ago, 2014, actress and civil rights activist Ruby Dee passed away at the age of 91. You may remember her as Denzel's mother in American Gangster and as mother's sister in Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing. And that's what happened this day in history, June 10th.
Thank you, Franny. Great job. We do it once a show to reflect on the days that we're actually in. So Katy Perry had a concert, and a fan jumped on stage and got a real scare for her. I'm still shocked about these things sometimes, how these fans get on stage and can get right to the performer. It blows my mind. With all the money they pay in security, I'd be firing everybody's ass that night. I'd be like, guess what? Google unemployed because you're unemployed. Guy was right there.
It happens all the time to Travis Scott, too.
It happens all the time at a bunch of concerts, and that's the thing. Unless you build a wall of security around them, it is so hard. Some of these people are squirrely. They just are. They just bum rush the stage. I saw a video the other day, and I don't know. It was a hip-hop concert, but I don't know what it was or who it was. But this guy did rush the stage, and one of the hype men on the stage pushed the dude off.
Yeah.
And the dude fell back, hit his head, and died.
Oh.
And everybody was just like, manslaughter, what is this? Because the guy did rush the stage. You don't know, did the guy handle it wrong way by pushing him off?
Scary.
But then they're also like, hey, there's an artist up there. You don't know this person's intention. It was a really scary situation, and it can happen. But the guy fell back and hit his head just right.
I mean,
well, should I say just wrong? But
yeah, it is scary. But to me, that's your security's part. You got to stop them. I mean, there's always a way that you could have more security there or more of a deterrent for people. Whatever, but that guy was right there. I don't know if you saw the video.
No.
Man, thank God it wasn't anything. It was more of a super fan. Just want to hug the person or, and it happens in sports sometimes too. Rare, but it does happen. You never see it in football, but you see it once in a while in baseball. Rare, but it does happen.
You see the occasional kid run out on the basketball court.
Yeah. But it's usually a hug or something like that. But you never, courtside seats. I've said for years there's not enough security. There isn't enough security for people, especially with the increased amount of gambling. But this was very scary for her, it is a very scary thing if you're a performer up there because you don't know what the person has or what their intentions are, like Franny said. You would think it's a fan. Maybe they just want to hug you, kiss you. Hey, can we take a selfie? Something like that. But, yeah. I would have definitely had a little bit of a talk with her.
Wasn't there one time in tennis where there was a super fan that
Monica.
rushed?
Monica stabbed.
Yeah, stabbed. Yeah.
She got stabbed in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. Person ran out.
Exactly.
Same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know. You're dealing with a lot of people who are not playing with a full deck.
Yeah, well, this guy, he's they said, a notorious prankster, so he probably has a YouTube channel or something. But this happened in Sydney. This happened in Australia, this concert. The guy has been arrested, but they seized all kinds of stuff. They said he has been granted conditional bail ahead of his appearance to court on June 23rd. But he's also been handed a 6-month ban from that area in general, the arena. So he can't go to any shows.
Good.
Yeah, they're
He
saying
shouldn't
for
be allowed.
6 months. And he said that, I've been banned from this venue before.
Great.
So it looks like this is just his shtick and he doesn't care.
But you don't know, like you said, when you're on stage, what somebody's intentions are. You never know. And with security guard, like you said, that situation, I don't know about that, where somebody, is defending obviously the artist, and you're paid to protect them, and somebody falls and hits their head. I mean, it could happen anytime.
Mm-hmm.
It's dangerous. Like I said, you just gotta. I think there's got to be more security. That's it. Just all around. There should be no access where they can get through and grab them, especially when they get on stage. Sports too, but like I said, baseball once in a while, like the outfielders or something like that. You've never seen it in hockey because you can't skate.
No.
You haven't seen somebody jump on a hockey thing.
No.
Football, baseball, once in a while. But besides that, yeah.
Football, you get the occasional streaker.
Yeah, but he's not grabbing a player because the players knock him out. And they got all the equipment on. You're like, you got no shot. But yeah, this is that was scary for her. It's not a good thing. All right, this is something that we don't have, but if you're in this list that Franny has, don't get upset. Maybe make money. What are the most depressing jobs in America?
People are listening right now and they're like, this is what I'm doing right now. But yeah, do you agree with this list? Add to it. 47142 started off with Real Radio. If there's something that maybe you have done in the past, I hope you don't have the most depressing job right now. I really do, just for your psyche and your life. But they claim that these radio, and this was on the New York Post, a study that was done suggesting that workers in certain industries are significantly more likely to grapple with depression and frequent mental distress. Now, we can understand, like, things that just put so much on you, right?
Yeah.
Like being an ER nurse or doctor or stuff like that, and ENTs, firefighters, like those are things that you really do, especially in the ER.
Oh, yeah, I can't even imagine. God forbid you lose a patient, dealing with the family. I mean, it's so hard.
Yeah, but even companies that ask a lot of you and that you have to, they call you after hours and all this kind of stuff. They said, they were like, researchers say finding things should serve as a wake-up call for employers to rethink how they design these findings. How researchers analyzed survey responses from more than 500,000, so a lot, U.S. workers, and they started collecting this back in 2015, so it's been a while. Some industries stood out, especially, they said, especially grim for workers, mental health, community, and social service employees report the highest rate of lifetime diagnosed depression. So I can see that because a lot of social workers, too, you have to deal with DCF and taking away your kids and dealing with people who are like all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's got to foster stuff. I mean, they have to deal with a lot of really tough, depressing things. But they said also high on the list, and we'll go through it, workers in arts, entertainment, sports, and media, followed by those in healthcare, support, retail, education, and library service.
Sports and media, really?
Art, entertainment, and sports media was higher than what I would have thought healthcare and social assistants.
Because they're all prima donna little bitches. Oh, my God, I don't feel love. 40 million.
Woe is me. Yeah, they said on the flip side, workers in mining and construction report the lowest rate of lifetime diagnosed depression. Isn't that interesting? Mining and construction, which is dangerous.
Yeah.
But they must really love what they do because they said diagnosed depression, lowest rates. Yep.
Or maybe they're just taking all those fumes.
They said, but don't just go grab a hard hat just yet. They said those same industries have the highest rates, sad, of suicide among U.S. adult workers, and those numbers have been steadily rising since 2000. So diagnosed depression, no. But way worse, suicide, yeah. So researchers suggest that the gap might be because both fields are male-dominated, and men may be more likely to seek help for mental health issues. This, they theorize, could be due to factors like stigma or a lack of accessible services, or less likely, or accessible services, especially for workers at higher risk. So they're like, pay attention to this because there may be things that you have to do. So, yeah, we will go through the most, and this is diagnosed depression, but let's see, because there's a ton on here. We'll do top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so top 10 we have on there, which I find maybe could be stressful, but depressing. It looks like finance and insurance.
Okay. Maybe it's mundane every day, the same stuff.
Yep.
Or maybe you get depressed because you see somebody's got so much money and you're like, how did he do it? He's
or
a loser.
they're in the hole so much that they have to sell
or
everything
like
that they own.
something like the 2008 happened,
Yeah. When the bubble burst.
Yeah.
The sales after that. Education. I get teachers. I'm surprised it's not higher up on the list.
I would think.
Education and library they have as one.
Yep.
Legal on the list. See attorneys and judges and stuff like that. Could be stressful, right?
Oh, yeah, every day. You're dealing with people's lives.
Yep.
Somebody goes to jail for 20 years, you got to feel terrible.
This one's interesting. After retail trade, interesting. Healthcare and social assistance, accommodation and food service. So that's like hospitality industry, which
it's a pain in the ass.
It can be stressful, but man, I still would put healthcare and social assistance above that.
Yep.
Then on top of healthcare, accommodations, food service, hospitality, you have arts, entertainment, sports, and media.
That's a joke.
At number 3 on the list.
God, I can't handle it. I got a Bentley.
Food prep and serving. So interesting. So accommodation and food service is different than food prep and serving. So food prep and serving is probably more restaurant based. Yeah. Accommodations, food service, maybe catering, hotel, maybe. And then at number 1, I mentioned this, community and social services on there. So, yep, that was a list. They also have on there farming and fishing, oil and gas extraction, real estate made the list.
Well, I can see ups and downs with real estate. Like, you're having a great month and then you're having a bad month, maybe. But I think a lot of it is just, every individual is obviously different with stress. Like something that might stress out Dom might not stress you out. Something might not stress me out, might not stress you know what I mean? So you look at it and you also, I think sometimes the people you're around, like if everybody thinks it's very stressful, you might be like, oh, this is tough. I could see, like what you said, police, fire, anybody in a hospital, doctors. Like a doctor, like when you got to tell somebody, you know what, it doesn't look good.
Mm-hmm.
How can you drive out of work that day and feel good about that? You got to be sick.
Even vets.
Yeah, vets. You're right. With animals, you're right. I mean, people forget it. You definitely would feel.
That was one of those things as kids. I think a lot of, especially young girls, like, I want to be a vet. I wanted to be a vet so bad. Not thinking about all the sad stuff that goes along with it.
Sure.
You don't. You just think you want to help animals and be around them.
Which is nice.
But it is. I mean, having gone through losing pets multiple times, and I'm sure Dom too, it's no fun.
Oh, no. I've seen
really,
one person
it's
or
the
two
worst
go through
heartbreak.
it. Yeah, it's terrible. Dom, who do you have?
We have Anthony on the phone.
Anthony, do you have a depressing job or life?
Hey, what's up, Penthouse? How's everyone doing?
We're doing good, Anthony. What's up, buddy?
Long time no talk, huh?
Well, it's been a while. I don't think we've talked since Franny was out. Franny was out for a while.
Oh, you haven't called in since then, Anthony? What's going on?
Yeah.
What you been doing?
Yeah, Greek, I told you I retired, so I'm probably gonna do what you did a couple years ago. Just take a whole year off.
All right, well, that doesn't...
No, and by retiring, you mean no more betting, right?
Yeah.
All right, so maybe something bad happened. If it did, that's yesterday. Today's a new day and brighter future. Are you still with your girl?
Yeah. It's just, I told you before, it's good to, it clears your mind, too.
Yeah.
If you don't walk into a casino, you can't lose, so.
That's right.
It's been refreshing, good night's sleep, I don't have to stress about anything.
Yeah, well, when you bet, the first thing you think about is your figure when you wake up in the morning. And you should focus on other things that are fulfilling in life so you don't have an empty life like myself, which goes nowhere and very sad. So I'm glad you've realized this.
Yeah.
Franny, how you feeling?
I feel okay. Today I'm not great. Yesterday was a better day, but I'm better than obviously a few weeks ago, so I'm okay.
When I first heard about your injury, I said, damn, she's finally knocked Greek out.
I had enough.
I don't think she'd break her arm.
I don't know. You got a pretty solid head.
I don't want to think that it ever comes to that where she's got to hit me. I never thought of that. But thanks. Talk about depressed. Oh, my God. Yeah, she's doing good.
Greek, I got a question. I got a question for you, Greek.
Okay, I got to lie for an answer. Go ahead.
When it comes to your Instagram, do you handle reading the comments and liking and responding back, or do you have a secretary for that?
I don't respond to anything with Instagram.
Have you ever looked? I mean, does he have any comments that people? But do you comment back?
No,
you just don't.
No.
All right.
I just don't do it to anybody.
Okay.
Yeah. It's something that I have to do with, obviously, with the company that I should do more of. And we do well. We get a lot of nice response from people. And, but people do handle it for me. No, I don't.
Because for some reason, in your last post, I didn't even figure it out. My assistant told me about this, my secretary. They liked everyone's comment but mine. And, maybe, when when my secretary brought this up to me, I said, Rick's a busy guy. He's probably working in a hospital right now knitting sweaters, and it was just a technical error. But I just wanted to know, it wasn't from you.
No.
Like in every comment except Anthony's. I have a feeling that's a Greek move. He probably told his assistant, don't like that one.
No.
Just read them all to me and tell me who sent them and like them.
No, I don't read them at all. I appreciate when people obviously have, get involved and check them out. And I'm a very private person. I really am. Once in a that's the first one I've done. Football season I do a lot because I'm picking games.
G-Man, I'm looking at the post right now. It's the one with you swimming, and he wants I think Anthony wants swimming lessons from you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was Sunday, and I only did that because Caruso was the pick that I told everybody to bet because I was so sick of texting, and I was going to see Nikki Glazier, and Franny was going to be in the audience, so I felt that it was relative to say something. That was it. But it's always in good fun.
Greek, but when it comes to fandom, you're my top guy. I told you before, if you ever need security, I'm your guy.
Thank you.
I'll bullet for you any day. So even though I'm not calling in, you're tattooed on me, for sure. If the show said Greeks on Tokyo time, I'm listening at 3 a.m.
Well,
I love you guys.
Thank you, Anthony, and I'm glad you're not betting for a while. I'm sure you'll start betting again, but focus on the important things in life, your family, number one, and your girl, which is always important, and just enjoy life. And you never know what's going to happen tomorrow, because nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow, because if you knew, you bet on it today.
For sure. Love you guys.
Love you, too.
I'm listening, G.
That's it. He's gone. Anthony, again, we haven't heard from him in a while. We really haven't. And I always think like when Franny got hurt before then, so it's been like about a month, and he was busy. But
exactly a month ago is when I broke my arm.
Yeah, so
May 10th.
He's given up betting. And people do that sometimes. I noticed that with other things too. Like I got a couple of friends, they'll go dry for a while, and we won't talk as much. Because then it really shows you how shallow your relationship is. 'Cause that's all you have is talking about betting. Oh, I had one buddy called me the other day. I haven't talked to him since the Super Bowl. And he doesn't have baskets. And he's like, I was telling my wife the other night, I don't talk to Greek unless it's football season. He goes, I feel bad. I said, no, bro, I like it like that. Call me football season. I go, you don't have to call me. I go, if your wife's got any hot girlfriends, yes. But besides that, because she's a smoker, I said, don't worry about it. You don't have to call me.
She's a smoker or a smoke show?
Smoke show.
Okay. You're like, she's a smoker. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, she wants to have a cigar. Tell her to stop by. Tell her to stop by Strike Cigar Lounge. And again, I want to say, Ronnie wanted me to tell you that he's worried about you and cares and make sure you're doing okay. If you need anything, reach out. I said she'll never reach out because that's
but thank you for the offer.
Yeah,
I will not reach out, Ronnie, but thank you for the offer.
Yeah, I said she's not that kind of girl. I said, but I could use a couple things while I'm here.
I'm like, can we turn this around again and make it about me?
And Anthony thought Franny broke her arm because she punched me. Wow, that was strong.
That's
a good one.
I got a couple comments about that. Wesley, that people are kidding.
Maybe I don't know if I could do the 11 o'clock hour. Wow, that's tough. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. And if you think maybe you want to add to the depressing jobs, you could say your job's depressing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
add to the list. I gave you guys the top 10. There was more on there, but something else that maybe you've done in the past or you just know. Let us know. 47142. Started off with Real Radio.
I would think of air traffic control. They talk the stress on that, and they can't even find people. They say that's one of the careers that just, if you want to get into something, it's not easy, obviously, but they are definitely looking for them. Just like pilots. They're looking for pilots, too. Dom?
Even though the dispatch calls for 911, doesn't have to be an officer, but the dispatcher, they deal with a lot.
Oh, yeah, I can't even imagine, some of those jobs, the stress, you think about it every day. I mean, a lot of jobs are stressful. We're lucky. You got a big one. God, my God, between playing golf and going to UFC and Panther games, you got a tough job, brother, man. It is.
I know that's everything outside the building, though.
Oh, stop it. Are you kidding? Julia, what we were just talking about, you're going to say your job's, but you know what? I apologize because I'm trying to grow as a person. So if you deem that your job is stressful, then I should recognize it and try to make it less stressful. Because when somebody comes to you with a problem, whether it's a friend, somebody you're dating with, you shouldn't disregard it. You should be like, okay, if it's stressful to you, then you know what? I have to try to make it better. So do you view your job as stressful?
I got to make sure I go like Anthony's comment now for him.
Oh, is that stress?
Yeah, I'm stressed out now.
Do you feel stressed? All right. All right.
Are you the one who?
No.
You're the assistant. You're Greek's assistant. That's why you hear that, Anthony. It was Dom.
You know,
I
didn't even like the comments. That wasn't me that did that. But
Well, you know they say like all the comments because it actually helps our numbers.
Ooh.
I know.
Ooh. All right, here's the Penthouse. If you want to add to the stressful job list, maybe you know somebody, maybe your spouse or somebody you're dating. You're like, man, they got to, because it could affect your relationship. See, our job's like it's tough to come home and say, man, I got a lot of stress. You know what I mean? Because people they're not going to buy into it. You know, I got to say something else to make it more stressful. Like, you know, like price of oranges are going up. It's crazy.
Ooh.
It is the Penthouse. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
The bad news, the brain isn't all that great at hearing stuff and remembering it. The good news, you can watch us too. Like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Real Radio 92.1.
The Stanley Cup Final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final for the third year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not near a radio? Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup Final anywhere. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com.
Accident, visit smithball.com to learn more about our legal power and how we can help.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Decent drive along your expressways this morning. 95 of the Turnpike currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. Got an accident on PGA that'll be westbound at Wilson Road. That'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Payday. Hardworking people need a hardworking candy bar. Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is definitely working hard for you. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, it's Franny, and GimmeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar. This is the place to sell your car for big bucks. And if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll give you $100. GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are two ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
As a law enforcement officer, safe roads are one of my top priorities, ensuring everyone can get home safely each day. Some never will, due to aggressive driving, being distracted, or speeding on the roads. And too often, that results in the toughest part of my job and the longest walk in my life. I'm so sorry. I have some very sad news to share with you.
9 people will be killed on our Florida roadways today. Don't let it be you or a person you love. Buckle up every trip, every time. Let's get everyone home safely. A message from Florida Department of Transportation, Target Zero. For more information, visit targetzerofl.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting showers and storms through the remainder of your Tuesday, so keep the umbrella at the ready. Afternoon high temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and it will feel quite sticky due to that rain. We are going to see a very slow cool down overnight thanks to mostly cloudy skies.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Big news, bacon lovers. Wendy's Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. For just $3, you get crispy, crunchy apple smoked bacon, 2 juicy beef patties, and plenty of cheese on a burger. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
We have a gentleman who is in our building for a little while, but very nice guy, always very positive, and he's leaving. Today's his last day.
Really?
Yeah, and he's a nice guy. Like, every time you see him, his attitude is just inspiring. Like, you can never, he's always nice. He always says, hello, Mr. G, how are you? How's your life? And you can't walk past his office without him saying hi.
I think he came like the day after Franny left, and
I don't know who he is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think
Green
Franny
was
knows who
talking,
he
he's
is.
like, oh, he's such a, I was like, I don't know who that is. I've never seen this person in my life.
Yeah, he's been here about a month.
Well, who is he?
I guess we were renting some of our office space out to a new individual, not a part of iHeart, and
But on air, or he's
No,
just
no.
No, he just works, I think he works for another company. I don't know which one.
Okay, but
So-
he's not in radio.
Nope, he was just renting an office space
That's
from
what
us.
we should do, because a lot of people do that.
Mhm.
Rent out space where you can do your work. We have so much space here.
I'm gonna try to rent out the studio.
we'll do it ourselves. They'll
Yeah.
never know.
But he's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
From the first day, you knew that. We talked about it. He comes up, he introduced himself. He just came to America
Yep.
recently. He just moved here. And he's just very, very.
Is he safe?
Yes, he's safe.
Is he? Oh,
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes.
'Cause they're getting picked up.
No, he's very safe.
You know what's going on in California right now?
Yeah. Oh man.
All right.
He's very safe. He's a very nice guy.
That's not what I mean. I don't mean like, is he dangerous? I mean safe from
Yeah, he's just a nice guy. Like I said,
from ice is what I mean.
Yeah, he's. But I hate because he just came up because today is my last day. But he said he might be coming back in 8 months.
Oh.
So I said, okay.
So he's going back home.
No, he's going to a different building in West Palm Beach. So he's going to be leaving for about 6 or 8 months. I didn't get the whole story, just that he was leaving, wanted to say goodbye. He brought in some nice chocolates today. So again, I said from the very beginning, I don't know if you heard me. I said, I knew you didn't work for iHeart. You were in too good of a mood every day.
I heard that because you yelled it. I think all of iHeart heard it,
Oh, my
including
God.
all the managers.
He's moving to a nicer building.
he yelled it real loud.
Oh, I didn't mean it. wasn't a yacht. It was just I was coming to the studio.
Well, I know, but you talk loud. No, the door was shut when you said it.
Well, anyway, he's a nice guy. I'm going to miss him. That's what I'm going to say. And that's what I said. And I mean that sincerely. So I wish him all the luck in the world. But he said, hey, let's get together outside the building.
Did you tell him to take Caruso?
Yeah, I told him to bet Caruso. I got a buddy of mine who thought Caruso was an explorer. He didn't even know who he was. He's won so much money on it. And I mean over 6 figures.
Wow.
In the NBA playoffs. Oh, in a large number. He called me this morning. He goes, Greek, I don't know how I could thank you for this. I said, you didn't even know who he was. He goes, no, I had no clue who he was. It was what he's bet it like 11 times. He's won 9. But I didn't tell him to bet Caruso. That was a good one. But anyway, I want to acknowledge people who are nice and go out of their way. I'm going to miss it in the morning and you go past his office. Like, who'll get up from his desk when he's sitting down and they'll come out and they'll shake your hand, right? You've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be like, hey, how are you? How are you today? How was your day? How's everything? And that's something nice. You don't usually get that from people.
You know, he actually came all the way up to our Treasure Coast Songwriters Festival.
Did he really?
that's
Yeah,
nice.
you know, G can't even make it up there.
No. Did he help, or did you just want to
No,
go
he
see
just
it?
he just came and hung.
cool.
Yeah, he asked if anyone needed help, but he just came and hung out.
I did offer to go up there for the.
Look at your face, lying. That's his lying face. I'm not even gonna let him complete. I was like, I just saw a complete. What you're gonna say? I just looked at him and that smirk in his eyes. I was like, he's totally giving us a bunch of BS.
We had better odds of Franny coming to help.
True.
All right.
And I thought about it. Well, not helping, but going. Whatever I could do with one arm, I would have done.
Yeah, well, you're a great employee.
I would have.
Same to you, Dom. It's not a depressing job. I said before out in the.
So speaking of my job, we got a text at 47142. Says, funny that Anthony asked how Franny was feeling. And she said, great on Monday, not great today. So basically one full shift with Greek and she's completely done.
Yep.
That's what they got out of it.
Well, it could be true. I mean,
Yes.
again, I could make you feel sick, and I'm sorry.
It's not, I don't feel sick. I just
Depressed.
I'm sore. No, oh my God, no. My arm is a little achier than yesterday, that's all.
Maybe we should end the show at 12 today. Yes. It doesn't take much to convince you to do anything. Vegas, yes. South Beach, let's do it. UFC,
right.
let's go. So anyway, he's leaving. So I wish I knew because I would have got him something for a goodbye.
You don't even know his name, do you?
Dom's in the house. No, I don't know. No, I don't know his name. But I did find
Come
out.
on, it's in the email that was sent out today.
Oh, I didn't see the emails yet. I don't have my phone.
Show us how much you
I
check
didn't
your email.
see the emails yet. You saw my email.
What time was it sent? You say yours at
Whatever.
You say yours at 9:48.
Oh, my goodness.
What time did you see it? Speaking of my phone.
10:51.
See, so
Your phone is always in here, and your phone is always on, and your phone is always dinging. So I don't want to hear it. Just because it's not here now, do not act like it's not always in here. He's like, it's not in here now. It's because you probably forgot it on the couch and not on purpose. It was an accident, I'm sure.
Oh my God, do I love you or do I love you?
I don't get it.
All right, so let's conduct some business. Dominic's here.
Hello.
All right, Franny's here.
Hello.
All right, we salute you, and we're going to do some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
what the Florida?
Okay, let's start here with your What the Florida, where, man, scary situation right in West Palm Beach. There is a dude who operated under the Pimp alias.
Pimp alias?
What did you say?
Did you say pimp alias?
Yeah, but that's not what you said.
Oh.
You said pimp alias, and you go pimples. Yeah, pimp. His alias name, his pimp. He's a pimp. Was murder. That was what they called him, and he pleaded guilty yesterday to human trafficking charges and a slew of other allegations. The state attorney's office struck a deal with Jermaine Dunson, also known as Murder, which saw him plead guilty to more than a dozen charges ranging from human trafficking, procuring a prostitute, to aggravated battery and theft. Following his plea, a judge sentenced him to 10 years in prison. Prosecutors noted that in addition to the charges Dunson had currently faced, he's been previously convicted of the same trafficking crime. That's why 10 years does not sound like that much for me for trafficking.
Yeah.
In addition to other violent felonies, including armed robbery, aggravated battery, and aggravated assault. So they said his downfall started back in September when West Palm Beach Police Departments were called to Palm Hotel on reports of suspicious incidents. The 88 Palm Hotel. So I guess that's where all the suspicious stuff goes down.
Where's that at now?
Sorry, G-Man, I don't know. I'm guessing on Broadway.
Okay.
Guessing? Broadway 45th Street? Sounds good?
Yeah, probably
Broadway,
nearby.
Blue Heron,
I thought it was on the
Broadway
island.
by Northwood. Like,
It's not on the island?
no, that would be my assumption.
Not next to Harry's.
No, 88 Palm Hotel. Yes, I do not think it is. Yeah, so very crazy. But yeah, the victim told officers she convinced Dunson that she had to leave and go look for a man who stole her phone. Once outside, she took off running. She was one of the people who got trafficked. She also accused Dunson of hitting her because he thought the kitchen was not clean enough. Her injuries were so bad that she did have to go to the hospital. So, man, that's what I'm saying. 10 years just does not seem like enough. Next up in your What the Florida, we got a badass woman who was part of that Python challenge. Man, I can't believe it's going to be a year. It's going to be back in July, the Python challenge here in Florida. But this woman captured 16 invasive pythons in the Everglades just in May alone, earning top honors and a cash reward in the state-sponsored removal program aimed at protecting, of course, our native wildlife. They said Donna Khalil. And it's not like Donna is like this huge, burly woman either. She just knows what she's doing. So she earned $1,000 just from removing those Burmese pythons last month. The non-native species we know is a threat to our native ecosystems, preying on birds, mammals, and other reptiles. And she is one of the many registered hunters who take part in Florida's ongoing efforts to curb the spread. And I'm telling you, like, I saw one of these suckers and it was 150 pounds. It was huge. Yeah, like I said, she's a badass. So they are doing it again. Her success highlights a critical role that citizens participate in. And they said those interested in taking part can learn more at sfwmd.gov/Python program. And if you do want to register for the 2025 Florida Python Challenge, a 10-day event scheduled for July 11th through the 20th, you can do so on that website. And then finally here, in your What the Florida, this guy's not from Florida, so maybe he didn't understand how it works here in the strip clubs. He is not even from the States, but long before he was being slapped at award shows, Chris Rock had a song, 1999, called No Sex in the Champagne Room. And this guy wasn't born yet, so maybe we should give him a pass because he didn't realize that in this champagne room, there was no sex. 21-year-old dude got arrested in Clearwater, Florida, after he called 911 and said, hey, I'm here at Oz Gentleman Club, and the stripper won't have sex with me. He called 911.
Oh, my God.
He's originally from Saudi Arabia.
Oh.
They don't have strip clubs there. So he probably wasn't familiar with how they do things. And maybe he just saw movies and we're like, they definitely have sex in the champagne room. So he told 911 he requested sex from a staff member. And he gave that staff member $300.
Oh, nice.
But then they took him to the private room and did not sex him up like he wanted. So they said $300 is the price of their 30-minute VIP champagne room package, which does not include sex. It's all the other things. So he was still on the phone when cops got there. He held on the phone the whole time.
Oh, my God.
They said he smelled like booze and was slurring his words. It turned out that this guy just turned 21 last week, so completely clueless, too. Not from here, 21.
He probably came here for that reason.
They did arrest him. Probably. He probably came to Florida for his 21st birthday going, yeah, because Saudi Arabia, those girls are covered up from head to toe.
Yeah.
Should have went to Vegas.
They arrested him for misusing 911 and released him the same day. So, yep, guy, it's $300 he felt like it was a waste, and he went to jail that night. And that is your What the Florida.
I don't know what the judge is going to say, what kind of penalty. Yeah, again, he probably didn't even know what the hell's goes on with the rules and regulation and the laws. And especially but he knew enough to call 911. Dom, I thought about you. Coca-Cola's coming out with flavor that they had a couple years ago they took away. Did you used to drink ever Diet Cherry?
No.
No? I didn't think you would. But
He doesn't even drink Diet Coke itself.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he drank that a couple years ago, but it's coming
When I was a kid, I used to love Cherry Coke. I did. And I don't know, last time I had one.
Yeah, soda supposedly, from all reports, not great for your system, obviously. I know you drink a couple a day, but that really is like your equivalent to your coffee, correct? Mm-hmm. And you're young, so you can get away with it. But yeah, they're coming back at the Diet Cherry soda. I don't know how it's going to do, but we'll see what happens. But I didn't know if that was in your repertoire.
Nope.
877-927-6969.
Word you make up.
Repertoire
is what it is.
You said Scrabble tonight. You probably win.
It's not a word.
Yes, Dom.
I have a talk back for you.
Oh, did you listen to it first? Because
No.
management asked me, make sure you always listen to it.
Yes, I
It came
did.
from Bob. Go ahead.
Yo, guys, what's going on? Bobby Scarden's favorite pool guy, Jeremy, checking in. Nothing better than getting paid 40 seconds into a game. Had Marchand to score a goal and Bennett to score a goal last night.
Nice.
Bada bing, bada bing. And okay, Dominic, let's talk about this, okay? You didn't go to the game, 6-1 blowout. Now you're going to game 4. If they lose this game, you're going to have to take like a week off. Just telling you. Think about it.
I mean, I'll take a week off.
No, he was like, you don't have to tell me twice.
Did you take a week off with pay or without? There's a difference. Because with pay...
I'll take it without.
Are we expressing a burnout or a little bit of a
I was going to say, you've got PTO, get paid.
I know. I can do both.
Don't do it without.
Yeah, you can do both. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you really need a day, like I said earlier in the show, if you feel like you're having a problem or you're under stress, we have to recognize it and try to help you as a coworker. That's what we do here at iHeartMedia. 877-927-6969. If you wonder why Dom doesn't have the camera on him, these are the reasons why. When he does these hand gestures in the background, laughs on the back of his chair, just cracks up. All things that you guys are missing. But you'll never be able to see because he's not going to do it. He's just not.
NIL.
Yeah. Oh my God! You're always looking
Name, image, likeness.
That's it. You should do it. So 46% of Americans are planning on taking their vacation in the summer. I thought the number would be higher, and they are saying this summer with all the problems at the airports. Usually they tell you to get there about 2 hours before your flight leaves. They're saying longer this year because of all the delays and the problems. Obviously, with security.
But see, that's the thing. The delays, then you're staying there even longer, and that's and I'm because I've been on a few flights this year, and same thing. I've been normally try to get there about 2 hours, hour and a half before, and I still have been doing the same. I haven't really changed anything, but at one point I'm like, why? Because I'm spending extra time at the airport. So like, come earlier so you can be here forever. Because it is the delays means you're going to be there so long, but you just never know. So I don't know why that time would change unless get there 2 hours ahead of time because hey, flights are on time. Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Well, the summer there's more traveling too. There's more people flying, obviously, in July and August domestically. So, maybe they just feel like, hey, the earlier you get there, and when you check in, they say that always helps too because sometimes flights get double booked.
Yeah, check in ahead of time. 100%. Yeah. You can do it 24 hours before your flight leaves.
I know somebody going on vacation Thursday, and she gets anxiety about the whole thing, like getting to the airport. Is there going to be a delay? She worries about people on her plane. Like, she really struggles with it. And it's sad because it should be, especially a vacation, it should be fun. You know, you're going to do something you want to do. Hopefully you see something you're looking to do or just to kick back and enjoy it. You shouldn't have stress. But I think with social media, all that has come out where people see arguing, people flipping out on planes, you know, the delays. So it does bother you. There's no doubt about it for a lot of people. Everybody gets anxious when you're a little nervous when you get
And know your airport too. You know, if you fly out of PBI, which I would rather do, but we know it's a small airport. Most of the time it's pricier. You don't have to get there as early as if you fly out of Fort Lauderdale or Miami.
Yes, you're right. A lot more people, obviously.
And well, it's not even just the people. It's just even the sheer size of it alone.
Yeah, so
I love flying out of Palm Beach.
Yeah, me too. It's a nice airport.
Doesn't happen often because I am one to shop around for price. But man, is it nice when you do?
Yeah, I rarely. I don't think I flew out of Miami once since I've been here. Once only, and that was with a girl because she did.
A lot of international.
Yeah, and then
go out of Miami, it's like Europe and stuff.
And Lauderdale a few times for Vegas because there was
most of the time I fly out of Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, and Lauderdale could be a blank show too.
It is.
Yeah, I mean it's night and day from West Palm Beach.
And they're building more and more and more over there in that Fort Lauderdale airport.
Yeah, they are.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend of mine who was just down here, and he landed in Fort Lauderdale, but he left from West Palm. When he got home, he was like, "Oh my God, what a difference! That airport is so beautiful."
I did the same thing. We flew out of West Palm when my girlfriend flew me to New Orleans, and then we came back in Fort Lauderdale. I was like, "Why?" Because it was cheaper. I was like, "Oh." I was like, "I got so spoiled flying out of West Palm."
What do you think ballpark it is? Do you think it's almost like $100?
Probably. And sometimes that $100, I don't even think about it after the fact. I'm like, man, I should have just paid that extra $100 because it's worth the hassle.
Yeah, because you got to drive up, obviously.
And parking. So if I fly to West Palm, it's easy for me to Uber there.
Sure.
I wouldn't Uber to Fort Lauderdale. So, I mean, just think about all this stuff. And I was like, yeah, it kind of makes sense if I were to take that $100 that I'm saving and just fly out because I'm going to be spending it anyways.
Remember,
gas and parking.
You talked about yesterday things that we said years ago that are like you don't say today.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody last night came up to me. Two people came up to me and said, and it just triggered when you said it. Can I get a ride to the airport? Because they're like, everybody takes Uber now.
True.
You know, before you would always ask somebody, you know, hey, can you give me a ride? Can you pick me up? You don't hear that anymore. You just don't.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody takes Uber or I don't want to bother you or whatever. Because it could be a pain in the ass, especially if it's far.
Something we haven't heard in a while, and I don't know if we can dig these up, Dom. I don't know. But it's something that Jimmy put together. But we have a text at 47142 and says, hey, Franny, there's a few moments later. Remember all the ones that used to do? Because that's Greek not paying attention.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it started with Rob, right?
Who, Rob? Which guy? I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you kidding?
My mind went blank. It totally did.
But you're kidding right now.
Yes, I'm kidding.
Okay, thank goodness. So that's how it all started.
Yeah.
So a few moments, so the text goes, hey, Franny, there's another few moments later. You said the guy was arrested for misuse of 911. Then Greek says, I wonder what his penalty will be. Oh, brother. Yeah, you know how it goes here in the Penthouse.
Dom, hey, it's entertaining.
You know how
That's
it
what
goes.
it's about. Dom, can you find them?
I'm looking. I'm trying to
A
find.
few minutes later, a few seconds later, was it a few moments later? I don't remember. It's a few something later.
Yeah, I think it was a few moments later.
Few moments? Okay. I mean,
think.
that's what they said. And
I trust the audience.
You pay attention to me, too, way more than I do.
We might have to get it on break and come back with it. Don, you want to go to break and try to locate it?
Yep.
Okay. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We got a giveaway for you guys at 11:45. Hope you're having a good day. Weather's supposed to be very nice today, but warm, and a chance of some thunderstorms later in the evening. Ooh, see? I just let you guys know that. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their job.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel the same way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
News Now.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital Capital One.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Decent drive along your expressways this morning. 95 to the Turnpike, currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. Got an accident on PGA that'll be westbound at Wilson Road. That'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Big news, bacon lovers. Wendy's Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. For just $3, you get crispy, crunchy apple smoked bacon, 2 juicy beef patties, and plenty of cheese on a burger. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Got a daily driver, a classic muscle car, or a full-blown resto mod? Hey, it's Franny, and sell it to GiveMeTheVin.com. They want them all. And don't forget their big $25,000 cash giveaway. Every month they're giving away $25,000, and there's 2 ways to do it. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's at GiveMeTheVin.com or GMTVCC.com for your collectibles.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can
pay in bonus bets every single day. Time to pick a side. Team underdogs or team favorites. Team over or team under. There's one way to settle this. Hard Rock Bet, Battle of the Bets. Pick a side for $1. Win your share of minute.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
The NBC Nightly News.
From one era to the next.
I'm Tom Brokaw.
We hope to see you back here.
I'm Lester Holt.
Trust is the anchor.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
A new chapter begins. NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas. Evenings on NBC.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids' looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
2 WNBA games tonight. At 7:30 p.m. Eastern, the Atlanta Dream hosts the Indiana Fever. Indy's Caitlin Clark continues to sit with a quad strain, but Fever coach Stephanie White said she's, quote, ready to start ramping back up. Second game, the Chicago Sky versus the New York Liberty at 8 p.m. Eastern. The Sky's first game since losing Courtney Vandersloot to a season-ending ACL injury. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports, Capital One helps you stay connected to top female athletes and earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores with the Capital One Saver Card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Visit CapitalOne.com.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
June is champion season, and Fox Sports Radio is where you come to talk about it. NBA Finals, OKC, and Indiana are going off.
Tyrese Halliburton is here to stay.
Stanley Cup Panthers and Oilers are bringing the heat.
Can the Panthers make it back-to-back?
MLB is getting straight spicy.
Ohtani, he's better than Babe Ruth.
To the ice, to the diamond. Get the takes, guests, and stay locked in. Search Fox Sports Radio and make it your next preset on the free iHeartRadio app.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
See you next Tuesday, bitch.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Very appropriate. I like that drop because today is Tuesday. So see you next Tuesday. See? You're putting a lot of effort in your job. We appreciate all your hard work. It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Remember, if I think you're doing a good job, that's half the battle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know what I mean? And get a compliment from somebody every day. That's going to make your day feel so much better. I know when somebody comes up to me and says, hey, Greek, you look good today. I'm like, wow, thank you so much. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Franny is here.
Hi.
And it's time for a Greek Trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, Aaron Rodgers, if you're a football fan, you can't get away from him in the offseason or in any season because he's just been a different guy since he came to New York. I don't know if he's going to keep doing a lot of stuff that he did with the Jets, but he is officially with the Steelers, and he's going to wear number 8. So if you're a Steeler fan, I know some Steeler fans are not happy, but I'm going to argue with you guys because I'm going to say the Steelers are better than what they had with Rodgers, and he might have a good season. So we'll see what happens, but he is going to wear number 8. Lamar Jackson was missing OTAs, and it looks like if he does miss them, he'll get fined $750,000. Spokesperson said, no big deal for Lamar. He makes a ton of money. I don't care how much money you make. That's a ton of money. I'm sorry. Even like what they said, Jay-Z could lose $1 million, and it's no big deal because you know what? It's Jay-Z. But I didn't realize Jay-Z is betting with a place that he owns the piece of the company. So that's a little bit weird. Like you're betting with a company you own with, so you're really taking money away from your own company.
So
I don't
it
know.
might just be just a ploy for people to know about his company that he bets with.
You're right. I mean, you never know.
He got it in the press.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's talking about it. He's got the Thunder to end up winning in 5. The NBA Finals is tomorrow night, and that'll be in Indiana, Game 1. So we'll see what happens there in that game. And the NHL last night, the Panthers won. Yes, they did. They're up 2-1. We're halfway home to keeping the cup here. It's unbelievable, like I said. I don't think people realize what they're achieving as a fan. 3 times in a row in the Stanley Cup, and to go back-to-back, this is history. You'll remember this 20, 30 years from now as a fan. So hats off to the Panthers. And Can Dominic bring them good luck on Thursday night? The pressure's on. Don't hit your head. The pressure's on Thursday night. I mean, I'm almost forced to bet Edmonton Thursday night, even though I don't want to. I mean, I just
my God.
Because if you wake up Friday, right, and we don't know what's going to happen. If we did, we'd be in Monte Carlo on a sailboat with 3 brunettes feeding me grapes, and they lose. I'm going to walk in, and Franny's going to go, they lost. Like, we should have had them. But on the other token, I don't want to buy into anybody bringing good luck. So, I don't know. I might not bet.
Okay. Well, I thought, didn't you already bet, like put a bet in? Because you were saying you had Edmonton in 5 or 6.
In the series.
In the series, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm saying just the individual game to try to get some money back. So we'll see what happens. But, Dom, I'm believing you're good luck, not bad luck. So we'll see about it. Because it also could be the person you're going with. Mm-hmm. That could be, I mean, no pressure on her, too. You might want to tell her, go look. You don't want to be part of this whole thing. Green Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Streets in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace. 877-927-6969. That is the number you call if you want to get involved. We had depressing jobs. Maybe you know one. Maybe you had one, and you got a different job now. And you're like, man, I was depressed, but it was my job. Sometimes people think it's just a bad mattress. It could be your job.
So from depressing jobs to words that sound naughty, you can participate with us so many ways. 47142 is that text line. Started off with Real Radio. We like that talkback feature, too, on the iHeartRadio app. And speaking of the iHeartRadio app, make us the #1 preset on the iHeartRadio app. And if you do, you're just going to take a screenshot of it right there from your tablet, your phone, whatever you want to do. Enter it, realradio921.com/preset. That's realradio921.com/preset. And every week we got a new prize for you to do that. I mean, should be the #1 preset anyways. You have us right there. You can travel with us, take us anywhere. But now we're giving you a reason to do it. And we give away concert tickets, passes to amusement parks, whatever it is. This week, our preset prize that we're doing is a pair of passes to go see Hardy. So if you want to check out Hardy, then just show us your preset. It gives you all the instructions right there, realradio921.com/preset. So yeah, play along. People are listing words that sound erotic but aren't. So have you ever heard an uncommon word that kind of catches your attention because it sounds like something naughty, but it's actually completely innocent? So people online are listing words that sound erotic, and I'm curious, do you guys think it does? And do you know what these words mean?
Ooh.
All right, so there's a bunch of words. Like cornhole's on here. That's a game. We know that one. But let's see, because there's a few. So we will start at number 10. Words that sound naughty but aren't. Shuttlecock.
What?
Shuttlecock.
Cock?
Uh-huh, shuttlecock.
Don't know what it is.
Nope.
You don't know what a shuttlecock is? Sounds dirty. What do you think a shuttlecock is? But remember what I said. These things aren't.
Something to do with a rooster waking up late? Cock-a-doodle-doo?
Tom? No idea, Tom? Anything?
Nope. No idea where to go with that.
It's the thing that...
Wait, is it like a...
She gave a hint.
I had an idea.
What hint?
Well, you were saying something like, and then he just went, oh.
No, well,
I didn't even get to say anything. He's like, she gave a hint. I was like,
he was looking at your hand.
No.
Well, what do you think?
The one thing I have
I
is
don't know.
it's like a stopper. Is that?
No. But I want to know what Greek. I just did this. If you're watching Real TV and you're like, she gave a hint. I learned this on my 2 fingers.
Yeah, move their fingers.
All right.
I thought he meant maybe it was something to plug a sinkhole. I don't know.
No, shuttlecock is the object that is struck back and forth, a little thing, in badminton. That's what it's called.
Oh.
Number 9. These are words that people think sound naughty, but aren't. Cockles.
Cockles?
Uh-huh.
Goggles?
Cockles.
Don't know. No clue.
No idea. It sounds like a sickness, possibly.
All right. So, nope. They're actually edible bivalve mollusks, small, that are similar to clams.
Oh.
Cackle. We've heard penal code before. Number 8. Words that sound naughty but aren't. Penal code. Document that compiles of a jurisdiction, criminal law. Let's see. Succulent. Succulent, yep. It can describe something, but it's also a type of plant, a succulent.
Yep.
Our buddy Jimmy, former producer, gave me a succulent. And I was like, you know me so well because I got a lot of like plants and flowers from people.
Yeah.
And, they don't last long. And succulents, you don't have to water those suckers. I have a succulent on my desk. I was like, I don't think I've watered that thing in months. It's still alive over there.
Oh, wow.
So I text Jimmy. I was like, you know me so well. I can keep pets alive. I just can't keep plants alive. Sextuplet. Well, succulent means full of juice or juicy. That's succulent, but then it's also a type of plant. Sextuplet, group of combination of 6 things. Homo erectus.
Homo erectus?
Yes. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's a person, isn't it?
Yeah. First human species to evolve a human-like body and gait.
Wow, you're
Homo
very
erectus.
smart there, buddy.
Uvula.
Uvula? Something to do with a light?
You know what it is?
Isn't that like a body part?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a little dangly thing in the back of your throat.
Wow.
Yep.
Sounds like a dirty body part, possibly.
It does. It does. I get it. Like, you wouldn't think it would be in your mouth. You think it would be down below. Gesticulate.
Get that drop. Your Dom's writing it down right away.
Gesticulate.
Oh, my God. No clue.
To make or use gestures, especially in an animated manner. And then finally here, dongle.
Dongle?
I think I'm saying it right.
Dongle.
Dongle. I don't know if I'm
When
saying
you're
it
walking around with no underwear?
Is that dongling?
You're dongling somebody.
No,
Put on your underwear.
A dongle is a device, that can be plugged into a hardware port on a computer. That is a dongle, yes. Yes, so these are words that people thought were bad, like fallacious, not fellatio. Fallacious, deceptive, or misleading. A kumquat. It's a fruit, if you don't know what a kumquat is. So
that I actually knew, 1 out of 13.
Papusa.
Lahula?
Papusa.
Sounds like a dirty Spanish word.
It is a thick griddle cake or flatbread made with cornmeal or rice flour.
But I can see you walking into a club and say, can I get some... Who do I see around here to get some mimosa?
Papusa.
Papusa. Buenos dias.
Buenos. One day you'll learn how to say it right.
Be in Mexico one weekend. Hey, who do I see around here? I'm just asking. Oh, my God. Yeah.
So do you have any words that to you be like, I mean, every time I hear it, it just sounds naughty, but it's not. Let us know. 47142 started off with Real Radio.
Man, I got to think about this. That was a tough list. I mean, Tom, you got a couple. You went about 50%. Yeah, you got about 6.
Oh, about getting them right.
Yeah.
So our dude Steve in Boca says, hey, Dom. Because we have a couple Steves. This is Boca Steve.
Okay.
Says, hey, Dom, your girl is in bad luck for the Panthers game. I know because your girl tagged along with myself and Nutter's wife last night. LOL. Steve in Boca.
Oh, man.
You made it when Stephen Boca's giving you drops, man. I mean,
Then we have, I've been having a great time betting. I've listened to G and Johnny talk about gambling for years, but I've never been a bettor or a gambler. But I do have a pretty firm understanding. More recently, I've been betting small units, $10 or less per bet, and I've really been listening to the pros, like the guys that call into the locker room in Greek Zone. So I make crazy parlays for cheap, and I bet larger numbers on the lower odds that the professionals suggest. Even though it goes against some parlays, it's been paying.
Good.
Says Coco paid, Reds are paying, Panthers are paying. Let's effing go is what they got. So congratulations. Seems like you've been doing pretty well lately.
Good for you. Always love to hear when somebody's making money and on anything that they get from the station.
Let's see. Words that sound dirty. I'm an electrician, and we call our lubricant lube, or less dirty, we call it soap. But if there's random people around, I'll always say it's the KY or Astroglide. They said, so sorry to hear Franny broke her humerus. I just broke my weenus. Talking about words that are not funny. You know the weenus, this little part right here? The skin underneath the elbow. Let's see. Peg warmer. It sounds like a sex position, but it's when a toy doesn't sell and stays on display.
Oh, wow.
I did not know that. Thanks, Al. They said display. Peg just hanging there at the toy store and doesn't sell. Yeah, because we've heard about pegging, which is different than that.
It's a little different.
G-Man, what's that?
You got somebody on hold there, you little raccoon you?
We got Jim on the phone.
What's up, Jim? Welcome to the program on a Tuesday.
Hey. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Jim.
We're doing good, Jim. How are you?
I'm heading into work.
Okay.
I'm covering for somebody, and I'm closing for him today. I'm not looking forward to it, but
I'm sorry.
So I've got a word that sounds weird, but it also reminds me of a joke.
Okay.
All right? So the joke is, we all know what a watermelon is filled with water, right, basically?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Right? So what is a kumquat filled with?
What is it filled with, G-Man?
Bueller? Anyone?
Just a word that sounds weird, I mean, it's a kumquat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's full of quat.
So.
Yeah, that's what it's full of.
Wow.
All right. But that's it. That's all I got today.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Better to bring something small than nothing at all. That's what I say. Thank you very much.
Not always.
It is time for our giveaway. Don't even reach for your contest little sign there, buddy. Don has a little sign that says contest, and he puts it up sometimes when he thinks we're lacking or we're not paying attention. We are, but we're just getting to it.
Yeah.
know?
And what do we have, G-Man?
We have tickets for a concert.
What concert?
Blake Owen.
Nope.
Who is it?
Jake.
Oh, Jake?
Jake Owen.
No,
yeah.
I know why he's not calling back.
And Dirty Heads. Yes, Jake Owen and Dirty Heads coming our way. I think Financial Amphitheater. That will be a fall show, October 24th.
Oh,
so
can't wait till
should
fall.
be a great time.
Football season.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus.
It's on I believe it's on a Saturday. Saturday night.
A week before Halloween.
That's very true. Yes, G-Man. So if you want to check out Jake Owen with Dirty Heads coming to, I think, Financial Amphitheater, I'm excited about this show. Unfortunately, I won't be around, but
Where you
I
going
did.
now?
Where are you going to be?
Where are you going?
Oh, my God.
You leaving us again?
I don't hang out with you on Saturdays, so you'll be fine. But yes, it'll be a great show. I actually, when I saw it was happening, I was like going on Facebook, and then my friend was like, "No, you're not. We're going to be somewhere else." And I was like, "Just kidding, not going," because I was really excited about going to this show. So you guys are really going to enjoy yourself. So give us a call. 877-927-6969, 877-927-6969. And on Tuesdays, the Greek Casino is open.
Give us a call right now. Dom's getting you guys on. The phone lines are blowing up, as they usually do with our contests. And Dom will get you on. Then you'll step into the Greek Casino where we play roulette. And it's a selection. You could either select red or black, odd or even, first 18 or 19 to 36. So there's no confusion. If it comes up 0 and you pick 1 to 18, you get that extra number. If you get 19 to 36 and it comes up 00, we're giving you that number.
So, but then another option we just give is black or red, but then sometimes it hits green.
Well, you lose automatically.
So it's just a loss. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter
Yep.
because we don't give them the green option.
Yeah, because there's no.
No, I said before if we should have if someone wants to do the green option, we should give them a better prize.
Right? Because that's difficult to hit. But yesterday Green hit twice, I think.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Who do you have, Dom, sir?
First up, we have is another Jim.
Hello, Jim. How are you?
Good morning, Penthouse. How are you guys?
Jim, we couldn't be better. A lot of people have depressing jobs, and we just work with depressing people. So what do you like?
Let's go black.
All right. Man, people love black more than red. Here you go. Yesterday I was at the casino, and I did play red because I was like, everybody plays black.
And how was it?
It was tremendous. Not good. Ooh, Jim. Looks like you're a winner. 15 black.
One and done.
Way to be. You won, buddy.
Thank you, Penthouse.
Who you taking to the concert?
Probably my sister. She's coming in from Arizona.
Oh, fun.
that's nice.
You guys will have a blast.
Well, enjoy it. Thanks for listening to Real Radio.
Thank you, guys.
Peace.
Hang tight so Dom can get your information.
Just like that, we had a winner. Jim Black, 15. There he was. The Greek Casino. We usually do play that for all our prizes. It's pretty simple for you guys. And today was a good one. It was one and done. Usually the last couple of weeks, we've had to go like 5 or 6 people in a row. But today, he nailed it. And like I've always said, it's better to be lucky than good. Panther fever is going crazy. People are loving the Panthers as it is the Stanley Cup. If there's a place that you like to go to that you watch the game, let us know. Give us a call. Maybe it's a bar, maybe it's a restaurant, maybe it's a strip club. But let us know where you watch the Panthers game, and maybe you feel lucky. I know a lot of people, if they're at certain spots and their team wins, they go back. They're like, hey, every time I come here, you know what? The hamburgers are great. I love the specials that they have, and my team always wins. So if you got a spot that you go to watch the Panthers, let us know about it. Also, we had a list of depressing jobs. Maybe you want to add to that list. Doesn't necessarily have to be your job. It could just be a job that you look at and go, man, that's got to be depressing. Give us a call on that also at 877-927-6969.
And then also words that sound naughty that aren't, because we have a couple people who did submit on our text line, 47142. Started off with Real Radio.
Yep. So those are the couple ways you guys can always get involved in the show. And again, you could always ask us anything you want, Dominic, myself, or Francis. But if you're like, hey, I want to get involved or I want to bring something up, you can, but we give you a couple topics.
So somebody did text again for a G-Man to touch his weenus. Well, not a weenus. Guys are talking about their penis on Ozempic. And yes, they are claiming that Ozempic is making some male users' genitalia change, but for the better. So there are a couple of people that are saying that their little male, I don't want to say little, their male members have gotten bigger since they started using the weight loss drug.
Wow, that's crazy. That thing's going to fly off the shelf.
Dozens of well-endowed fellas have been flocking to online forums to talk about it and fawn over their expanded members. This one guy goes, I recently measured myself down there and I noticed I gained about an inch.
G-Man, what are you doing ordering on your phone?
It says, now I think people say, and that's what I'm sure the assumption. Oh, it's because you lost all the fat. It probably looks bigger in comparison. And that's what people would say, right?
Yeah.
In comparison to what you had before, because you had a lot of stuff around you.
And maybe you couldn't even see it.
But the guy was like, no, I love this. So, because he was like, I know what people are going to say.
No, I measured it.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. He was like, now I think people say it's because of the fat loss. However, at the time I measured myself 4 years ago, I was thinner, the man claimed. I also bone pressed during measurements before and also this time. I don't know what it means. He was like, has anyone else noticed this change in themselves? So the guy says he measured himself 4 years ago, measured himself now, so there's nothing to do with it. And he says that he has gained an inch since the last time he measured his peen.
Wow.
Another guy said, yeah, I gained an inch and a half in length too. No joke. Like, you obviously know how long it was before I got very fat.
Wow.
He said then after about 7 months on terzipatide, basically different kind of injection, but same thing, a weight loss drug. In my case, I gained 1.5 inches in length. Definitely not from weight loss. Another guy goes, yeah, I noticed it happened to me too. So all these guys are chiming in going, yep, bigger, bigger, bigger.
Wow.
Guy goes, yeah, wife has definitely noticed a difference. So I was 278. Now I'm down to 200.
Wow, that's a big difference.
Yeah. And other men also claim that they had noticed a size difference after taking Ozempic, but put it down to what they're thinking may be better blood flow and reduced fat around the pubic area. But they're saying, yeah, it's pretty crazy. The size difference is very real for a lot of these Redditors, saying that they have noticed different external conditions during the before and after measurements. But yeah, so this is out. This is everywhere now. I saw this yesterday, but it's posts and Daily Mail and everything. I wonder how many people are like, all right, sign me up. Didn't think I wanted to do it, but now I do.
Oh, my God. If you got stock in this company, forget it. Because if this is true, even if you don't have to lose weight, guys will buy it. They'll be like, hey, who cares? I'm a little thinner.
Yeah, but I mean, you're getting that like where you shouldn't be getting it from because you should be getting it from a medical professional. And if you don't need it, they won't give it to you.
You're right, but there are a lot of people who are using it who don't get it from a medical. You know what I mean? Like anything else, you're going to see people cutting corners.
Oh, I know.
So, yeah, there it is, guys. Again, we always try to keep you ahead of the curve and help you in the bedroom. That's what it's all about. Man, Ozempic. Whew, Don, what are you doing on your break? Don't forget, don't get a pizza. I know you got back. It's still a record. People do come up to me and say, did he really go across the street in 6 minutes? I'm like, yes, with time to spare.
Oh, lots of time to spare.
I want to watch that one day. We got to film it because that's amazing that you can get across. But you also are in good shape.
Do I have to bring the camera with me, live stream it,
GoPro.
run across?
Yeah.
Well, you're also in good shape because most people couldn't run across back and forth and have it ready. So I got to say, hats off to you, my friend. You having a talent. You are ready to go. Not Italian, you're at a talent. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll have some fun facts and so much more. Peace.
What's a Real Radio podcast? It's Real Radio on demand. Find your favorite show at realradio921.com.
Statewide breaking news cart from Miami.
Mo Better Garage. We make it Mo Better.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Decent drive along your expressways this morning. 95 at the Turnpike, currently accident-free, flowing freely as well. Got an accident on PGA that'll be westbound at Wilson Road. That'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Big news, bacon lovers. Wendy's Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. For just $3, you get crispy, crunchy apple smoked bacon, 2 juicy beef patties, and plenty of cheese on a burger. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Open 7 days a week with a 5-star restaurant. And this Saturday night, June 7th, it's UFC Championship Fighting. You can witness it at Monroe's. And if you like hockey, I can't think of a better place. Because if your team loses, you won't end up in a penalty box. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and that's where all the beautiful ladies are. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Atlantic Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. That's AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Every day, you enjoy the freedoms brought to you by the First Amendment. You can speak your mind, wear what you want. You can put a sign on your front lawn that says, "Vote for Bigfoot, someone you can believe in." Pray to the God of your choice, or don't. They're the freedoms that let you be you. All brought to you by the First Amendment. Learn more at freedomforum.org.
This message is sponsored by Freedom Forum and the Florida Association of Broadcasters.
iHeartRadio just gave driving an upgrade with Presets, now on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Your go-to stations, podcasts, and playlists all just a tap away on your dash. Start your engine, hit play, and drive happy. Free with iHeartRadio on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting showers and storms through the remainder of your Tuesday, so keep the umbrella at the ready. Afternoon high temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and it will feel quite sticky due to that rain. We are going to see a very slow cool down overnight thanks to mostly cloudy skies.
This report is sponsored by Payday. Hardworking people need a hardworking candy bar. Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is definitely working hard for you. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in his lifetime.
For black men, that stat is 1 in 6. When prostate cancer is caught early, it's highly treatable. But because most men have no symptoms, it's vital to talk to your doctor at your annual visit about prostate cancer screening. Not sure where to start? Go to pcf.org for the help you need to navigate this disease and make the right decisions for yourself. Remember, it's your life. Go to pcf.org today.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
You wouldn't think it would be in your mouth. You think it would be down below.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You never know what's going to happen in the course of an evening. It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. I hope you guys are having a good day. And I hope in the morning you got up and listened to Rover and his crew and got you out of the gate fast and furious. Here's somebody who helps up every day get out of the gate fast and furious. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
What's up?
Dom, how you getting to the game? You driving down or taking maybe an Uber or an Escalade, something like that?
Driving down.
You're driving down. Now do you have to pick up your associate or are you meeting there?
I'm not sure yet.
I think it's very nice that she meets you there.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do Yard House beforehand.
Across by Sawgrass?
Mhm.
Oh, that's very nice.
Well, she lives down south anyways, right?
Mhm, yeah.
Oh, that's
Fort
nice.
Lauderdale.
That's very nice. Well, let us know if we can contribute in any way to making your evening a more pleasurable experience here at the Penthouse. Now we're going over to Franny to make things a lot better because we're going to hear some fun facts.
It's Franny's Fun Facts. All right, we are going to go absolutely random for Tuesday's Fun Facts, but I will let you know what the holiday is because normally I base it around it. It's June 10th, National Iced Tea Day.
Oh, that's good.
Uh-huh.
Oh, nice to know.
Yeah, it's Belmont Steaks Day.
Really? A couple days after the Belmont
Yeah,
Steaks?
probably because that's when the first one happened.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
154th year of horse racing at the Belmont Stakes, yeah. Let's see. National Ballpoint Pen Day. We did learn that was. National Black Cow Day. Bed Bug Prevention Day. National Egg Roll Day.
Oh, I like egg rolls with shrimp.
National Call Your Doctor Day.
Ooh.
So maybe if you're holding off, call your doctor. So, as I mentioned, we are going to go absolutely random because I found some fascinating facts you may or may not know. None of them really have to do with anything or correlate with each other. Warren Buffett, Jimmy Buffett. Did you know they once took a DNA test to see if they were related?
They're not?
No, the results came back negative, but they were friends and would refer to each other as Uncle Warren and Cousin Jimmy. You know, Warren is now 94, and unfortunately, we did lose Jimmy Buffett in 2023 at 76. This is fascinating. Like I mentioned, at random, fun facts. More than 30 million people in China live in caves.
Really?
Wow.
More than 30 million.
I guess our FP&L bill's low.
Let's see, NHL. Until the mid-1970s, at least 90% of NHL players were Canadian. 90%. Now it's down to 44%.
Not much of a difference. Only 6%.
90% to 44%?
Oh, I said 50.
I was like, that's a huge difference.
I thought you said 50. I'm sorry.
No, 90 to 44. 27% are American, 10% Swedish, 7% Russian. Clint Eastwood, Burt Reynolds, Adam West, and Liam Neeson were all offered the role of James Bond, but turned it down. Did you know that?
No.
The first drink ever described as a cocktail was essentially an old-fashioned. In 1806, it was introduced as a stimulating liquor composed of spirits of any kind, sugar, water, and bitters. But yeah, old-fashions, man, they have made a huge resurgence. Different kind of variations of old fashions. It's normally made with bourbon or whiskey. Now people make them with tequilas. Old fashions are all over the place. Weird Al, you know Weird Al,
Yeah,
Weird Al Yankovic, has one top 10 single, and sadly, it's not Amish Paradise. That peaked at number 53. It's White and Nerdy, which climbed to number 9 in 2006. It parodies a song, Riding by Chameleonaire and Crazy Bones. I'm surprised that's it. Only one top 10 single, even back in the day in the 80s when he was just smashing it with, like, Eat It. Remember that? Like, the Beat It one?
Yeah, that was great.
They said that got number 12, but that was his highest charting song before that one. This is a sad but weird fact. Elephants grow 6 different sets of teeth in their lives. 6. But once their 6th set falls out, they die of starvation.
Really?
That's terrible. Can we just give them more teeth?
Implants?
Dentures? Yeah, implants.
That might be
Yeah,
time
because
you
would
can
they
look
still
at
be around?
Yeah.
Would they live that long if that 6th set of teeth didn't go away?
That's something you can look into.
I
Maybe
know.
a dentist for elephants. We open a place in South Africa or Sea Caucus. Never know.
Sea Caucus.
We are a Coca-Cola studio here, not Pepsi, but we know people do enjoy their Pepsi. Diet Pepsi, Boo's right. Diet Pepsi isn't vegan, but Pepsi won't say what animal ingredient is used that keeps it from being vegan. Because that's, quote, commercially sensitive information.
Huh.
What do you put in it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you tell the difference between Coke and Pepsi?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
I can.
Yeah.
You can?
For sure.
Can you
Under.
tell the difference between certain liquors, like of tequilas, or no?
Yeah, I mean, not all of them because I haven't drank all of them. But
yeah.
certain tequilas, absolutely.
I'm surprised you couldn't tell, because you love Coke. I think you would know right away.
I think I could.
Yeah, with Pepsi?
We have Pepsi and we have Coke. We can do a
Blind
taste test.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can do a test. I think the machine's broke, but we can get them.
It is?
Yeah, it's been broke for like 3
Oh,
months.
we have another machine.
It's probably double the price over there.
Oh, 100%. It's almost $3. It's
Oh, yeah.
ridiculous.
It's
Go to
crazy.
Walgreens.
Well, it's like, we should. And then finally here, for almost 60 years, the Beatles were the only artists that ever had 5 songs in the top 5 spots on the Billboard charts simultaneously.
Yep.
For almost 60 years. On April 4th, 1964, top 5 were. Do you want to guess?
I want to hold your hand.
Uh-huh.
She loves you.
Uh-huh. Got 3 more.
I want to hold you. She loves you. Ticket to Ride.
Nope.
Please, please me.
Yep. 2 more.
I said that last night.
Something else I'm surprised you haven't said.
Well,
But it can.
What is it?
Can't Buy Me Love.
Yeah, but you
I
can't
don't
buy
believe
it.
that, but that's what I said, but it can.
Yeah.
And then She Loves You.
Ah, there it is.
Yes.
Top 5.
They said, but thanks to chart changing, of course, changes in streaming, it happens 4 times in the last 4 years. It happened 4 times in the last 4 years with Kendrick Lamar, Drake, and Taylor Swift twice. And there you go.
I thought Michael Jackson did it one time, too, would Beat It.
Sorry,
I
G-Man,
mean,
that's what they got here. But
With Thriller. I thought he had 5 in one time. Wow, that's amazing. It really is. 877-927-6969. Kelsey says that in a report, at least 40 to 50% of NFL players are doing some sort of marijuana. And it said it's easy for them to miss the test because they just stop a couple weeks before they go to training camp and it's not picked up on it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's...
And they make all kinds of stuff these days to get it out of your system, too.
Oh, did it really?
Oh, they have for a while.
Oh, I didn't know that. So what is it? Something like a pill you take or an injection?
Drinks, pills,
cleanse.
Yep.
Oh, wow. So he did say that 40 to 50% of players in the NFL. Does that surprise you or not really?
Nope. Not surprised. I believe it's the same in the NBA, too.
I think the NBA is higher.
Yep.
Probably.
I think a lot.
I know a lot of people enjoy edibles or smoking or whatever, and even working out or training or doing whatever they have to
really?
do. Yeah, some people do. But I can also see on the downtime maybe aches and pains.
Yeah.
I will say, I know a lot of people aren't in it, but I do have my medical card. But I will say that the edibles have helped my journey a lot.
Okay.
With the pain, so I can get off of the opioids, which I
is good.
did. Yeah, because those are terrible for you, and not even just terrible for you, but they mess up your kidneys, they mess up your liver. So I try to get off of, because they gave me Percocets, they gave me Tramadol, the gabapentin every now and then for nerve pain I'm still taking because it still sucks. But I'm just trying to suck it up. And just to go to sleep, I've been doing, and just pain relief, I've been doing a lot of the indica. And it's been helping a lot. And I rather do that, even though people poo-poo on it, any day over those hard pills.
Yeah, because again, it's like you said, it goes in other damage, which is bad. Everybody's affected differently, which we know. And obviously, anytime you get subscribed, any of this kind of stuff, I would suggest what Franny just said, look into everything. Because a lot of people just get medication, just take it. They don't even know what the hell they're taking. Seriously.
I will say it's a sad day in my household, though, because my sister was sweet enough to rent me, and this was even before my surgery because I couldn't get in and out of bed by myself. So she got me one of those old, like geriatric recliners that legit will go all the way back and then all the way forward where you're standing up and it just kind of just pop out of the chair.
Yeah.
And it has been like it has been the best. It has been a savior for my situation.
Yeah.
And my sister Giselle got it for me and they picked it up today. We only got it rented for a month.
Do you know the price of it or no?
I saw
Can
the
you say?
bill and she paid for it, which is very nice. But for a month, they charge. It's a rental.
Yeah.
And you get it from hospital equipment places and stuff. So it was $370 for a month.
Oh yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, which was very nice of her to do.
Yeah,
And
very nice of
yeah,
Giselle.
she just texted me and she was like, "Hey," because I knew it was coming. They were picking it up today, so she went by the house.
You don't answer the door.
I know. Well, I wasn't there, so she knew she would have paid for it. She didn't want to get banged up for the bill, so she was like, "I'll make sure I go to your house so they can pick it up."
Oh, that's so
So I'm
funny.
gonna be so sad when it's gone.
Oh my God.
My old person recliner. It's been the best thing.
They knock on the door.
Oh,
Not home.
when I'm not on there, Matt's on there. And I
Oh,
was
really?
like, oh, now we have to get a recliner, don't we? Oh, yeah. When I'll get off the recliner for 5 minutes and he's already comfy in it back. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's a very nice gift that she gave you.
It was nice. She had it rented out for a month. And she's like, if you want it longer, you can. You just have to. I'll be fine.
Maybe iHeart.
Well, they just picked it up. It's gone. So.
All right, sorry.
Yeah.
Be back tomorrow.
Maybe iHeart will pick it up for $370 a month. I mean, again, you can rent anything. You got to really know, but that's a great gift for her, for you, for that she thought of that. 877-927-6969. We gave you a couple different things to get involved with the show. You guys could always bring up different stuff, but if you have anything on maybe a depressing job that maybe it's a friend or a spouse, you're like, man, their job is depressing. And if you know anything like that, you can bring it up to us. You can text us or you can call us and get involved in the show. But there are a lot of different things where people look at it and say, man, that job looks depressing. And sometimes people just enjoy it. There are some jobs that I know that people have that I think are not that great. But you know what? They enjoy it. And if they enjoy it, that's what it's all about.
Well, I know somebody who is a mortician. That would make sense. I think so. And the family is in the funeral home business.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, you would think a lot of people don't want to be in the family business, want to get out, want to do their own thing. But she was really excited about getting into it. And because I was like, man, it's so somber and morbid and being around. I remember my great-grandmother, or my grandmother on my dad's side, and we don't talk to his family at all because they suck. But his mom lived over a funeral home in Puerto Rico in the city that they were from. And I remember as a kid just never wanting to go there because I was like, that's so creepy.
Yeah, it's
as
scary.
a kid thinking she lives over a funeral home. And I was like, must be haunted. But this girl loves it. And and I like her outlook on it because she does a lot of the things, but she does the hair and the makeup. And she went to school to be an esthetician too.
Wow.
So they do hair and makeup and stuff for funerals, especially open casket and stuff. And I think they do it either way. And she said that really gives her a lot of purpose to make them look their best on their way out. Well, they're already out, but you know what I mean, at their funeral. She says that she gets a lot of pride in it.
Well, I guess also the family must say something to
Yeah.
their friends like, hey, they look great or they look better today than they did. Something like that.
They were dead. Oh, they're still. But no, but just
You're doing a great job, by the way. They look better.
I mean, it's even though they're not around, it really is their final party. And so, yeah, she says she makes her happy.
Yeah, it's a very profitable business. That I could say.
Mhm.
A lot of people are involved in it.
Yeah.
But it's a tough one.
expensive, those funerals.
Yeah, and it's a tough business. And it's something like, when you're younger, like somebody like you don't even think about it. When you get a little older, it starts creeping in. Usually creeps in when you lose family members or friends. God forbid, something happens. But before that, when you're young, you don't even think about it. It doesn't even come across your screen. You're thinking I'm going to live to 137 and do Danny yogurt commercials. You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden you wake up when you're there, you're like, oh man, who am I leaving all this junk to? I got to figure out what I'm going to do. 877-927-6969. Somebody's having some health issues, and Deion Sanders, he's had some problems before. He had some big, very serious issues with his feet. But he's having some other health issues, and they're hoping he's going to be okay for this season for the University of Colorado. But they're not saying what it is, but Deion is having some health issues. So hopefully he's okay. Now, I thought maybe when this whole journey started with Colorado that he may leave when his kids graduate. That's what I did think. And then I thought maybe he would go to the pros. But supposedly he's really happy at Colorado, and he enjoys coaching the kids. He said, obviously I can get to them and teach them things. When people are in the pros, they're not going to want to listen to me and stuff like that. But he's the program has been better since he got there, and they've made a ton of money. They really have. I mean, and the state has made a ton of money from that, too. So hopefully Dion's okay. We don't know what it is, but he does have some health issues. Now, Frida, I know you have something on how much would people pay for peace and quiet.
Yeah.
Shut off the radio.
Some of us get a lot of peace and quiet, especially if you don't have children, right? But if you do, and maybe not just that, maybe you're just working in an environment that's very, very loud all the time, or people are always pulling at you. And like, man, I would do anything for some peace and quiet. We hear it. Well, there's a dollar amount that people actually would pay for peace and quiet. What do you guys think that dollar amount is?
For peace and quiet, I don't know, $1,000, $500, if they had it, because they feel like they can't get away and they just need to like.
Is this an hour rate? What is this?
So.
Oh, looks like you said that before.
I will give you, So I'll give you a little backstory. But okay, so when was the last time you had a little downtime? New survey suggests most of us don't get enough, and so we're willing to go to extremes to have it. It turns out we would even spend some money for the chance to rest and recharge. Right? They said that parents are the ones who would shell out the most, but we got an average cost, all right? So the thing is, the average person only gets, which I was shocked by, the average person only gets about 9.5 hours a month to themselves.
Really?
And obviously waking hours, right? The biggest thing standing in their way, work, family. I mean, think about that, right? I mean, when you're at work, that's not you time. Work, family commitments, financial constraints, social obligations. 13% admit they actually feel guilty when they finally do get free time. A lot of them are just weird with it. They don't know what to do with themselves. And they say they need more alone time than ever before. And it turns out people are not above being dishonest to get it. They said more than a third confessed they've lied to friends and family or even their partners just to get some time to themselves about what they're doing, what they have to do, just so they can be alone.
Yeah. You've heard moms say sometimes they go in the bathroom and they just close the door and they're like, I don't feel good, but they just want alone time.
And that's the number one lie that they tell. I'm not feeling well. Common lie, the number one. Followed by I have a lot of work to do. Followed by I have a headache. Followed by I have an appointment, which they really don't have. So to have a lazy morning to themselves, parents would pay an average of $325, and people would be willing to spend around $339 just for 1 extra hour of sleep. But when it came to a 1 day of peace and quiet, 1 day, you said $500 to $1,000. What do you think? A full day to yourself.
$1,500.
So you're a little closer. They said, but yeah, they would pay $2,500.
Wow.
For just 1 day of peace and quiet.
That's a lot. $2,500. Mingita, their lives must suck. You're going to shell out $2,500? I know people don't want to pay $5 for a shrimp. That's a lot. And 9.5 hours for a month, right? Most people get to be my alone time.
That's what they said, yeah. Your alone time.
Yeah.
I mean, consider that. If you're working all day, then you go home to the family and have to take care of that. And that's probably the majority of people who were surveyed.
I get 9 hours a day, by myself. So it's just crazy. That's why I'm so happy.
You do not.
Besides last night.
I was going to say, he's never alone. Ever. That's why he's never in an apartment. You were never by yourself.
I think I'm alone a lot. I think I am. Maybe not. I don't know.
Which one is it? You are not, because you leave here and then you go to a place. You go to a bar or a restaurant.
Yeah,
you never go to home. You never go home by yourself to relax.
Yeah.
Or just.
I'm relaxed when I'm out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're out.
Yeah.
You're with people.
Yeah.
So you're not alone.
Okay, good point. How about if I'm sitting alone? Does that count?
You could be considering that that's your you time, hanging out with people, but this is people who need some alone time.
Yeah.
Your alone time is not alone.
I think anybody with children, obviously younger kids too, it's a lot. It doesn't stop. And what is that one word you hear in everybody's house? Ma, 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 ma.
Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? No, even kids. About a month ago, I went over to one of my buddies' house, and he's got a young son. He's adorable, like when you see him. He's like, 6, 7 years old. But, I must have heard Mom 80 times. I thought it was funny and cute. They didn't.
Of course, because you don't hear it as much as they do.
Yeah.
I do think that it becomes like anything else. It just becomes background noise. I think eventually you just tune it out.
Like you do with me.
Yeah.
Perfect. You just tune it out. You're like, I'm not going to pay attention. Yeah, but let us know. But $2,500, that's a lot. That's like 2 tickets to the Panther game for Jason, the co-host of the Franny Show on the Gator. That's a lot. And that's peace and quiet, I guess, to him. When he gets to enjoy himself and figure something out.
You really don't know what peace and quiet is, do you? It's not a Florida Panther game.
Well, for him, it might be like the same thing as peace and quiet, is what I'm saying. He's enjoying himself.
No, that's doing something that you enjoy doing, but not peace and quiet.
But still $2,500. I mean, it's still a lot of money when you think about it. I think anytime you make a purchase over $1,000, if you're really, my dad used to say this, I didn't do it enough. But he would always say, if you're going to spend $1,000, think about it 24 hours. Most times, whatever you're going to buy, you will say no. I never did that because I'm an impulse guy. I'm the guy at Publix that buys dog food because you get one free, but I don't have a dog. So I gotta find somebody. Well, yeah, you got a dog? What do you want to do? Yeah, that is 9.5 hours a month. Whew. Let us know. How does that fall? How does that number fall in your life if you want some free time? Don, what do you say you get a day alone time?
Probably like 4 or 5 hours at night.
Would you consider your dog being alone time or no?
Yeah.
Yeah? Because your dog doesn't say much, right? Do you ever talk to your dog? Like, hey, buddy, what's up? I got somebody who used to let his dog pick games. That's how bad he was. He was in such a bad streak. He would, like, put 2 things down.
I've done that.
Yeah, with, like, the 2 teams and whatever.
Yeah, like, which one do you pick?
Yeah. Which gamblers will do crazy stuff, especially when they're not doing well or they're in a slump. They'll figure anything out. They'll let their dog make their selection. But it happens. Hey, if it wins, then you know what? You give the dog a treat and you move on from there. Dom, who do we have on hold?
We have Spanish on the phone.
Hello, Spanish. How are you today, sir?
Hey, good day, fam.
What's going on, bud?
First things first, I want to send all my love and energy to Jules.
Oh, thank you.
I hope that she gets better every day, and we got Jules for a long time.
Yeah, thank you, Spanish. You're so nice. You really are. And I talk to her twice a day. Always my last phone call of the day, and usually in the morning my first one. And she's always in good spirits, but it's very nice of you to acknowledge that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, man, send her love. And I just want to let you guys, I just came out of my first surgery. I just got home, and I'm all right. I ain't dead yet in my first.
What Spanish? I'm so sorry. I don't remember what exactly. What did you have surgery for?
Polyps in my nose.
Okay.
And everything was so messed up up there. So.
Yeah. So are they like doing biopsies and stuff on it?
They took all the polyps out. They re-straightened my nose and cleaned everything out. I just got a couple of days to recover. It's nothing major, but first time I've ever gotten cut. So.
Yeah. Oh, I feel you. I got cut a couple weeks ago. It sucks.
Yeah.
So I've never heard of that before, the polyps in the nose, but considering, right, you sound pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? That you had surgery on your face.
And you got out today?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I just got home.
Wow, you just got home. You thought of Real Radio and to call us. Well, that's very special, bro. We hope you feel better.
I got to check in, bro. I can let you know I'm still around. Can't
Good.
get rid of me like that.
No. We don't want to get rid of you. You got another 50 years.
Don't damn me like that.
Well, we wish you a very good recovery and speedy. But thank you so much for calling. We appreciate it, bro. And keep us posted. Don't be a stranger.
You know it. Love you guys.
All right, love you. It's very nice to hear about Spanish, that he's doing well. And asking for Jules, which is very, very nice. Appreciate that. I always say we have a very good audience, one of the best in the world. Can't thank you guys for all the things you do. And even when we're out and about and you guys come up and say, hey, I enjoy the show, or love Franny, love Dom, Greek sucks. Always appreciate that. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We're going to take a little hiatus for a little while. And then we're going to come back with a trifecta and so much more on this beautiful Tuesday in South Florida. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their jobs.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel the same way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
What the Florida is brought to you by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Lake Worth construction will slow you down 6th Avenue South westbound at Dixie Highway. We do have a right lane block. Traffic lights not working Belvedere West at Australian. Use some extra care through there. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hurry in to DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo, only at DQ. Happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Look for Mirafast at Walmart today. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Hey, it's Franny, and GimmeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar. This is the place to sell your car for big bucks. And if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll give you $100. GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are two ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach. Men, here's the truth. In the bedroom, good enough isn't really good enough, is it? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if your erectile dysfunction is making intimacy less enjoyable for you and your partner, give us a call today. Because whether your ED only happens sometimes or all the time, it's time to stop good enough and time to start really good. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. Whether it's only mild or moderate, or even if it's severe, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we have a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in a long time. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again for you and your partner. So make an appointment and be done with good enough. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
The NBC Nightly News.
From one era to the next.
I'm Tom Brokaw.
We hope to see you back here. I'm Lester Holt. Trust is the anchor.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
A new chapter begins. NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas. Evenings on NBC.
When my wife and I got married, after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, but our greatest gift was years away. grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hardworking people need a hardworking candy bar. Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is definitely working hard for you. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting showers and storms through the remainder of your Tuesday, so keep the umbrella at the ready. Afternoon high temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and it will feel quite sticky due to that rain. We are going to see a very slow cool down overnight thanks to mostly cloudy skies.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
Your favorite artists?
In your library.
Your favorite songs?
In your playlist.
But your favorite morning show?
They make me laugh every day. Or your favorite team in action.
Oh my goodness, he caught it! Or your live local news, traffic, and weather?
Implications from coast to coast.
Yep, there's an app for all that too.
iHeartRadio.
We're not just streaming music, we're streaming moments.
Everyone wants to be here.
Join the millions of Americans.
And add us to your entertainment lineup now. Download the #1 app for radio.
The free iHeartRadio app.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Hit the pavement, you cheap bitch.
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
What was that drop? Where was that drop from? Hit the pavement, you cheap bitch. Wow, that's brutal. Who was that, by the way? 877-927-6969. Frank, need help?
No, thank you. I'll find it.
All right. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Hope you guys are having a good day and enjoying yourself, and we appreciate always tuning into Real Radio. Dom's in the house.
Hello.
Francis is here.
Hi.
We'll get to a trifecta, and we got a couple people on hold. Just stay there. Don't move, because we'll be with you in a minute.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, last night was Game 3 in the NHL Finals, and hats off to the Panthers because they had a victory. They're up in the series 2-1, and they won last night 6-1. If you're a Panther fan and you were lucky enough to get seats last night, you had to leave with a smile on your face because the game was just perfect from the very beginning. The Panthers scored right away within the first minute, and after that, it was Tapioca City for the Edmonton Oilers. We have another game on Thursday night, and hopefully the Panthers can win and get a hold on this NHL Stanley Cup. It looks good so far. They're up 2-1. In the NBA, their finals continues tomorrow night as the Thunder will take on the Pacers. They are -5.5, and that game is in Indiana. And Mr. Rogers found a new neighborhood. Yes, he did. Aaron is going to be in Pittsburgh, and he's going to wear number 8. That's the number he wore in college, and that's also the number he wore with the Jets. He will not wear 12. Terry Bradshaw wore 12 for the Pittsburgh Steelers and retired that number, and he also won 4 Super Bowls. And Terry and him already had a couple exchanges back and forth that weren't really great. Terry was like, tell him to pound salt. He's got to think that long about becoming a Steeler. So I don't think he'll get up number 12. When he was with the Jets, Joe Namath did offer his jersey. He said, let's unretire it, which I think is cool that somebody wants to do that. That's their decision. I know the Tennessee Titans, Ward is going to wear number 1 because Warren Moon said that's okay, which is very nice. And again, it's for the level of time that the player is going to be there. We don't know. Like Aaron Rodgers would probably be 1 season if he wore 12. But I don't think Bradshaw was going to do it. And some guys with their numbers, they're retired, they're like, no. The kid who came out of Penn State wanted to wear 56, and Lawrence Taylor said, hell no. You're not wearing 5'6". So, again, interesting, but we'll see how Rodgers does. I still think it was a good move with the Steelers because I think they'll be better with him, better than what they have. Greece Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Always a great place for lunch or dinner, and I love their gelato. Who do you got, Dumpster?
It's your bestie, Jorge.
Jorge, what's happening?
Not too much. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Now
you too,
Happy
Jorge.
Tuesday.
How are you?
Yeah, good. Better now that Franny's back.
Oh, thanks, Jorge. Good to hear from you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Boy, the old Panthers really lit them up last night, huh, Greg?
Yeah, from the moment it started, they scored in the first minute, and very good for them and Panther fans. And I knew a lot of Panther fans last year that were like, they're not going to be the same. They're not going to be good this year. And they proved everybody wrong and up 2-1. So hats off to them.
Oh, yeah. With a spanking as well,
Yeah. I mean, it's still one game. Doesn't matter if you win 2-1 or 6-1. It's still one game. Edmonton's a very, very good team. You know what? And series change on a dime. You know that as a sports fan. They can lose Thursday night and then go back to Edmonton for Game 5. So I think if they get one more W, I feel strong about them winning. But right now, 2-1, they're in a good position.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, do you hear anything about your girl there, Greta Thunberg?
Greta Thunberg. No, I haven't.
I don't think he really keeps up much with what she's doing.
I don't think he knows what's happening with her.
I don't know. Do you know who she is?
Is Greta the chick who said, how dare you?
That's the only reason why you know is because we have that drop.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yes.
She was a young girl who said, how dare you, or something like that?
I mean, that's not
Global
what she's
warming.
known for, but yes.
Yeah.
Activist.
Yeah. I have no clue what she's doing. I don't pay attention to anything that's not inside my bubble.
But yeah, she has been deported from Israel.
Oh, I did not know that. Oh.
She was trying to give aid to Gaza, and they kind of interrupted her boat ride over there.
All right. Well, that's a nice way to put it, Tom. I like that. Very politically
Armed
correct.
forces interrupted her boat ride.
Nice. All right. We don't get political on this show for many reasons. And one, because
Greek doesn't care.
I don't care.
Number one reason, he has no idea.
And in one ear, right
what's
out
going
the
on,
other.
or cares.
And, you get it straight from Franny, who I believe really knows me well.
Yeah.
And Dom.
And that's why we don't get political.
Yeah.
Well, and many other reasons, but
Yeah,
Greg it's his show. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you don't have to be political to talk about the rioting out in L.A. I mean.
Well, it's never good when you see any kind of violence or anything, a kind of damage or people getting hurt, no matter what goes on.
Well, I know, and we're not getting political, but I know our governor now thinks we might get another wave of people from California coming to Florida again because of what's going on.
We got to put up a fence.
DeSantis thinks that because of what's going on, we're going to see another, not as bad as it was with COVID, but yeah, more people from California coming here.
You got to tell people Florida sucks. That's what I do when they ask me. I'm like, oh my God, mosquitoes are bigger than footballs. Don't come down here. It's just bad because that's it. The same thing in your life. You always tell everybody it sucks because then they get jealous. So you say, it sucks. How's life? Taking too long. Everybody's got a routine. All right, what else you got, buddy?
Not too much. Is Dom going to the game Thursday night?
Oh, God. I mean, everybody keeps asking me that. Oh, my God. I get that question more than if they see me talking to a girl. They ask me if I slept with her. Dom, are you? Yes, he's going to the game Thursday. He's bringing his associate with him. I don't think Dom's bad luck, but if they lose, wow, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be on his wagon.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. I'll be looking for him.
Well, do you believe in that jinx stuff, Jorge? 'Cause I don't, but do you believe
Are
in
you,
it?
Jorge, are you going to be out there, or are you just going to be looking for him on the television?
No, I'm going to listen to it on the radio.
Ah, got it.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to go, but, it should be exciting,
Yeah, it's going to be great.
A live hockey game. Yeah.
It's the Stanley Cup. It's
Live hockey
fantastic.
game.
I mean, what they're doing is
yeah.
unbelievable. I don't think people realize it. I've said it many times to give them the recognition they deserve. And obviously, we are partners with the Panthers. But 3 years in a row to go to Stanley Cup, it's amazing. In any sport, if you get to the championship 3 years in a row, it's great. And, hopefully people recognize it, enjoy it. And as a fan, I know a couple fans, Franny's co-host on Gator. I mean, he's probably one of the biggest fans I know. And there's a couple guys I know down in the Boca area that are been fans for years. And they just so happy. So it's great. I'm happy for them.
Yeah. No, it should be good, and it's good for the economy as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. The bars and restaurants, watch parties, everything's awesome. Talking about where they're going to have the parade.
Did you see Brad Marchand there bite the glove of the Oilers player?
No, I didn't see that, but there was a ton of fights, obviously, in the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah, he's an instigator.
Well, as long as they're winning. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, he took the glove and threw it in the Florida Panthers bench, so he couldn't get his glove back.
Oh, really?
I didn't see that.
Oh, that's not too good of sportsmanship there.
Well, it was after taking a punch from the guy.
I was going to say, they fight all the time. I don't think they care about good sportsmanship.
Good sportsmanship should always be number one on everybody's list, even if you're getting your ass kicked. There was a lot of fights last night. Like I said, we've talked about it, but I've never seen so many fights in a Stanley Cup final as last night. These teams don't like each other, too. It's pretty obvious.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but, when it's all said and done, they're going to shake hands at the end of the series.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, that's good sportsmanship, and hopefully the Panthers get another title, and that'll be great for South Florida.
I'm sure they will, Greek. I'm sure they will. But do you realize how many teams have never even made it to the finals?
Yes. I mean, I talk about that all the time with people who don't appreciate what they have. I mean, even the Marlins.
Yeah.
The Marlins are a bad franchise right now, but they've had 2 titles. There's teams that don't get to the Knicks were not in the Eastern Conference Finals. 25 years. 25 years. Man, do you suck. Or your owner's brutal, or you're making bad decisions. 25 years. So for the Panthers 3 years in a row, it's unbelievable. Like I said, my hat's off to them.
Yep.
They can get a steak on me at New York Prime anytime.
All right. Well, you guys enjoy the rest of your day there.
Okay, buddy. I'm going to try to do it after the show today. I got a lot going on. I got to get a hot shave at 5 o'clock today. Who do we have?
Life. Tough.
Oh, we don't want everybody.
Tough for this guy.
I know, so tough.
Yeah.
Hot shave, pedicure.
Well, I'm going to somebody new for a hot shave today, so I don't know. It's a little risky. Might have to call my rabbi and my priest to come with me. You never know what's going to happen with that situation. 877-927-6969.
Aren't you going to Palm Beach for it? You'll be fine.
No, I'm actually I'm trying a new place in the Clematis area.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Why don't you go somewhere in Boca? You're hood.
I'm going to this place because they might do some advertising.
Oh, okay.
So I thought I might try it out. Somebody
Clematis
recommended
area.
it.
Got it.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be relaxing. After a very stressful day I have, I think that,
I'm sorry. What happened today that caused so much stress in your life? You good? You want to talk about it?
No, I really think if I had a problem, I could call you and you would care. Dom, not so much. A couple of my friends, like Buddha, I can tell it's the end of the world, and he'll be just like, I'm going to bet a horse in the 5th race. And I'm not going to worry about it. Who do you got?
We have John on the phone.
Hey, John, what's happening, buddy?
All right. How are you all doing, Penthouse?
We're doing very good, John. You sound like you're in a good mood.
Yes, I am. I just want to put a feather in y'all's hat, and I'm going to start with Franny.
Okay.
All right. I'm ready for you.
Franny, all right. Well, when I heard that you got hurt, all they were saying was she was had an accident.
Uh-huh.
And it was like, they get on the air and tell you. And I met you at the Puerto Rican place when you were cooking at Mid-Florida Center.
Oh, yeah, at the International Food Festival.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
You introduced me to your husband, and I just got a good aura or good vibe. You know, that he seems like a really, really good man. And I don't know why he didn't catch you before you fell down.
I am with you on that. He should have been right next to me when it happened. I told him that because there was a study that went out saying that a man's gait should be the same as yours when you walk. It shows you how much they love. And I was like, and here you are 50 yards in front of me or behind me. I was like, if you were close enough, you would have got me.
But weren't you with other people, too?
It was just the two of us leaving.
Oh, I thought it was 4 people.
No,
Oh.
yeah, having dinner, but it was just the two of us walking out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, and I asked you, I thought you said you were 5'3".
Oh no, 5'1" always.
I'm not 5'3". I'm 5 foot or something like that.
Yeah, 5'1".
you said. And then I checked you out, and you had combat boots on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I did.
I think maybe that's why I said it. And your sister looks smaller than you.
We're about the same size. Actually, I think my sister has about a half inch. My sister Karen, my other sister is a few inches taller than me. And then you probably saw my mom, who's a nugget too, but she was a little under the weather, so she was sitting down in the back, helping out.
Uh-huh.
I remember. I think you told my sister, Karen, because she lives in Georgia, and she's very fair-skinned anyways compared to my other sister and I. We tan pretty easily. But I think you told her, you made a comment about her, like, oh, good thing you're in Florida. You could get some sun or something. And she laughed about it, but she went home and got a spray tan after she met you.
Wow.
She went home and got a spray. I laughed, and she's far from offended, so don't even think that. She thought it was funny. She looked at herself, and she's like, yep. She was like, definitely from Georgia.
You know what? You mean sometimes I speak without.
We all do. Don't worry.
But anyway, yeah, I got a good aura and a good feeling about your relationship, and I think it's pretty damn strong.
Well, thank you.
Everybody talks about it on the radio. You know what a good person that you are. I felt that you could feel it. Greek says, "I'd do anything for her," and you would do probably anything for him.
Yeah.
You know.
Greek is waving, but he knows.
No. She's like a sister to me. Anything she needs, if I could do. Same thing with Dom. We're very fortunate to do what we do, and we just can't help. We're better than most people at it.
Hey,
that was a joke.
When you're talking about, having time to yourself. Well, I'm a courier, and I drive to Lauderdale and back to Fort Pierce twice a week. So it's like, this is kind of a lonely job, But at least I got you guys.
Yeah, so you get a lot of alone time. You're one of those few that probably has too much.
Yeah, you know what? But you guys make it all good. So now, can I plug Dominic?
Of course.
Of course. Today's his last day.
All right. Dominic, yeah, right. You know what, Dominic? It almost sounds like a new show with the way you're reacting with the Greek and everything from how it was with Johnny. I mean, they had a great show too, but this almost looks like a new show,
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like you got some good support there, with the Greek and with Franny.
Oh, they're pros.
The only thing I got to say about that is that, you know what? If you're in with the Greek, you've got the only joker in the deck. So, you know what? I mean, you're holding a wild card there, man. You can go places. That's all I can think of.
Well, thank you for the kind words.
Yes,
we
thank
mean
you
it.
so much.
And thank you for listening. We hope we do entertain you every day. We try.
Yep. Good. And Greek, now it's your turn.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't done you yet. I'm surprised you didn't go, hey, what about me?
No.
Hey, we're not promised tomorrow, so I got to tell you now.
There you go.
So, yeah. So, anyway, Greek, you know what is so awesome about you is that you're always in a good mood, even when you're cussing. You know, or shut up. However you talk to Andy. I said, man, I can't believe you said that.
Oh, yeah. Andy's a prince. He did a good job.
Yeah, and you know what? Your ethics are, as far as life goes, and how you always say, my father always said this, and my mother said that, or remember a wise guy telling me this.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? It's all good. It's all good. Good ethics and good learning. I mean, if there was more people like you, boy, what a wonderful world we would have, right?
Well, thank you very much. That's a nice compliment.
Bunch of lunatics.
Yeah. No, I mean it.
Bunch of lunatics.
No, I always mean that stuff sincerely when I think about my dad telling me things or my brother and I did learn a lot from wise guys over the years about things and life that were true. And, it's just life. I think every day you got to live it and try to have a good time. I've been very fortunate. I'll be the first to say it. But you got to try to have a good time. And everybody has their ups and downs. I've had my downs too, believe me. But
oh, yeah.
We all get them.
Yeah, I guess that's a part of life too.
Yeah, it is.
But what don't kill us makes us stronger.
That's what they say, and I think it's the people around you, too, and your attitude every day. If you got a good attitude, things will happen. We all have misfortune, but my dad was a big one. Like I said, you said, he was always like, if your doctor doesn't tell you you're going to die in 6 months, you really don't have a problem. You got an inconvenience, and that's something that you try to, you think of all the time.
Yeah, well, and I think about your mom, too, because you're so close to her that you talk to her twice a day.
Yes.
And this and that, and I think you're going to need a doctor if anything happens to her.
Well, I've been very close to my parents. It was tough when my dad passed away. It was, and I was fortunate. I had good people around me, people I work with. The person I was involved with at the time too was very good and helping because it's obviously a loss of somebody you love and a parent is very difficult.
God, I know it, and I hate to see it happen, but it's kind of like the way the world turns.
Yeah, so we're hoping for the best and enjoy today.
You guys are, you guys are great. I enjoy you, and I'm glad I got that off my mind.
All right.
Well, thank you for the call. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime you want to give us a compliment, call, bro.
Okay, man. Well, it only took me a month to do it.
That's all right. You still did it.
Let me think on it.
You got it. Thank you for calling and thanks for listening. And we mean it.
Yeah. Thanks. Hey, thanks for the great show every day.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
All right.
Peace.
Have a nice day.
You too.
See, Dom, you got some love there.
Yeah, I had Evan call in and say, how much did Greek have this guy pay up? Because I'm sick of hearing him talk so much compliments about you guys.
Evan, don't hate the player. Don't hate. Be nice. We can't help it. We are good.
Yeah, just because you hate it. We love it. Suck it.
Yeah.
Evan.
That's right, Evan.
It doesn't happen often, Evan, so let people...
That's right. We're going to play it the next hour. We're going to replay it.
It's going to be the rest of the show.
We're kidding.
Are we?
I was like, I'm not.
We're playing it from 1 to 2 again. We're going to play it again.
On that note.
There it is. There's that music.
Just kidding.
That puts a smile on Franny's face every day. When she hears that little doom, she's like, all right, yeah. Another 4 hours in the book. Done with him. It is the Penthouse, and we do hope you guys enjoy the show and have a good time. Yes. Anytime you want to get involved, we do appreciate the kind words. There's who doesn't like to hear you're doing a good job? Who doesn't like to hear you look good today? So every day when I wake up and I say, hey, Greek, you look great. You're doing a good job. Even if it comes from me, it's still important. It's like buying your own Christmas present. You know what you're getting, but you act surprised. Faking it will get your rent paid. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Got something to say? Text us at 47142. Start your message with Real Radio. Standard data and message rates apply, and don't text while driving. The Stanley Cup Finalists on Real Radio.
The Panthers Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup final for the third year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not near a radio? Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup final anywhere. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com.
MMJHealth.com. Get approved for your card today. Medical marijuana made easy.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Lake Worth construction will slow you down 6th Avenue South westbound at Dixie Highway. We do have a right lane blocked. Traffic lights not working Belvedere West at Australian. Use some extra care through there. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Big news, bacon lovers. Wendy's Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. For just $3, you get crispy, crunchy apple smoked bacon, 2 juicy beef patties, and plenty of cheese on a burger. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Hey, it's Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Open 7 days a week with a 5-star restaurant. And this Saturday night, June 7th, it's UFC Championship Fighting. You can witness it at Monroe's. And if you like hockey, I can't think of a better place. Because if your team loses, you won't end up in a penalty box. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and that's where all the beautiful ladies are. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
It's the Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. 2 bets facing off. Winning side splits $250K in bonus bets every single day. Time to pick a side. Team underdogs or team favorites. Team over or team under. There's one way to settle this. Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. Pick a side for $1. Win your share of $250K or more today. Prize pool will be paid out in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Quitting tobacco is hard, But it's also hard to deal with a cough that won't go away and thinking it's lung cancer, or feeling your heart race after a walk and wondering if it's a heart attack, or telling your family you may not be around to see your next birthday.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but the consequences are even harder. Tobacco-Free Florida has free resources to help you stay smoke-free. You may be eligible to receive free nicotine patches, gum, or lozenges. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW or visit tobaccofreeflorida.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting showers and storms through the remainder of your Tuesday, so keep the umbrella at the ready. Afternoon high temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and it will feel quite sticky due to that rain. We are going to see a very slow cool down overnight thanks to mostly cloudy skies.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
From the Anajar Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio has your shot at $1,000 and a VIP trip to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword LUCKY to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info, standard data, and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's LUCKY to 200-200. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Because you hate it. We love it. So suck it. Evan.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, it is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. A little mush outside. Nice. A little warm. Might rain between 3:45 and 4:45.
Did you find that out from that weather girl you like?
Who's the one that you like?
Oh, was I not supposed to say that?
You got a new crush?
There's a girl that's been doing the weather in Tampa.
Okay.
And she moved to the Fort Lauderdale, Miami area.
Okay.
And our good friend, the Greek, for Greek Moving and Storage, moved her. So I told Dominic I can't wait to find out what radio station and TV station because she does such a great job with the weather.
Oh, my goodness.
So I'm looking forward to it.
Can you read all the lies, Franny?
So many. I don't even have to look at him anymore to know that he's lying because I can tell by his face when he's lying, but I can just tell by your tone.
How about my text? Can you tell when they're sincere?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, when it's
Most
more
of the
than
time
one
they're not
word.
Sincere. Speaking of, I have text messages we can get to about your ethics. So
Ooh.
we get a lot of texts, but we'll get into it.
Because
after
Sunday
Florida
night I
stories.
was really trying to have dinner with you. I wanted to have dinner with you. We tried to go back and forth. We were busy.
Yeah, but we never made dinner plans. You were just like, hey, if you're in the area, you stop by. It's not, you weren't like, hey, come, let's do it. Let's have dinner. And so it was very casual because if it was like set, like this is what we're doing, I made reservations. So my girlfriend and I kind of dilly-dallied around. We didn't make it a rush to get down to the Kravis Center.
Okay, well, I wanted you to know you're always welcome wherever I am. And I said that. And then if your girlfriend came, then we would have have left. Like maybe her and Jimmy could have left, and we could have a nice dinner.
I thought we were like a brother and sister here. What's happening? Why?
Well, you take your brother and sister out to dinner. Dominic's in the house. Stop shaking your head.
Hello.
Hello. Dom, I got an email from the big boss about you today. I just want to let you know. I'm serious.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What did it say? You can't share?
Last day?
Can't share with the class?
Do you know where you can get a box?
Oh, one of those boxes.
No, he was just asking how you're doing and if there's anything he can do. He's going to be here soon, and he said when he comes here, he's going to talk to you. So.
Oh, all right.
Ooh.
I know which boss he's talking about then. I wonder what he's going to talk to you about.
Well,
unless Greek is lying again. Probably could be this the case.
No, I'm not. He's been going through some stuff off the air. We don't like to talk about it. And so we're just trying to help him.
Oh, my God.
Franny's here. Doing a bang-up job, by the way. Thanks for getting my weather girl crush out of here. I'm like, thanks, Tom. My God. Can't tell you anything. Oh,
She's not listening.
How do you know? If you're going to move, call the good Greek. He'll take care of you. He's moved for me many times, and a good guy. So I'm going to call him and just say, hey, how are you? And then I'll slide
Spiro.
it in. Yeah, then I'll slide it in.
He's going to try to get this girl's number from the other guy, the moving
From
company.
Spiro, yeah, 100%.
No, I'm not. I'm just going to ask him how he is. I haven't talked to him in a little while.
So how do you know what she looks like?
Because on Instagram, I saw her.
And she was moving using Good Greek storage, and you're like, ooh, let me get in touch with Spiro to see if he can give me some information about this girl who was using his storing company. Wow.
It's just getting worse and worse, isn't it, Franny?
I don't think it's getting worse and worse. It's a compliment for both of them. I don't know anything about her.
So what's her name? I want to check her out.
I don't know her name. She's a brunette.
All right, let's do some Florida stories before it gets worse. Thank you.
Florida.
No, her
Florida.
name. What are you, crazy?
Florida.
Did you say Florida?
I'm from
I want to take you out, but I don't know your name.
What the Florida?
Something you should learn before I ask somebody out, but it's what it is. All right. You do you with your good ethics. I can't.
Well, we're gonna take a knock at my ethics now. Wow, that's really hard. We'll address the text line if you guys have things to say.
I will. No, I kid. It's because you were told that you have great ethics because of your parents, who do seem like they instilled you with some pretty good things. What you say about. I don't know if you listened to them all the time, but some of the things that you do say, it's like, yeah, they got a lot of wisdom.
They're very nice. I can't help it. I disappointed them.
All right. So speaking of, this is a really scary situation that happened. And luckily, this guy got busted for all kinds of things, including sex trafficking. So this is how the escape happened. This is how the guy got busted. The victim told officers that she was able to escape prostitution. And she was transferred. She was being transferred from one pimp to another. That's how it works. To another pimp. And this pimp she got transferred to. They called him Murder, not on his birth certificate. But the victim told officers that she somehow was able to convince him that she had to leave and go look for a man who stole her phone. And she was so convincing that she was able to go outside of the apartment. And once she was outside of the apartment, she took off running. So she accused this murder dude of hitting her because he thought the kitchen was not clean enough. Her injuries were so bad at one point she had to go to the hospital. So the Human Trafficking Task Force detectives sat down with the woman who explained to them how Dunson, that's his last name, Murder, trafficked her for 3 to 4 days via an adult escort website. She detailed how associates would post advertisements offering sex work services with price ranging from $120 for 15 minutes to $250 for an hour. And the victim alleged that Dunson would try to control her through abuse, intimidation, threats, and by fueling a cocaine addiction. Water. She describes being I don't need your water. Thank you.
She's trying to be nice.
I appreciate it. As unsanitary conditions, a lack of basic hygiene supplies, hidden firearms, and a bunch of drugs. So cops, after they sat her down, were able to go and get this guy. Bad dude. He's been doing this for a long time. They spotted him, Belvedere Road, along with another man walking through traffic towards IHOP. And they tried to stop him, but he didn't, of course. He threw items he allegedly stole from a Wawa onto the ground and ran with the officer in hot pursuit. Officer deployed a taser twice on Dunson, then was able to take him to the ground. They did punch the suspect in the face multiple times because he was swinging at him too. But after that, he held Dunson in place until backup could arrive. Confrontation ended up sending the officer to the hospital with multiple lacerations and a fractured right hand. Yeah, so backup came, and they were able to hold him down. They said in addition to the first victim, authorities did find a 19-year-old victim who had been commercially sex trafficked over the course of several months. And all kinds of terrible stuff going on in there. So, yep, Dunson pleaded guilty. 2 counts of human trafficking, 2 counts of procuring a prostitute, aggravated battery, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more charges on top of that. Then next up in your What the Florida, sometimes you just don't know that you can't have sex in a champagne room. Maybe some places they do. I don't know.
Well, you're
But
not
this
supposed
place
to.
said, nope.
Yeah.
What?
There's really no strip clubs you're allowed to have sex in.
Well, I know, because prostitution
Is
here is
illegal.
illegal.
Yes.
I get that.
Well,
but I know
that's-
that some wink, wink. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but come on, people. And I guess this guy from Saudi Arabia thought, hey, I'm in Florida. I've seen this. I've heard about it.
I bet you that's why he came here.
They probably, yeah, because the dude just turned 21. A 21-year-old called 911. He was hanging out at Oz Gentleman Club. And this is in Clearwater. And so the reason why is because he was like, I paid $300 to go to a private champagne room at this strip club. And I requested sex for that $300 and I was denied. He was like, that's what they do in the champagne room. Why am I denied? So this kid, this is like 1 a.m. when police arrived. He said they took my $300 and I'm still waiting for sex. Don't have it yet. He was still on the phone when cops arrived. Like he was like, yeah, I'll wait.
I'll hold.
I'll hold. I'm going to talk to dispatchers until you guys get here.
Let's do this right.
So, yeah, he told deputy, his name was Deputy Chase Bales, that he paid an employee at the location $300 for sex. However, he did not receive services, and that's why he called 911. Strip club personnel told police that this dude obtained a private room, requested sex from a staffer. When the request was rebuffed, the defendant called 911. He was very intoxicated, cop said, smelled of booze, and was slurring his words when questioned by police. So they did. They arrested him for misuse of the 911 system. This dude had no idea what was going on. He was booked into the county jail, released from custody earlier that morning. But yeah, they said that he, some dude did obviously post bail for him. And they say that this guy works as an instructor at Miami Flight School. So there you go. And yes, he just turned 21 a week before. So that's probably what happened. He turned 21. He's like, I'm going to Florida. You know what? And I'm going to Tampa because that's where the strip clubs are. Clearwater. Close enough. Close enough. And then finally here in your What the Florida story, because it happened here in Florida, and that's why I'm going to bring it up. It's not one of your crazy cuckoo stories that I bring up, but Deshaun Watson he was here in Florida, and he had himself a pretty good time. It looks like Deshaun Watson spent $200,000 on a bachelor party dinner right here in Florida ahead of his wedding. Did you hear any of this, G-Man?
I did hear he had a big party. I didn't know the amount.
So we know people spend a lot of money on bachelorette parties, especially if you have a lot of money.
And he's got $220 million.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
So they said that he went all out. Of course, he went to Miami because that's where the fun is, right? That's where the party is. They said he rented, of course, luxury cars, the most expensive steaks, and there was a fire. I was like, what?
Fire?
I know. That's what they say. They said it did go viral. His epic bachelor party is what they call it. They said his Achilles injury will keep him away from the gridiron this year, but it clearly ain't sidelining him from turning it up at his epic Florida bachelor party weekend. He's got upcoming nuptials. They said Watson and company appeared to rent some luxury sports cars. They zoomed around the city in. Later, they hit up David Grootman and David Poppy Einhorn's popular eatery, Poppy Steak. Heard good things about it for a one-of-a-kind meal. Then they, rested for a little bit. But they said then they were, this looks fun. They were treated to beef Wellington over at that one place, shaped as footballs.
Oh, wow.
And flambéed right at the table.
Wow, that's impressive.
Right? So that sounds fun and fancy.
Yeah,
They said the dinner featured a custom DW4 bachelor party sign, as well as several bottles of Cristal Rosé.
Ooh, rosé's nice. Ooh.
They said...
And that pours nice over body parts. In case you're following home, Dom. Has a little kick to it.
And that's it. That's here with the Florida.
All right.
47142 started off with Real Radio. Bunch of text messages I want to get into because I apologize. I've been ignoring them for a little bit, but let's see. Somebody did, no need to read aloud, but another, well wishes, G-Man for Jules, they said. Sending prayers and well wishes. Then, let's see. Sorry, they kind of go away after a while, so I have to refresh. Then we all appreciate Greek trying to expand his vocabulary, not only in English, but in Spanish. For instance, I think he tried to say hiatus, not hyannis. He did, I heard that too. Or that it's buenos dias, not buenos dias.
And yesterday he had mañana.
Yep. Or that mañana doesn't mean Monday. Exactly.
Thought it did. Really did. No hard feelings.
No hard feelings to who?
Anybody.
Okay. They said, or even the old favorite, festival. Gee, please, let's work on simple stuff. Cash, dog, cat, 5-letter, and bet. The things that matter. And then if you want to get this ready, it's a misspeak. I've got more text to go to. Can we get misspeak 22, please? It says, miss you, Johnny. Then Johnny sees our former host. And then we have a few more texts we'll go to, and then we'll have that misspeak. We have, I agree. Greek sounds like he's got good ethics. Forget about the hookers. Other than that, he's got good ethics. Then we have Franny. If you don't think Matt is feeling bad enough about your accident, you could always use Pam on the bathroom floor while he's in the shower.
Wow.
I would never.
What was that?
Pam, like it's the spray.
Oh,
Pam.
okay. Wow. That's pretty brutal.
Cooking spray. Yeah.
Okay.
We got a bunch of text messages. Let's see. I dated a girl that told me she once went on a date with a guy whose parents own a mortuary adjacent to their home. On their first date, after dinner, he took her to show her the family business. They went into a room where the temp was in the 50s. He begged her to have sex on an ice-cold metal table.
Oh.
She had to grab a knife to make him let her leave the building. Jesus.
Oh, God.
She was able to walk to a convenience store for help. He followed her in his car and parked across the street. This guy sounds like a criminal.
Yeah.
Right?
That's not a good thing.
No, this guy sounds like a criminal. He followed her, blah, blah, blah. Luckily, she saw him, called the cops, and they arrested him. They found out he was into necrophilia and that his parents were unaware of it. He spent 5 years in the pen.
Wow.
Whoa, that guy sounds creepy as hell. And then we have, hey, Franny. I have a question. Not trying to start trouble or anything, but why is it that when Greek's friend comes into the show, we're talking about, I think
Andy Quinn,
I believe so. Mm-hmm. It says, how come when he, comes to the show, this is not the first time somebody's asked, G-Man is helping him, headphones, even rubbing his shoulders. But when you need help with yours, he becomes clueless.
Yep. He runs to go get him when he gets here,
I know. And we have, please keep it non-political. We like fart jokes and D jokes. And we want to hear Greek squirm whenever Brady talks about diarrhea and Florida stories. They said politics is for losers who don't bang whores and cheat and gamble.
I love this audience.
Losers.
Yeah,
It said, wait, what? Yeah. Then it says, is this Penthouse or locker room? I'm tired of listening to talk about sports. That's what he's good at, man. He knows it. Says people from California are like a bowl of granola. The ones that aren't fruits are nuts and flakes. That is terrible. It says, really, Greek? Fights in the fourth quarter? Pay attention to your own conversation for once. It's 4 periods in hockey, not 4 quarters.
It's 3 periods.
It's not a show. LOL, Steve and Boca. That's not what I know.
It's 3 periods, Steve.
Uh-oh, Steve.
Yeah, you want to correct me, bitch?
Uh-oh, Steve.
And I do it for a reason.
Uh-oh, Steve.
I have all these written down
He
before
just
the
said
show.
it's not a show. LOL, Steve and Boca.
Love you, Steve. Is that the one who bangs Nutter's wife?
Yeah. And now Dom's girlfriend, I guess.
Oh, great.
And he bangs your girlfriend, too. Wow,
It says, hey, Greek, don't let those guys shame you about a hot shave. I get one once a week, face and head. Best $80 you can spend. What? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Brandy. Oh, so he probably gets his head shaved.
Yeah. A lot of people do that. You're going in a different
Face
way.
and head.
Wow. See, Franny, keep it on point.
Why? That's dumb.
It's always so sexual with Dominic.
I was like, that's dumb.
$80 isn't bad. Head and he gets a shave. That's not bad.
No, that's a great deal.
That's a great deal.
That is a great deal.
I take it.
For $80, that's not bad.
They said there may be no sex in the champagne room, but the Chardonnay's room is a whole other matter. Chardonnay rooms, excuse me. I thought we were calling her Chardonnay. Let's see. I could write a book on the stuff I've seen on Dale Mabry or Mabry in Tampa. I don't know what that is. Is that a road? Is that a club? I don't know.
Maybe it's a strip club?
Maybe. They said earlier, talking about the Saudi Arabian guy who came to Florida and knew to call 911. How does he know to call 911? Think about it, Greek. Oh, my God. No. It's... We're getting into something a little crazy with that one. And then we had to Deshaun Watson also get all his guests massages.
I was going to say that. I got a couple texts like that. Did he get everybody a massage? That's never going to go away.
No.
Yeah. I think he's also, like, this happened with his girl. Like, I think it's a good image thing where he's getting married and he's, to me, again, maybe he's in love and it's great, but this was going on for years. And he's been with this girl a couple years. Who knows what goes on? The other situation, obviously, was Tucker with the Ravens, who got released. You think he gets picked up?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Not a good situation. So, Dom, you sent me something about people making some serious money. And what is it about? Explain to the audience, Francis and myself.
So I guess with all the recent betting on the Indiana Pacers and how they've had a whole bunch of different comebacks, I think it's, 4 15-point comebacks now in the last month or so. They're saying that a study has found that the betting on the Indiana Pacers money line created more millionaires than trading Bitcoin did this past May and June.
I believe it. Again, we've talked about that, where a lot of the places who take bets, sports betting is legal in 39 states. We're talking about where they were getting crushed. And it also happened with the Knicks.
I saw money lines as high as 2,500 plus 2,500 at some points for the Pacers.
Yeah, if you bet and you're and we're talking even casual better. I mean, you could just bet $50 on that and you're making great money. Now, people who really bet, they'll send it in.
Oh, yeah.
And when they send it in, like you said, with those odds, it's astronomical. Chances of you hitting are probably not going to happen, but it's happened 4 times.
4 times.
And it happened twice with the Knicks with Boston. And those lines were actually higher. I know somebody who took advantage of that twice. Took the money the first time and bet it on the second time. And what he made on the 2 Boston games with the Knicks is more than he makes in a year.
Damn.
And he didn't bet a lot. He bet a decent, but I mean, it's not like he bet $10,000. But like what you said, when the games are 20 points down, they put these astronomical odds, even for blanks and giggle. I don't bet in game. I don't want to start that because I think that's really going down a slippery slope and be very dangerous. I know that for myself. But I know a lot of people who do it on a regular basis. One of my good friends the other night when the Panthers were playing and they were down, he was like edging me on and calling me. Come on, let's do it. I said, no, stop texting me. I'm out. I don't want to start doing this because I think it's dangerous. But yeah, you can make really big money if it works out, like everything else.
Yep.
But there's a lot of times where it doesn't work out and you can lose your ass, which happens. 877-927-6969. On the table today, we had a couple things that you guys can get involved with. First of all, the keyword this hour was lucky, I believe, by Rover.
And what does that get you?
That gets you a trip to Vegas, baby. On September 19th and 20th, you're going to see Lil Wayne and maybe Dominic. Dominic might be there, too. Hotel and airfare. You're shaking your hand. Tom's shaking his head. And transportation to the hotel and back. And also a $1,000 gift card that you can do whatever you want with it. You could get dinner. You get a massage. You could maybe buy, I don't know, a Ricochet rabbit, whatever you want to do. You get $1,000.
You really can do whatever you want with that $1,000 Visa gift card. I mean, it's your money.
Yeah. We are trying to plan a trip to Vegas. It looks like it's closer than it ever was. We're going to see how Franny's health feels. I think she's going to be okay. And I know you want to go. I just want to go around football season.
I will be fine. Football season.
Well, it's just better because I have more to do. You know what I mean? I have somebody who owes me money too, and he's back in town.
Oh, so that's the real reason why we're going. It's not for the radio.
He wants to go see a Raiders game too, maybe.
Yeah, it's not for the show.
I don't know if I would. Maybe I would go see a Raider game. We'll see. I don't know. I don't want to say that, but I do know somebody who has tickets who's out of the country.
Yeah, but I mean, if you do want to go to Vegas, you can purchase tickets to the iHeartRadio Music Festival, but we want you to win them instead.
Yeah.
And why not if you can try? So yeah, we give you keywords: 9 o'clock, 1 p.m., 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. Rover from Rover's Morning Glory does it. G-Man just told you the keyword. What was it?
Lucky.
Lucky. You're going to text it to 200-200. That's the number you text Lucky to. and you're in the running to go to the 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival. I want to say that's September 19th and 20th.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so a great lineup. If you have not checked it out, absolutely do so. There is Bryan Adams, Ed Sheeran, Glorilla, Jelly Roll, John Fogerty, Lil Wayne, LL Cool J, Mariah Carey, Sammy Hagar, Maroon 5, The Offspring, Tim McGraw. It's something for everybody. And that's just the ones that have been announced. Normally, when we get closer and closer and closer, they add more to the lineup. So if you want to get on that action, make sure you're always tuned in. And you still have time to text the word lucky to 200-200.
And you'll get another keyword, I believe, at 5 o'clock.
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
All right.
Ooh.
I believe.
Well, we were going to play the audio today.
I just said it.
You know who can't wait for 2 o'clock?
Me!
Francis! She comes in every day. She's like, oh, God, 4 hours. I can't take it. I can't take it.
Mental pain, and then I go to physical therapy right after that. It's going to be physical pain, so it's just going to be a painful day today.
You would think some of this takes effect on me, but it doesn't. Because I know deep down, bottom of the night, if I need a ride from the airport, she would call Uber for me. And that's
100%,
what love's about. And she'd put it on her card.
I know, I would. You'd be using my Uber account. So.
That's it. She'd be like, you got it. Dom, same thing for you. So the Vegas trip is really for you. If I go to Vegas, because I know you want to go, and I'm going to try to do it for you, because these are the things I do for my coworkers.
I know. You're
Sad thing, UFC
selfless.
announced there's not going to be a September event, actually.
So normally there's a big September event?
Well, that's where the Sphere happened. It's usually September when they have a big Mexican independence fight.
Yeah.
And they're not having one in September this year.
I wonder, maybe it's because if they have somebody already there at the Sphere?
Well,
Or just
they
in
don't
general,
plan on
not
doing the
Vegas.
Sphere.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're just not doing the pay-per-view in September this year, which is surprising.
Maybe because we're at T-Mobile that weekend? Maybe, because that's where they would have it at T-Mobile, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So maybe because maybe it was the same weekend, and they said, we don't want to step on iHeart because they're huge. I mean, iHeart's it. Come on, maybe that's why. We'll look into September. I'm starting to get the itch. I really am. But we got to stay at the Wynn. I'm not staying anywhere else. I mean, yeah, because if you have a heart attack and die, it's just so much better for everyone.
There's a lot of hotels. The Wynn is very nice. There is.
Yeah, I want to make everybody happy. I want to get make sure Franny's okay, she's okay, you're okay. You know what I mean? And we'll put you down in like where they have
Paris.
We'll put you
I like the Cosmopolitan. You think I stay there?
The Strat. Where are you putting me?
We'll put you where the Bunny Ranch is.
I'm sure he's not mad at it.
He'd be like, you guys are paying me for sex? This is crazy. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their jobs.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel the
working
same
on-
way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
It's an accident involving a tractor trailer, I-75 northbound at the East Toll Plaza. Expect delays, right lane blocked. We're slow, I-95 north from Commercial Boulevard to Cypress Creek Road. Expect delays, 95 south from Miami Gardens Drive to 95 Express Golden Glades entrance. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Big news, bacon lovers. Wendy's Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. For just $3, you get crispy, crunchy apple smoked bacon, 2 juicy beef patties, and plenty of cheese on a burger. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it. and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Open 7 days a week with a 5-star restaurant. And this Saturday night, June 7th, it's UFC Championship Fighting. You can witness it at Monroe's. And if you like hockey, I can't think of a better place. Because if your team loses, you won't end up in a penalty box. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, and that's where all the beautiful ladies are. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is, Tobacco-Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. When you call Tobacco-Free Florida's phone quit service, you'll receive one-on-one sessions with a coach who can help you on your quit journey. You may also qualify for free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco-Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids' looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting showers and storms through the remainder of your Tuesday, so keep the umbrella at the ready. Afternoon high temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and it will feel quite sticky due to that rain. We are going to see a very slow cool down overnight thanks to mostly cloudy skies.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
This Father's Day, grab great gearhead gifts at Summit Racing. You'll find parts, tools, accessories, apparel, and more. Or give the perfect card, a Summit Racing gift card. Fast shipping, massive inventory, and expert tech advice are a click away at summitracing.com.
MMJHealth.com. Get approved for your card today. Medical marijuana made easy.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Recipients have done the improbable.
This medal is for the man who went down that day.
On Medal of Honor, stories of courage, you'll hear about these heroes and what their stories tell us about the nature of bravery. Listen to Medal of Honor on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Ooh, watch my banana!
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse, and you better watch my banana. That's something that I do like in the morning, a banana. But it's got to be a certain kind. You know what I mean? I don't want one with any dents on it or to have, like, you know what I mean? I want to be able to pick it. You know what I'm saying? My banana.
Some picky.
Yeah, I am picky. I'll be the first to say that. I'm a little picky with things I want. I'm paying for it, so why shouldn't I be picky? You sound like, you sound like a Panther fan excited for Thursday night. New York Prime did extend. If you want to go to dinner before the game on Thursday night, it'll be on the Greeks tab. So you and your girl. But I know you're going to meet down at Sawgrass. You want to go to Yard House, so you probably have a better time there. Right. But
the only thing that I would say is I bet you Yard House is going to be an S show because people are probably going to be watching the game from there too. So.
Yeah, we went there the last game.
Was it busy?
Yeah, it's busy, but manageable.
Because, I mean, it's a sports bar, so you think a lot of people will get there bellying up so they can watch the game before if they're not making it there.
Or maybe go to Sawgrass and go to one of the stores, like all the malls you can buy or something.
Tap 42 is good. They got one of those out there by Sawgrass Mall.
Do they?
Yeah.
I knew a girl that had that tattoo. Right on her ass, Tap 42. I said, let me get a wild guess.
Is that her number?
I said, you 42 years old? Yeah, I changed it every year.
No, you're number 43 now.
For me? That's a decent count. But again, who cares about counts? We talked about it. If you're going to ask a girl how many times you slept with, or vice versa.
Probably double.
For you?
No, for the girl, though.
Probably. But who cares? Anybody who's good at something has done it a lot. Remember that. Okay, Flipper, stay in the pool. Franny, how are you?
Oh, you know.
Only 23 more minutes left, Franny.
Did you get any of the audio from that little girl for the Panthers?
I haven't found it yet.
Oh, you haven't? Okay. I thought I sent it to you on Instagram.
And if you get a chance, that misspeak.
I thought I sent you an email. No,
I'll check in one second.
Oh, okay.
I had the misspeak though. If you want that right now.
I forgot about the misspeak. Sorry about that.
Here we go.
This is your Greek misspeak review.
God bless. God bless you. Denise Barbaboom.
Excuse?
Denise Barbada.
Okay.
Feliz Navidad.
That's
Feliz Navidad.
And then Boston made that error too. A pubes play. A pube. You know, pube. But a pube. Yeah. Pubes. You know, there's.
I'm stoned with pubes.
Because I think people more complain about when it's negative than when it's positive. And I think that's great.
I don't know what any of that means, but I can't wait to find out.
Before you know, we'll be back at work in the grind in the steel mill.
Alrighty then.
And when you're giving money out of your hard-earned pocket to try to help somebody,
I need somebody help.
there's a lot of people who are less fortunate. You should thank your prayers. God bless. Thank your prayers. Thank them. Peace.
Something's happened to my brain. It's all dried up.
Nice job there, buddy. And special thanks to Jimmy and Johnny in the background. And also for Jimmy doing such a bang-up job with all those. Great job. Speaking of decent jobs, Dominic's in the house.
Hello, G-Man.
Okay, Francis is here.
Oh, what's going on?
And we'll get to a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek Trifecta.
All right, Mr. Rogers has got a new neighborhood. He's going to be in Pittsburgh, and he kept them hanging for a long time, and a lot of people said, hey, they're going to get screwed, but they didn't. Rogers did sign 1 year, $10 million in change, almost 13 with incentives. He's going to wear number 8, and he's going to be the starting quarterback for the Steelers. We'll see what happens. A lot of Steeler fans are not happy. I look at it this way, just like in your own personal life. If it makes it better, it's a good thing. And he's better than what they have. Is he Rodgers of old? No, he's not. He's 40 years old, but he's still better than what they have. So I think it's a good pickup for the Steelers. Are they going to the Super Bowl? No, they're not going to Super Bowl. They weren't going to Super Bowl with him or without him, but they're just going to be a better team. So we'll see what ends up happening with Pittsburgh and the Rodgers. But finally, you don't have to hear every single day, if you follow the NFL, is Rodgers going to Pittsburgh? Last night in the NHL, the Florida Panthers got a big victory, 6-1, and it started out great. It was one of those games when you watch as a Panther fan. I was at Strike Cigar Lounge. The fans were going crazy. You don't even have to watch a game because I was in the gin room because that's where I watch a lot of my games. Ronnie lets me go in the back in the gin room and with a couple of my cohorts. And until we get kicked out when they play gin, which is later in the evening. But you could hear that crowd, like everybody screaming like, ah! You know it's a score. So hats off to the Panthers. Get down to Strike Cigar Lounge 7 days a week. Always have a good time down there. Our sponsor for Greek Gridiron the last 3 years. Franny, are we going back this year? What do you think? You want to go back there?
Yeah, I mean, if Ronnie will have us,
Okay,
absolutely.
cool. All right, Ronnie, you heard it. We'll come back. Greek Gridiron, again, we'll be here before you know it. And this year is going to be a cash grand prize.
Ooh.
That's it. One grand prize, cash. That's it.
Everybody loves cash, and you can't get messy with cash. I mean, you can, but you know what I mean. You know what you're getting.
Okay.
It's cash, and I think a lot of people will be happy with that.
Yes, so we're going to do a cash prize this year. A lot of details.
All singles?
Pennies. No. I'm just kidding.
Quarters. We'll give you all the details. We're far away, but like everybody else, we're anticipating football season. NBA Finals will kick off again tomorrow night as the Pacers will be home. For the first time ever in their franchise history, they will be hosting an NBA Finals. Well, excuse me, they did it in 2000. So the first time in 25 years, they'll be hosting NBA Finals. They'll take on Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is favored by 5.5. I mean, Caruso and Alexander, almost givens. We got to check the line tomorrow on the Hard Rock app. I think Alexander's might have went up, but he's on the road. Caruso's definitely going to go off. I'm sure Caruso's going to be double digits for the first time in a long time because he scored 20 points. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace. You want to get involved with the show? It's pretty simple. You can call us or text us, and anything you want to bring up to the table, we're always here, carte blanche. But if you wanted to, we had a couple of things. Depressing jobs, if you have something like that, if you wanted to bring up, maybe you know a job that's depressing, or something that was naughty, a word, but it really isn't naughty. You just go there.
Well, it sounds naughty.
Yeah, because your mind's in a gutter. What do you got?
Shea Alexander, 34.5.
Oh!
Caruso's 9.5.
I knew he was going to go up. Yeah, so he's double digits. He's 10. Ooh. And a role player on the road, it's a little bit kiboshi sometimes, so got to be careful. We're not going to recommend that yet, so we're going to do some more homework tonight. And after my hot shave, I'll try to get into a zen mood and try to figure out a winner.
I got something else for you real quick.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Oh, Jesus.
Granny.
I was feeling good.
You're doing all this talk about hockey. Well, why don't you come over tonight, and I'll let you shoot one between my 5-hole. Honey?
Oh, goodness.
That's a 5-hole. That's different. I haven't heard that. I got to be honest with you. Are you familiar with a 5-hole?
No. But we'll go from Granny to this nice little girl at the Panthers game last night.
Oh, yeah.
Sophia, what is your favorite part of Panthers game?
The fighting.
The fighting. Okay, so now I have to ask you, now that it has become the big story from this game, what did you think about the fighting, especially in that third period?
It was really good, and I really liked how they punched each other.
Now, did you feel like the Panthers won the fight in addition to the game?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute.
Isn't that cute? She was cute. They were doing an interview yesterday.
I liked it when they were punching each other.
Yeah, and this was Billy Corbin, who does a lot of stuff. He's South Florida.
Yeah.
But, he posted this yesterday on his Instagram talking to a 9-year-old Florida Panthers fan. And I really like how they punch each other.
It's unbelievable.
So good. Yep.
Yeah, Billy Corbin's fantastic. He's done some great things.
Mm-hmm.
He did the 30-30.
A lot of documentaries, yeah.
The 30-30 with the Canes, which was voted the number 1 30 for 30, which is unbelievable. But yeah, very, very talented guy. I had the pleasure of speaking to him a couple times. He actually looked at my treatment, Week with the Greek. Yeah, just a nice guy. But, man, that girl was funny, 9-year-old girl. I like the fighting, because you would never think a little girl would say that. You know what I mean? She'd be like, it's a great sport. I love it. The Panthers are winning. I like when they punch each other. Boom, boom. I think people sometimes think it's fake, but they're really hitting.
These guys are tough.
Oh, my God. Hockey players, man.
Tough as it gets.
They are. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And when they get done playing, they have to be so drained. What do you think is harder, a hockey game or the tennis match Sunday 5 hours?
How about that double? Give like a double overtime hockey game. Yeah, I think the hockey game.
I don't know, man, but that's tennis match. It's just one-on-one.
Yep,
You're
5
outside.
hours.
It's hot, and if you've ever played tennis, you got to be really strong cardiovascular. You play tennis.
Oh, amazing.
A lot of cardio, and to go. What'd you say?
5 hours Sunday.
Yeah, I think.
It was
Give me
you
some
that
skates.
It was you that told the story. You went to play golf, and his wife was watching. And when you came back, you were done. And
she was still watching it.
My husband watched it. I didn't watch the match on Saturday, but he did. And he was like, "That was one hell of a game, or a match." But yeah, I think if I were to choose, give me some skates. How about you guys?
I think I'm going to go with tennis because the skates you're getting hit too. You know, you're getting pounded.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, 5 hours on the heat. Like I would pass out. So
Oh yeah,
I'd rather have chances.
Yeah, they're in unbelievable shape. I mean, I can't even imagine how good of shape they are.
But that's the thing. They're used to doing that. It's a very physical sport. It's not going to be that often that you're playing a 5-hour match.
No, you're right. I mean,
what would you rather do, skates or 5-hour tennis match? Why not just singles?
Which one I think would be easier?
Yeah.
I would go with the 5-hour match just because, like, G-Man, I think some of the impacts that you're going to get hit into the boards and all that type of stuff that could happen, the fights.
True. But could you make it the 5 hours? Like,
Oh,
do you
could
think
I make it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
no.
Do you think you could withstand the 5 hours?
Even if I'm no way 5 hours. That's only my relationships. 5 hours? Are you kidding? People were talking about that Sunday. I heard it all over the place. When I even went to Nikki Glacier, people were talking about it. Talk about a missed opportunity. I really missed it there Sunday. Should have got there earlier, got there late, and brought some plastic surgery cards with me, and could have got a lot of business there. There was so many girls, and that's all Nikki Glacier was talking about.
Yeah, but I don't know how well that works if you're trying to hit on a girl. Be like, here, have some plastic surgery. Like, I just don't know if that's a good.
Well, I wouldn't hit on all of
It's
them.
a good way to meet up. You know what? You could use some plastic surgery. Call me. Like, what?
You just heard Nikki say she's doing it.
Oh my God.
Just trying to pick up.
Yeah, she's self-deprecating though. She can say it, but I don't think it's okay if a guy be like, you should get a facelift. Like, different.
You look better with
yeah, totally different.
that wrinkle gone.
I would never say that, but I'm just saying it was a good place.
Oh my God. Somebody wants to know, let's see. Oh, well, they're letting us know, a couple people, that the Dale Mabry, I talked about it. There was a text talking about maybe, I don't know, something about Tampa and Dale Mabry. Mabry. We didn't know if it was a strip club or a street.
Or a room.
So a couple people text and they said Dale Mabry is a street, including our buddy Leon did. So it's basically like our Broadway. It's a famous street where there's some hooking and strip clubs and stuff like that in the Tampa area.
Okay.
So that's where you'll find.
Of course.
That's where you'll find the fun is on Dale Mabry Street, according to our texters.
That could be a song. Now, we wouldn't know about that. So, again, we appreciate the audience. That's what we like. From A to Z, they can always bail us out and tell us things.
Yes, and then we have hockey players who are really tough, but reality is they change players every few minutes.
Yes.
There you go. That's why I still take the ice over the 5 hours of tennis. They said rugby players, they are also extremely tough and have the same, if not more, stamina. You are correct in that. And those dudes do not wear any padding. I've been to a few games. Says I take some of the big, tough rugby players over some MMA guys just based on pure toughness. So you can always text us 47142. Started off with Real Radio.
Radio show's tough, too, 4 hours. I mean, you want to talk about being exhausted. Franny walks out of here like, oh, my God, my brain's exhausted. Dom, has your life changed since you've been with the Penthouse? Do you feel like you have any other issues now?
I believe he probably does.
Are you on medication?
Am I more medicated? Maybe.
Oh, more medicated than you were previously. Okay. I want to go with you one day to your place and just check it out and see what it's about.
What, to his house?
No, to his, where you buy your babanya.
Oh, the dispensaries?
Yeah. I've never been in one. So I like to go with somebody like you.
Some places don't let you in the back if you don't have your card.
Some of them do, though.
Yeah. Well, like there's one, whatever, I don't care, call them out. Cure Leaf. Right there on the counter you get to. But I know like a lot of True Leaves and stuff, you have to check in, and then they bring you to the back.
Mm-hmm.
So some places are different.
Oh, so you can't bring anybody in if you don't have a card then?
Well, like that one place they have a waiting room, so you can sit in the
Oh.
waiting room, but
Oh,
you
yeah.
can't actually go back there while you're purchasing your stuff.
I would just like to see all the different
some
stuff
do.
and everything. Like when people walk in, they're probably like, Tommy, Tom's here. What's up, Tom?
You're like, Norm. Aw, didn't we lose Norm recently?
Yeah.
We did. Sad.
That was sad. I think he was 73. Over under on him was 76 and a half. 877-927-6969. Don't tell me you don't bet under overs on people dying, because you can. It's a good way to make money. And some of them pay really big. Yeah, but that's the number to call. Dominic, big thing Thursday night. We'll talk about it in the next couple of days. He's going to the game, but he lost only one time. He lost. Then he went. But the thing is, Jason said for the morning show, is because you're bringing the girl. That's why. Because if you were going alone, he doesn't think you're a jinx.
I know. He's telling me not to go. It's just like, oh, my goodness.
I know. But it's all in fun. Nobody could think
I
that
know.
you hold that much power. I mean, if you did hold that much power, you're pretty damn powerful, Tom.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you have that much power,
Yes.
we'll put some money down. And we'll bet Edmonton. We think you're really going to have a big impact. But yeah, Thursday night is the Panthers. Don't forget, you could always hear the Panthers on Real Radio. Oh, I think we have one more call before the conclusion of the show.
It's Evan.
Oh, big word. What's up, Evan? You hater?
You got that right. Hey,
well, Evan, let's address your comments first of all, because
Yeah, let everybody know what you're talking about, because not everybody's tuned in all the time.
yeah, we got a very nice call from the gentleman who listens, and you were saying that you sort of thought we paid him off because he was saying such nice things about our show. And I think you're a big fan, so I don't know, why were you surprised? It wasn't management.
well, I thought that would be a great clip for when Dom needs to go to another job. That would be a nice reference.
Where the guy said that Dom did a good job?
Yeah, he was very nice to all of us, but yes.
Yes. Okay. So you think you could help Dom with his little bit of a resume that he has going on? Okay. We don't want to lose Dom right now. Down the road, who knows? But right now, we're pretty happy with Dom.
So am I.
Oh,
now, you were talking about how tough rugby players are.
Well, it was mentioned.
Yeah. Somebody did text, and yes, I agree. They are very tough.
Well, there used to be a player back in the late 70s, early 80s named John Hiawape. And what he would do, you know what a scrum is, Franny? When they all get together.
Oh yeah, they're like in the circle, and they kind of go back and forth. Yeah, like they're gonna walk their arm in arm,
like a ditty party.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as soon as they would let go of the ball,
yeah,
he would take his finger and stick it up somebody's butt. They was getting the ball.
Wow.
And they called, and he has more penalties of any sport than ever.
I don't know why I've heard this before, but I do hang out with a lot of rugby players, so maybe that's why.
I was going to say a lot of crazy people.
No, I do. My girlfriend's husband and my husband is like their mascot too. They play for a rugby team here in Palm Beach County.
Okay.
Yeah, and so maybe that's why I've heard the story.
So this guy would do that.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's. I think there's a lot of things to be known for. I don't know if that's a great thing, but might help you around your birthday.
But could imagine that. Just get caught off guard. You're like, did I just get an oil check? What just happened?
Oil check.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd go for the guy that's getting the ball, and then so he would jump, and then so his teammate would get the ball. It was he is John Hiawape. If you get a chance to see this guy, he looks like an Aborigine. I think he's from Australia or something. He looks like a beast anyway. He's a mean looking dude.
All right, thanks for that little tip, but you still didn't answer the question.
Oh, what was your question? I'm sorry.
You said when that gentleman called that you were like, "Oh God, how much did Greek pay this guy?" And we were asking, why are you surprised that somebody gave us kudos and love?
It was just came from my heart, Greek. It just.
As you would say, G-Man, Evan's like, it's just a show.
It's a show. It's a show.
It's
That's what it's about. That's what you say. Evan, always appreciate your comments and being involved in the show. And even this one, this is something that I didn't know. And I think every day if you can wake up in life and know something that you didn't know when you came in, it's pretty big. So now we know about this guy who used to stick his finger up somebody's ass. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is the zone on today?
Yes, it is. All week, baby. All week.
All right, because I'm going to call. I want to talk about the hockey game.
All right, great. Well, love to hear from you. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Want to throw accolades and love and flowers and gems and diamonds at all the people who helped the show today. First of all, the audience, you always do a great job. And somebody who does a great job every day, and he's like clockwork, and he makes my life a lot better, is Dominic. Thank you, Dom, for all your help.
Oh, thanks, G-Man.
And here's somebody who does a great job every day. We missed her when she was gone. So happy she's back now. And she's doing a great job. Thank you, Franny. Great job.
Thanks, Dom. Thank you, G-Man. Thank you for listening. Make sure you continue to listen. Not only do you have Greek Zone coming up next, you got the News Junkie, but 3 chances a day. Your next one happening at 5 o'clock to score a pair of passes to our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival in Las Vegas. And then speaking of goodness, make sure that you make us #1 preset on the iHeartRadio app. If you do, you're going to submit it, a little screenshot, to realradio921.com/preset. That's where you can get all the instructions. If you're just like, Franny, I didn't catch everything that you said. realradio921.com/preset. Every week we have a giveaway that we do if you show us your preset. This week we are giving away a pair of tickets to go see Hardy.
You guys have a great afternoon. The Greek Zone is next. If anybody knows who the new weather girl is, please text us or call us. We appreciate you guys. It is a great day in Real Radio Land. We'll be back in a few minutes with more madness or more Greek, whatever you want. Peace.
Watch your favorite radio show. Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio. The Stanley Cup Final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final for the 3rd year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not near a radio? Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup Final anywhere. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Scheduled roadwork US 1 northbound at East 21st Street. There is a right lane closed. 95 is looking good up to speed. Florida Turnpike accident-free along the Palm Beaches. That's traffic on Judy Street.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
This Father's Day, grab great gearhead gifts at Summit Racing. You'll find parts, tools, accessories, apparel, and more. Or give the perfect card, a Summit Racing gift card. Fast shipping, massive inventory, and expert tech advice are a click away at summitracing.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info is protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
It's summer in West Palm Beach. The sun's blazing, your shirt's glued to your back, and even your flip-flops are sweating. Have to find some shade. Stay cool in our climate-controlled bays at Drive Shack. Rain or shine, it's always a good time. Score big with our Summer Play Pass. Unlimited golf Monday through Friday until 5 p.m. Tell them the Greek sent you to receive $50 off unlimited golf. Terms and conditions apply. Drive Shack is your ultimate destination for events. Whether it's corporate events or kids' birthday parties, there's fun for everyone.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
The NBC Nightly News.
From one era to the next.
I'm Tom Brokaw.
We hope to see you back here.
I'm Lester Holt.
Trust is the anchor.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
A new chapter begins. NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas. Evenings on NBC.
Big news for drivers. Presets have landed on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with iHeartRadio. Access your favorite stations, podcasts, and playlists instantly right from your dashboard. Try the free iHeartRadio app on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto and take those presets for a spin.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting showers and storms through the remainder of your Tuesday, so keep the umbrella at the ready. Afternoon high temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and it will feel quite sticky due to that rain. We are going to see a very slow cool down overnight thanks to mostly cloudy skies.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
From the Anajar Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been
been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What do you want? I already made your bet.
I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. It's $40,000 in all.
Scrap the whole bet?
Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a 6-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the line?
Still +1.
+1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets?
Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets.
Fine.
Come on.
$1,000 a point, okay? Take this. And this is a gift for me.
It is the Greek. It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Getting ready for some NFL. OTAs are in session right now. Panthers winning again last night 6-1. We're on the eve of Game 3 of the NBA playoffs. We'll get to all that and so much more. But as on Tuesdays and Thursdays, this guy's nice enough to give me his time and to give me his opinion. He is the host of Questionable Call on YouTube 3 times a week with always good stories about sports and things going on in the sports world. And he has an interesting take like no one else. Always check it out with my buddy Josh Cohn. Josh, how are you today, buddy? How's everything?
What's happening, Greek? How you doing, pal?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Every day above ground, it's still a good day.
That's right. I might be in your area later, so I might text you. I'm looking to get a hot shave down in the West Palm area this afternoon, so maybe I'll text you, or maybe you could jump in one of your car and drive down to see me.
Listen, I could use $30. Stop by. I'll shave you. Just like the barbershop scene in Godfather. What was it? Was it one? Was it two? What movie was it with the hot shave? No. It was De Niro in The Untouchables.
Right? Yes, yeah. It was De Niro. Yeah. And then in Get Shorty, they used to meet the loan shark. Used to go to a barbershop in Miami, but they didn't actually get a hot shave. They just sat down. So let me ask you, Josh. I got a couple of questions for you. You know I always do. First of all, Panthers, everybody loves them. You see the fever. You see more people with it on their plates, the flags, and the shirts. Do you think people really out down here understand how amazing this is? This team's done it 3 years in a row.
Yeah, I mean they're starting to, right? I mean, again, event society. We like to be a part of the big event. It's South Florida. People arrive late for games, they leave early, but not the Panthers games.
No,
hockey fans are legitimate. It really is a hockey, quote unquote town. It's a hockey region. It truly, really is. What the Panthers have been doing for 3 consecutive years is special. What they did last night to the Edmonton Oilers was unexpected. But as soon as the Oilers started giving up all of those penalties, discipline penalties, that was Evander Kane had 3 penalties in the first period. If memory, no, I'm sorry, he had 2. He had 32 seconds of ice time that wasn't involved with 4 minutes of penalty by himself. The penalties were out of frustration. That's undisciplined. I don't think you'll see that again. But regardless, good teams, regardless of the sport, they capitalize on opportunities. Champion teams take advantage of opportunities. The Panthers got a bunch of them last night. They were under 7% in power play goals. And then last night, bing, bang, boom, to the very end, when Evan Rodriguez had one that made it a 6-1 game, in the final minutes, you're like, okay, Panthers are scoring on these power plays. Edmonton Oilers probably won't play this crazy, undisciplined, wild again, but as you could tell by watching, these teams do not like each other personally. Forget about history. So there's bad blood here. We had 2 of the prettiest Stanley Cup final games ever to start it.
Yeah.
And then the third game was probably the ugliest ever. So it was a tale of 2 seasons, if you will. Games 1 and 2, beautiful. Game 3, ugly, brawling, insane, which is fun for some people, but it's not pretty hockey.
No, a lot of people were texting me last night about the Edmonton Oilers player, the one player I think you just mentioned, who was involved in a couple of years ago where he owed all the casinos all the money, correct?
Yeah. Evander Kane had an issue with some casinos and lines of credit, and then he had a little suspension with the league for some gambling. He's a sharp-dressed guy. Yeah. He's a. I don't know if you ever noticed that, but he arrives to games where you're like, holy cow! And the cars that he drives.
Yeah.
So he's got money. He likes to wear it. He likes to drive it. I think that if guys in the NHL, I feel like the two of you would have a good time in Vegas.
Yeah, that's what my buddy said last night.
You would. You'd like them.
I don't know, Josh, if you got to see the thing with Cousins, who played in the NBA for years from Kentucky, and he was in Puerto Rico. I have talked about this many times. I've had the pleasure of sitting courtside, and I just think, and also in NFL games I talk about it, and I know you noticed this, that there's not enough security at games, and I think we've been very lucky and fortunate that we've never had a problem. But last night, that was pretty bad. And what a lot of people don't realize, if you've never had the privilege of sitting courtside, is that you, and only in this sport, you can actually touch them. I mean, and when you yell at them, they hear you. I mean, I've sat there so many times and heard things that I'm like, oh my God, I'm not that guy. I've never been there. I will root for a team, but I'm never going to say anything that I feel is, any way demeaning or disrespectful to somebody's wife or girlfriend, or there's a kid by you. But again, an example last night where, and again, I know it was in Puerto Rico, but I don't think there's enough security at games, and especially football games when there's fights, or baseball games. I'm always amazed how long it takes security to show up, and you can't say these teams don't have money.
Right. Society's changed. And for two reasons primarily. Number one, people, because of social media, feel as though they're entitled to say whatever they want, and they like to instigate, and they like to initiate, and they like to cause problems. And number two, the influence, once again, of gambling. I hate to bring it up, but the problem is you've got people that have got money riding on propositions, player performance, whether it's the money line, the point spread involved, and so they're lashing out their young. But these problems were happening in the years just prior to the proliferation of legalized gambling.
Yes.
People are rude to one another. Yep. People are not polite to one another. It used to be a generation ago, you might not even think these things. Now, when people to think them, they say them out loud. Mm-hmm. My rule, I've always said, is if you wouldn't say it to the person, if you were in an elevator with them alone, then you shouldn't tweet it at them, and you shouldn't say it on social media. You shouldn't yell it from the crowd. But if you talk to NBA players, they'll tell you how much worse it's gotten in the last 10 years. Mm-hmm. And what does it have to do with? Social media, the ability to lash out, the ability to say whatever you want, and people just feel safe and comfortable doing that. Civilization's not that civilized anymore. I'm shocked by it. Mm-hmm. I have a stupid little YouTube channel. Again, questionable call. Please do subscribe. I do a show that's Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I take a big story and I get inside, connect some dots. Sometimes people say, this is kind of clickbaity, or they say, I don't know but I make certain, I express that this is a theory being floated. Here's why it's not, viable. Here's why. But the things that people say, they don't say stuff anymore like, I disagree with you. You know what they say? This is bleeping bleep. Yeah. You're a bleeping bleeper. Yeah. And they're not people that know me. Yeah. If they know me, I could understand them calling me an a-hole. If you really know me, that makes sense. But these are people that have never seen the show, that have never heard me on the radio, that don't know me. Mm-hmm. And I just said this to my girlfriend last week. I said, it makes me want to disconnect from all social media, disconnect from the internet, just go get a job out in the forest, because I hate people. People are so rude, and they're so inconsiderate to each other. The old joke, I used to joke. My mother used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say about people,
don't say it
come
all.
Sit next to me. No, come sit next to me.
Okay.
Like we'll talk smack together. Like it was just a joke. The way that people talk, I'll send you screenshots later. It's not that they disagree with something from a stupid 4-minute show that I do.
Yeah.
They're telling me that I'm a bleepity bleep, and that bleep dip. It's unbelievable. But that carries over. Now you're at the game. They feel they're entitled to it. They feel entitled to it.
Well, I also think
cracked down, but this wasn't NBA, like you said. It was Puerto Rican league.
Yeah, and I also think people look at it where they want to get clicks and they want to do things. We saw last year. Remember the kid and the World Series, not World Series, Dodger game. He ran out onto the field and he wanted to get engaged, and everybody's got their camera going on, and that's what I think has an effect. But I think we're lucky. And ball players are lucky. And we saw it last night, Katy Perry in a concert where, again, somebody comes on stage where nothing really happens, thank God. But I always think it's too close. And when I've gone to many NBA games, which you know, whether it's Miami or New York and LA and Chicago, I have seen a big difference with people and the things that they say that are so out of line and disrespectful. Talk about players' wives, mothers. And the other thing, too, is that I try to explain to people about life is that, and Josh, you know this being a gambler, a guy who's got $30 on the game is just as important that a guy's got $3,000 on the game. It doesn't matter the amount. Yeah, people lose their cookies. I mean, they really, really do. And I worry as a fan, because when you watch these fights, that there's always a fight at a baseball. Baseball, not much, but NFL a lot. And it's concrete around there. And it's always amazing to me that the NFL has billions of dollars. When I say billions, I mean it. And there's not more security, because every time there's a fight that somebody puts on social media, you see the fight for 3 to 7 to 10 minutes. And then some security comes up. And that bothers me. It really does. That if I ever had a chance to sit down Roger Goodell, that's the first thing I would say. Like, why don't you guys have more security when you have billions of dollars? And I don't understand that.
Because this societal change, it is a psychological change. As human beings, as Americans, we are different human beings now. We are more violent now. We are more quick to lash out now. It's not, this is the effect of smartphones and social media. This is a very real thing. So the NFL's been caught off guard. What they used to have was good enough.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
No.
Because now more people are more willing to fight more people under more circumstances than they would have previously. They're more risk adverse, or less risk adverse to the repercussions, ramifications. Again, society's become less civilized. The studies are remarkable and astounding and horrifying, because we're no longer someone, it's not that we're willing to overlook things or say it's okay, no worries, but now we're searching out opportunities to engage with others for confrontation. It's just we've become a different species, and it's literally happened in the last decade through social media, through the smartphone effect, and then when you factor in the gambling stuff, forget about it. But you see it in all aspects of society, whether it's
airplanes.
You just saw a YouTuber find out where another YouTuber was streaming in Vegas, and then he went on a live stream and shot the guy and his wife dead.
Terrible.
Because, but this is where we are as a society. It's not just American society.
No,
it's really human beings and the technological result of where we are with the smartphones and the social media and all the antagonistic behavior. It's unreal. It's horrifying.
Yeah, one thing I noticed in the NFL, too, in the last couple of years, I've been privileged to be at a lot of Dolphin games, and I sit a lot of times in a box, duty calls. It's a big client of mine, good friends of mine. And what I do notice, and I don't know if you've noticed it, where people interact more with the people in the box when they open the window. And I noticed a lot of that where I didn't see that, it seemed like years ago. And they could go back and forth with it. And it's like, wow, you're not even sitting next to them. You're, in the box, and people are screaming at each other, throwing items. And I'm like, sometimes like, man, where has it come to? It's just so much different than we were growing up. You went to a game, you rooted for a team, and you walked out. Like, I didn't expect to see fights when I was growing up watching games. I didn't expect players. But today, I'm shocked that there's not more.
Civilization, not that civilized. We're just different species now. We're different creatures now. And, we're 21 years removed from the Malice at the Palace. That's the last time the NBA had a real problem like that. And things changed. But if you talk to NBA players, and, I know some guys that played in the 90s and the early 2000s, they'll tell you, there's certain places that you just know, like Utah. You wouldn't expect Utah, right? To be. But Utah, those fans have always been so horrible, particularly to visiting players, and I'm not talking about Caucasian players and the European players. The Utah fans were horrible for decades to black players in the NBA visiting teams because, it's part of it. No, it's not. Again, if you wouldn't say these things to that person alone in an elevator, Don't say them to them online, and don't yell it from the stands at a game. But this is where we are. It's not just sports, brother. It's society, and it's awful.
But I do think we're talking to Josh Cohn, the host of Questionable Call, 3 times a week. Download it. You'll enjoy it. Take it from me. It's one of the only things I could commit to, and I enjoy. I think if the penalty was stiffer, like anything, like people talk to me about text and driving. I say, you know what? You want to make text and driving stop? Make the fine $5,000. You'll see it stop. You kick somebody out for life, they won't fight. Because I know they think they can get in and out. But you remember those girls a couple years ago that flashed at the World Series?
At the World Series? I remember the girl at the Stanley Cup last year.
But there was, but there was a girl a couple years ago. A couple of real hot girls were in the World Series one time, and they got banned for a long time. Like when I think the ban is there and it's strong, people will think like, "Hey, man, maybe I shouldn't do this." And obviously, alcohol adds to it. But I'm bringing it up to you because we talk about a lot of things, just not handicapping in sports, but things in sports that I feel like, you know what, you really, as a kid, we were lucky, to go to a game and enjoy it. And I never, just like a plane, like I never thought before getting on a plane, and I think now that there might be a fight or there might be a disturbance or the plane's going to have to emergency land. I never thought that, just like I never thought of going to a game. Like, I was jacked up for games. I'm going to go. I'm going to have fun. But I never, I went to the Orange Bowl this year, and some of the things I heard some girls saying, young girls in their 20s, that went to the colleges, and these girls were from Notre Dame, and there was an older gentleman sitting next to me at Penn State, and the profanity, I didn't get involved. I was close to saying, like, wow, the language that's coming out of your mouth, this guy's like 70. Mm-hmm. But, but no scoring. And the other one, filming it. And I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, this is the Orange Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, I grew up with a lot of this stuff, and it's crazy.
It makes perfect sense, though. You got young women, TikTok, Instagram, right? Yep. I'm going to get something. They're recording the interaction because I'm going to get views, I'm going to get clicks, I'm going to get engagement. I put this on my Instagram last night because I was just fed up with it. Everybody's got a podcast. Everybody goes live.
Yep.
Everybody's famous now. Everybody's playing for engagement now. I hate this world. Send the asteroid god. End this planet. Let's start all over again from scratch. This is where we are. I mean, people are horrible to people.
That's it.
But it's the why. It's the why. So why is that? Well, we're all affected now by each other. Okay. Or I'm growing my social media engagement presence. What happened in the old days when some people were on the air and everybody else had real jobs and they just, participated, they consumed that content? Not anymore. Everybody needs to be somebody. Yep. Everybody wants to be somebody. And the means by which they get there is what's atrocious. Again, people they just can't be decent to each other anymore. They just can't.
Terrible.
And with the stuff those girls were saying to that guy,
that was brutal.
Probably in line with the kinds of stuff they say on social media to each other.
Oh, yeah.
That's where we are as a society.
But I was still shocked that there was young females throwing profanity at a guy from the other team. You know what I mean? And it's so surprising. I was in the middle, sitting in between them, and I was still surprised. I didn't say anything. I was close to saying something, and I didn't. And I let it go at halftime. We moved. But I was surprised, again, because it was females that they were, and they were saying some brutal stuff. No.
Yeah, not anymore.
So let me ask you a couple more things before we let me go, because our segment goes too quick. Mr. Rogers finds a new neighborhood. I think Pittsburgh's better with him, and I don't know why people are giving some such headaches. But the Steelers are a better team with Rogers than without. Would you agree?
Yeah, without question. This deal has been done since March. People, look at, again, we talked about it several times. Look at what the Steelers did, and better yet, what they didn't do in all the time since. Some working out with DK Metcalf, and the agreement was, I'll be there when I got to be there. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And so sure enough, he showed up before mandatories, which are now underway. He's on the field today. He was there yesterday shooting golf. Cam Hayward, who was the guy who said, I'm not recruiting anybody.
Yeah.
I'm not going in darkness retreats. But he went there is a show of, like, I'm all in on this. Here's the thing about Rodgers. He's a really, really, really smart guy.
Yeah, went to Berkeley.
It's hard for smart people sometimes to relate to others because it's just very frustrating. He does get a bad rap because in the locker room, players will tell you, this guy's a leader, this guy's a star, this guy works hard. It's the media. He got himself in trouble with the COVID stuff when he said he was immunized, which is not the same as being vaccinated. When he tried to, and people, So that was the beginning of it. They think that Rodgers loves to draw the attention to himself, which is not necessarily the case. He does like to tell the media, bleep you, I'll do it on my terms. But the reality is, idiots like me cover him so much because he does bring that much interest. He does bring that much engagement.
Oh, yeah.
I do stories on him at the end of last season about the Jets, and we're talking 100,000 views, 50,000 views, 30,000 views automatically because you guys are interested in him. Are they better with him? Absolutely they are.
And that's where it ends for me. To me, that's it.
Right. But you do have to say, does it make sense to do it for 1 year because it's not a real solution? Well, if there wasn't a quarterback that you loved in the draft, then you take a look at who else might be coming up in free agency or who might be coming up in trade. Like the Steelers, it's a stopgap measure. We get that.
Yeah.
You know, if they're really good, he may say, let's do it again. Let's run it back for a second year. The New York situation was doomed from the beginning, and he was playing GM. In Pittsburgh, there'll be none of that. It'll be, you're going to play football. He's going to say, thank God, he'll just play football. He's not going to be bringing in his buddies and trying to put together his thing. Because he was the general manager with the Jets, which is never going to work from the start.
I also think
better off with him, no question.
Yeah, that's my point. I mean, I think in your life, I look at it this way: if this is better for my life, then it isn't. It ends there, and that's it, and the other stuff. And I also think if he stayed with the Packers, none of this drama we would ever had. But it never works out where a ball player usually doesn't work out where the ball player and team agree on the same thing. Just like a relationship, I say it every day. Two people don't wake up one morning and look at each other and go, "Hey, we had a good run." You know what I mean? It doesn't happen that way. So if he got out of the Packers on a normal thing and said, okay, 2 years ago, I'm ready to retire too, it would have been great. You would have never heard from him. But just like they handed Brett Favre, he felt like, hey, I got more to prove. And last year at the end, he was good the last 6 weeks. He really was.
He was, yeah. He was. And by the way, he had more touchdown passes than both guys that played in the Super Bowl. He had more touchdowns last year than Mahomes and Hurts. And remember, with Rodgers, in Green Bay, he wanted to be a Packer forever.
Yep.
Forever.
Yeah.
They never once, in his entire time, they never once used a first-round pick on a skill position player. Not once did they get him a running back or a wide receiver in the first round. The first time his entire career in Green Bay they used a first-round pick on a skill position, it was his replacement.
Yeah.
They drafted Jordan Love. And that's when he said, because he felt like, talk to me before you do it.
Yep.
Let me instead, he found out watching TV.
Brett Favre, same thing.
He found out as it happened in real life.
Yeah.
So for Rodgers, he felt then, okay, this is obviously, okay, I see where you're at. There's a replacement playing. Great. Get me out of here. The Jets thing, that was just not the place. That was not, New York media. Jets media is even worse. That's the worst place. He'd have been better off in Jacksonville than he would have been with the Jets, all things considered.
Josh Cohn, the host of Questionable Call. Always great to talk to him on a Tuesday and Thursday. We appreciate your time. Josh, if you got to get to the airport, because a lot of people in the summer go on vacation. We found that today in the Penthouse, 52%. How do you get to the airport?
Yeah. I don't own a vehicle anymore. Uber kind of sucks. Lyft kind of sucks. Revo Rideshare, REVO, Revo Rideshare, American-owned company, actually started in Jupiter, Florida. Drivers, listen to this. If you're driving for Revo, you're going to get to keep 70% of the ride. The Uber folks are going to give you like 33%. So you're talking like double. So if you're thinking about making some extra cash, little side hustle, 70% of the ride you're going to keep Revo Rideshare. Download it from the App Store now. And not just that, I just got clearance to do this with you, G. Promo code REVO20. Everybody can use this and get 10 free rides worth $20. You heard what I said. So if your ride is $20, it's free. If your ride's $25, it's $5. REVO20. Punch that in once you're a new user of Revo Rideshare. Download it today. Ride with Revo and be rewarded with every mile.
Keep that information. I might need it during football season. I appreciate it.
You got it, buddy.
Josh Cohn, everybody. Questionable Call 3 times a week. Download it on YouTube. You'll enjoy it. You'll be entertained. And think about it. When in life can you say you'll enjoy it and you'll be entertained? Not too many things. Josh, have a great afternoon. Thank you, brother. Peace. It is the Greek Zone. On a Tuesday, we'll be back looking at Hard Rock lines for tonight in baseball and tomorrow night's NBA. We'll be back.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Should have a conch or something, right?
A conch? What's that?
It's a shell.
It's a conch, not
Whatever.
a conch, I think.
Have
Right?
you eaten that before?
I think so.
Grand Cayman Island, we went on a diving trip and...
You conked your head, and that's how you got so stupid.
What?
I think I had conch one time in the, where were we?
Where all the conch suckers hang out.
I walked in, and I was surprised to see Charlie there.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only. Or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Boynton Beach accident. We have an object on the roadway. Look out. Center lane is blocked. I-95 south at Woolbright Road. No major incidents if you're traveling the turnpike. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkie. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com. You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach. It's the Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. Two bets facing off. Winning side splits $250K in bonus bets every single day. Time to pick a side. Team underdogs or team favorites. Team over or team under. There's one way to settle this. Hard Rock Bet, Battle of the Bets. Pick a side for $1. Win your share of $250K or more today. Prize pool to be paid out in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physical present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
The NBC Nightly News.
From one era to the next. I'm Tom Brokaw.
We hope to see you back here.
I'm Lester Holt. Trust is the anchor.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
A new chapter begins. NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas. Evenings on NBC.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting showers and storms through the remainder of your Tuesday, so keep the umbrella at the ready. Afternoon high temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and it will feel quite sticky due to that rain. We are going to see a very slow cool down overnight thanks to mostly cloudy skies.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hurry into DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo, only at DQ. Happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Recipients have done the improbable.
This medal is for the man who went down that day.
On Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage, you'll hear about these heroes and what their stories tell us about the nature of bravery. Listen to Medal of Honor on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Why does this still seem like gambling to you? I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
This is the Greek Zone.
Wow, that is so tough to chime into. I'd rather have the roulette spin than that. But we'll take it. We'll take anything we get here. It is the Greek Zone, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. If you get into an accident, guess what? It is not a good thing. And there's a lot of questions. Jason's team can help you. Call him today at 561-689-8180. I am the Greek. Dominic is in the house.
Yo.
I'm going to look at some baseball lines tonight. There is no basketball tonight, and there is no hockey. Ooh, boo-hoo. But there is a Wednesday and Thursday, thank God. Yankees tonight taking on the Royals, and the Yankees are big dogs tonight. Big favorites, minus 200. If you're listening to the Greek Zone for the first time, you might say, what the hell is that, minus 200? That means you got to put up $200 to win 100, and that is a lot of money. Detroit and Baltimore. Baltimore is minus 130 over Detroit. Cincinnati and Cleveland. Cleveland is 115. Miami, big underdogs to the Pirates. The Pirates have won 4 in a row, and the Marlins got smacked last night. Chicago and Philly, 110 each, either way. You got Washington and the Mets. Mets are playing good this year. Not a lot of fanfare, but they got one of the best records in baseball. They're taking on Washington tonight. You got Boston and Tampa Bay, and Tampa playing good lately, too. They're a team that's playing good. You got Atlanta and Milwaukee. Milwaukee is underdog to Atlanta, Texas, and Minnesota. And you got Minnesota minus 125, Toronto and St. Louis. St. Louis favorite over Toronto. You got Chicago and the Astros. Astros big favorites over the White Sox. San Fran and Colorado. Ooh, Colorado. What happens with them? They get back on the snide. Angels, who last night won over the A's. And Seattle and Arizona. Arizona favorite over the A's. And the Dodgers and Padres. Usually when those two play, it's a high-scoring affair, minus 8.5. And those are your lines in the NFL.
Didn't you have the A's yesterday?
No.
No? Chris, when you said something about them.
I said bet against them.
Oh, against them? Okay.
Yeah, I like Seattle and Arizona yesterday, actually. Those are the ones that I did like yesterday in the games. But we'll see what happens, like I said. In the NBA, we'll look at it because it is going to be tomorrow night, and it is the NBA Finals. Oklahoma and Indiana. Thunder, -5. Oklahoma's home, over 228. And when you look at player props and points, that's what a lot of people look at. Alexander, 34.5. That is so high to me. I mean, the only thing with Alexander, he does a lot, is he gets the ball and he's gone. He's like one of my ex-girls at a Gucci sale. Not looking around, just got a plan, going in there, get what they got to get, and they're out. So he doesn't pass. There was a couple of times the other night where I needed Williams to get a shot and wide open in the corner, and Alexander just drove to the hole and shot. Williams is 20.5. His went down. Houtenberg is 17.5. The big one is, everybody knows, we've been talking about it for a month, is Caruso. It's 9.5. That's the highest one it's been in the playoffs, in the 4 rounds. Now, Caruso has paid off, I would say, in the 4 rounds. 4, 8, 12, 16, but there's more than that. There's 20, 22, 25. I'm going to say 18 out of 25 he's gone over. And again, he's got a low over, but he doesn't play a lot. Last game, he played more than he traditionally does. And that's why a lot of these guys, if you listen to Teddy Covers and a lot of times Rob Vino, these are experts in handicapping. And what they say is they read quotes. And the one thing that Oklahoma City coach said is Caruso's playing more tonight. So when you figured he's playing more, you figure he's going to get more opportunities, and he had the best game of his series.
I could see his past 11 games, he's hit 8 out of 11.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So there it is. And I said probably, whatever did I just say, 18 out of 25 or something like that. So that's a huge profit. And the games he's missed, I know 2 games he missed, he's right on the number. Like one game was 8.5 and he had 8.
Yep.
I know that. And he missed the layup at the end of the game. But, Halliburton, 17.5. The thing with him is he goes into ruts in this series anyway, and it happened in the other series too, where he seems like he's either not involved or he's disinterested or he's not getting his shot. And even the other game, he had 5 going into the 4th quarter, which is unreal. They got blown out, but he can't score 5. He just can't. He had 3 threes in the 4th, but he needs to be in the 20 range. To me, I'm going to say 23 to 26 for them to have a shot against Oklahoma City.
Yep.
Because Oklahoma City, obviously, they got Alexander. Even their coach said, Carlisle said, put him in for 34. I mean, he said, just put him 34. So you got Chet, who comes off and plays very well. He had a good game last time. He went over. Williams has not shot well, but he's had in the upper teens. They got a good bench. They got Caruso. So to me, Houtenberg needs to have between 21 and 26 for them to have a shot. And this is a game, too, where they're home. Earlier today, I said first time in 25 years they're going to be hosting the NBA Finals. Their fans should be jacked up. But what you don't want is you come in there, they're laying 5, and then all of a sudden, they come in and get blown out. Because then that Game 1 victory seems so far away. And it's like it didn't even happen. And this is what I also thought about the Panthers. Panthers are in a great position right now, switching to hockey. But if they lose Game 4, they go 2-2 back to Edmonton, it's not as good as it thinks. Because right now, if you ask everybody's saying Panthers going to win it all. And Edmonton's got no shot. But if they win Thursday night, all of a sudden, it changes the whole complexion. Same thing with the NBA Finals. If the Pacers can win tomorrow night, it's a whole different series.
Oh, yeah.
And it is a series. Now, a lot of people, including Jay-Z, bet the Thunder are winning 5. So you're going to have to watch that and see what happens there. But again, the last game, it was a weird line. If you watch the lines and you show when you bet, was the first game they lost. And they were a 9.5-point underdog. And then they lose. And then they come back the next game, and the line goes up to 11.5. Just seemed a little fugazi to me. I said it. Smells blowout or fix. Something's not right if you watch the lines. And the line shouldn't have been higher. It should have dropped, to me. And a lot of experts, too. Oklahoma City goes in there, ends up winning by 17, and they end up covering. So we'll see tomorrow night. Alexander, like I said, he's going to get his 33, 34. I have somebody who bet good money on Alexander scoring 30 points in every game in the NBA Finals. So far, he's 2 for 2. We'll see what happens. And unless he's really off, I don't see it stopping. I really don't. Because he gets to the line a lot, too.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he shoots like in the upper 80s, 90% foul line. I think at the end of the night, he had 11 for 12. So it's going to be a good game. Again, obviously, we'll talk about it more tomorrow. If you guys got an opinion, you can call us at 877-927-6969. Always appreciate your calls on any game. NFL, mandatory workouts are starting out, OTAs. Ramsey's not playing for the Dolphins because he's going to get traded. Another great move by the Dolphins front office. They gave the guy $25 million a year ago. Now you're trading him. Unbelievable. Some of the moves that the Dolphins have done, and I know they're experts, I just don't agree with. I'm a little surprised. We let the safety go. Tariq Hill yesterday had some comments. I don't know if you saw it, Dominic, where he said there's times he wants to punch the coach in the face.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, Jesus. I'm like, what are you doing? Crazy things on one of social media things when he wasn't getting the ball. I mean, it's just some of the stuff that comes out. And Tariq, I think they should trade him. I've said it. Get something while you still can, because as the years go on, he's going to be worth less, and his numbers went down a lot last year, and the Chiefs let him go 3 years ago, and what did the Chiefs do? They won a couple Super Bowls and got the 3.
And he's so much off the field problems.
Oh, the drum off the field so much. And last year, I would have traded him right after the locker room when they lost to the Jets. When he came out, and he was a captain, and he said, I'm out of here. You've been
hearing his name more off the field than you would on the field. Like, you didn't hear his name that much last year. He wasn't doing too much, but you've just been hearing it so much off the field.
Oh, yeah, he's got too much drama with his ex, the police situation at the stadium. That could have been handled a lot different. Do I think he's a talent? Yes. Do I still think he's a top receiver in the NFL? Yeah, I would put him in the top 10. But I'm not putting him, where he once was. And like I always say, like everything in life, is the squeeze worth the juice? To me, it's not. I also think these quarterbacks, and we saw it last year with a couple of Josh Allen, without Diggs, he did better. We saw it years ago, Eli Manning, a couple of big guys left, and he did better. I think when they focus so much in on one guy and they try to force him the ball sometimes, you know what, it's not the best thing for the offense. Or also on the other side, the defense knows that. When Tariq doesn't get the ball a couple of times, you know he's going back to the huddle and bitching.
Oh,
like, yeah. I'm open.
Like something like Stephon Diggs would.
Yep. So, and that's my point. So I think the Dolphins would be better off without him. I don't think they'll trade him because I don't think they'll get anything for him at this point. But I just don't see it. And I see the Dolphins taking a step back this year, unfortunately.
Would you just take some draft picks for him, or is there something else more you want than that?
I mean, I would try to get something, but I think the whole thing with all of this is when you're trading anything in life, just like when you're selling something, you have to have a demand for it and appeal. And if they know you want it, just like now, everybody knows Ramsey wants to get traded. You lose that whole part of the element. Like we said the other day, we talked about your dad, like when he wants to go buy a car. You walk in, you got to be able to walk away from the deal sometimes to make a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's about. Life's poker. You got to have the cards. But when you're there like, I'm going in and I'm doing this, sometimes it doesn't work out. And when you're trading somebody, if they know you're done with him and he's a disturbance in the locker room and he's a pain in the ass.
They're going to lowball you.
Of course, because they know they can. I mean, that's part of it. You want to trade somebody like when they traded Luka. Nobody knew. Because a lot of times in sports, what you end up hearing is, there's trade rumors. The rumors start someplace. I've always said it. Somebody in the organization lets it out, and people run with it. And usually when it happens, you hear rumors, somebody does get traded. If you're a GM, nobody should know. You shouldn't tell your mom. You should be like, hey, this is what I'm doing. Now, you have the risk of when you call another team, maybe they open their mouth, but it shouldn't come from your side. because you're trying to get the most. It's like anything else. And if people know you're disenchanted or the guy doesn't want to be here, and that's why players a lot of times when they go into the media and they think it helps them, I think it hurts them. Because what happens is the other team's got to see value. If you really want to get out, you're like, hey, man, I'm on the Chiefs. I want to go to the Dolphins. You go to them. I think the best thing, if I was an agent, let's try to work this out, us. Stay out of the press. Don't put the heat on them, and let's try to get the most we can and then work from there. I think when you take that element out of it, it limits your opportunities and also limits the team from getting something. And ultimately, if you want to leave, it's like everything else in life. You do everything to make it happen. You don't hinder it. And there are teams like the Pittsburgh Steelers, for example, right now, the Steelers don't like a lot of press, unless they're winning. This with Rodgers is not really their forte. It never was. They're a team, one of the oldest teams in the NFL with Rooney, and they're just, let's play football and get out there.
Classic team.
Yeah, they don't want all the drama. They don't want all this, everybody here. If they were the champs and everybody's watching them, and you say, all right, well, they won the Super Bowl last year.
They didn't want Antonio Brown.
Yeah, no. Well, Antonio Brown was another one.
Yeah, they didn't want him.
No, after a while, like I said, the same line. The squeeze is not worth the juice. You get tired of it. You're just like, hey, this is too much headaches. It's tough enough to run a team and an organization and try to win. You don't want, astronomical problems every day. My dad said many things to me. One of his greatest quotes is, they're shooting at you every day. Don't give them bullets. And that's one of the things. And the same thing with Antonio. Antonio was a great ball player. Look what he did with Brady. I mean, the Brady game is shot in New England, then took him to Tampa. He wins the Super Bowl, and then he crushes them. And Antonio Brown, I mean, does he get into the Hall of Fame? That's a debate. He had 7 unbelievable years. But I think his actions will end up hurting him get in. And the stuff that he's done. Just had a problem about a month ago down in Miami or Fort Lauderdale at a boxing match. I mean, all those things, if ultimately you want to get in the Hall of Fame, are going to hurt you.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, without a doubt.
Look at Pete Rose.
I was just going to say, I've said this about Pete Rose a million times. If I was his agent, and again, Pete could have been the guy that you couldn't have talked to, probably not, but he would have got into the Hall of Fame. Again, if you want to get in or you want something to work out, just like your job, your job's not going to be great for you if you're bad-mouthing your boss. Here's a newsflash. It's not going to happen. It's not going to be a good thing. Same thing with your coach and everybody else. If you want something, ultimately, you got to play the game. I mean, because it is a game, and there is politics, even in sports and everything else. There's dynamics that go on. People like you, they're going to help you. They don't like you, they're going to be like, you know what? Screw them. Let him pay, because this is what he wants. 877-927-6969. Arizona tonight in Seattle. I've watched both of those teams. They did both win last night. Yankees are playing in Kansas City. Yanks, again, their division isn't great, so I think they'll win the division. I don't know if they'll do anything in the playoffs, but their division is not great. Mets are playing good. They really are. Dodgers not playing so good. Got to win. But for that payroll, they should be 162-0.
How's Soto doing?
Soto's having a okay year. He's not having a Soto year. I do believe some of the
adjusting.
Yeah, well, I think some of the stuff is true where he's not happy and a little disenchanted. Maybe he misses certain players on the Yankees a little bit more. I'm glad I'm a Yankee fan. I'm glad they didn't get him. I don't think he's worth that kind of money. I don't think anybody is. $700 million. I mean, you're putting so much down. If Mets win a World Series or 2, then they'll look about it and say, hey, it was worth it. Do I think he's a great player? Yes. But I also think that if it's not going good for him, he could be a little bit of a detriment and a problem. And you can't go anywhere with him. I mean, he's getting $700 million, and he's going to be a Met forever. Maybe down the road they could trade him, but not now.
Speaking of another contract that I saw come up, did you see the offer that Phoenix Suns might be giving Devin Booker?
A big one, right?
Oh, a big one.
Yeah.
I saw a number out there for 2 years, $150 million.
Yeah, that's crazy.
75 a year.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Jenner will come back to him then.
Oh yeah.
Then she will. Well, the Phoenix Suns have a lot of problems. They really do. They got Kevin Durant. They got Booker. They had Beal. Beal is one of the most overpriced guys in the NBA. I mean, these guys are making $50, $60 million a year, and they're not winning. That's the big thing. And then you wonder why certain owners don't want to pay. Because they look at it like, well, if I'm not winning anyway, why am I going to spend all this friggin' money? Yeah, Booker, $75 million. I like Booker, but that's too much money. But maybe he's going to be the whole face of the whole team. Looks like it.
You know who I think I ever got the best deal ever? John Wall.
Oh, yeah, John Wall and Beal.
Yeah, well, John Wall played 40 games out of 4 years and made $171 million. 40 games.
How much did he get?
$171 million.
Look up what's the name too for the Russell Simmons for the Sixers. He's another one who got paid big money and he never paid his ass. Man, he was another one. With Philly, he played, and then he had the problems. He couldn't shoot off the bench. He was great out of college, and all of a sudden he came into the NBA, and he wasn't good. He played with the Brooklyn Nets. I wonder what his deal was, Simmons. It probably is higher than Wall's. I would guess it was definitely higher. He played with the Brooklyn Nets for a while. I know that.
Ben Simmons earned $277,000 per point scored on the Brooklyn Nets. He only scored 383 points.
Yeah, but what did he ultimately get? I mean,
106 over 3 years.
Yeah, and he even played
for 383 points.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's unbelievable. God bless them, these guys. I mean, some of these contracts are crazy.
Shea Alexander gets that in a month.
Oh, yeah.
This guy can't get it in 3 years.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. There was another kid, too, that was out of Oregon, a guard. I forget his name off the top of my head, and he had a problem with foul shots. He was a first-round pick. He got a ton of money, too, with the Sixers. I think it was Flag or something like that with an F, and he didn't play much either, but got millions and millions of dollars. It's just crazy situations in sports where these guys get paid. But you know what? Like I said, you never hear one of these checks bouncing.
No, you don't.
It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Thanks for listening. News Junkies are next. Don't forget, you get another keyword, your way to go to Vegas in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll be back tomorrow on the Penthouse. Listen to Rover in the Morning. And we're always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney, 561-689-8180. If you get into an accident, not a good thing, but call Jason's team and they'll help you and get you back on the road. Dominic, have a great afternoon.
You too, man.
Have a good day. And we're going to go with the Angels and also Seattle again. Hopefully they both win for you guys. You guys have a great afternoon. God bless. Peace.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.